Chapter 1. Doshin, in the yard of a wooden house on the hillside. Luoquan, I'm back. ZENITSU said with his head down and inarticulate. The boy sitting in the middle of the yard heard ZENITSU's voice, closed the book and turned around. Seeing ZENITSU's bruised face, it seemed that he had expected it. Captured again. The young man had a handsome face and looked at ZENITSU with a helpless expression. His name was Luoquan and he was originally a social animal on Blue Star. He was overworked during overtime and fell into a coma. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to the Demon Slayer world. The body that Luoquan's soul possessed was named Tomoya, also an orphan. He met ZENITSU while wandering the streets. The two depended on each other until the day when the sound pillar appeared. That day, ZENITSU owed a large debt because he was deceived by the girl he had a crush on, and the debt collector came to his door. When Luoquan was thinking about how to help ZENITSU get out, a grey-haired old man appeared. The old man is the former sound pillar, Jigoro Kawashima. The old man brought him and ZENITSU back to Momoyama, hoping to train them to become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. But unexpectedly, Luoquan did not have the qualifications to practice, and could not learn any breathing techniques. ZENITSU did have a talent for learning, but he grew up in ridicule and disapproval, so he subconsciously wanted to escape from training. Even though Luoquan consciously encouraged ZENITSU, it did not work very well. During the year of training in Momoyama, ZENITSU had tried to escape no less than 100 times. But without exception, he was beaten black and blue by the old man every time and caught back. Grandpa actually waited on the way down the mountain in advance, otherwise I would, hissed Luoquan, be gentle. ZENITSU said with a grin, obviously he had not given up and wanted to run. Luoquan had no choice but to apply the plaster on his hand to the red and swollen part of ZENITSU's face. He didn't learn the thunder breathing at all in the mountain for a year, but he did learn to bandage the wounds. Don't worry, the time is almost up. Luoquan calculated the time he and ZENITSU would go up the mountain. In Demon Slayer, ZENITSU only trained with the sound pillar for a year before going to participate in the final selection. If he remembered correctly, it would be in the next 2 days. Thinking of this, Luoquan was a little worried. ZENITSU went down the mountain, relying on the all-conquering thunder-breathing Type 1 to not only protect himself, but also left many famous scenes. But Luoquan is different, a pure useless man with no power to even tie a chicken. In this world where all kinds of demons are rampant, let alone being with ZENITSU, it is lucky to be able to survive. Ding! Detecting that the host wants to play badly, the friend system starts binding. Binding successful. The strange voice made Luoquan startled, and he glanced at the puzzled ZENITSU in front of him. After confirming that he was the only one who heard it, Luoquan's eyes lit up. Is it his own golden finger? It's finally here. With the system, Luoquan has the capital to survive in this world. Luoquan suppressed his excitement and waited for the next response from the friend system. Friend system function: as long as you establish a friend relationship with others, you can randomly get a reward from them. Rewards include understanding, qualifications, talents, abilities, etc. No race restrictions. The closer your friendship is, the richer the rewards you get. Additional ability, detection. If we establish a friendship, we can get a random reward from the other party. Luo Chuan's hand gradually slowed down while applying the medicine. He first used a detection technique on himself. Host, Luoquan. Race, human. Realm, none. Perception, poor. Qualification, inferior. Talent, none. Skill, bandage, proficiency. Luoquan's face twitched when he saw his own attributes. No wonder he couldn't learn the breath of thunder. It turned out that his comprehension and aptitude were not even low level. According to the system's prompts, there are 5 levels of aptitude and comprehension. From bottom to top, they are inferior, low, medium, high, and super. Luoquan is at the lowest level. It is hopeless for this body to become stronger by learning breathing techniques, and he can only rely on friends. Putting away the ointment in his hand, Luoquan looked at ZENITSU. Name, Agatsuma ZENITSU. Race, human. Realm, GUI. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, echo ear, possessing absolute pitch, can read the emotions of objects through sound, and can distinguish between humans and ghosts. Skills, lightning breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash, mastered. Seeing ZENITSU's luxurious panel information, Luoquan nodded with satisfaction. Not only is his aptitude and comprehension both top-notch, but even the lightning breathing type 1, which he has learned for less than a year, is at the mastery level. Skill proficiency is divided into 4 levels: entry level, mastery, mastery, and perfection. It is not easy for ZENITSU to practice lightning breathing to this level in just 1 year. How do I determine if I am friends with someone? Luo Chuan asked the system. Just acknowledge it verbally. After becoming friends, rewards will be given according to the intimacy between the two parties. After hearing the system's answer, Luoquan looked at ZENITSU differently. Seeing Luoquan's eyes, ZENITSU swallowed his saliva and the doubts just now disappeared. His face was slightly red. He felt a little embarrassed. What's going on? ZENITSU, we are friends, right? ZENITSU was startled, then nodded heavily of course. ZENITSU met Luoquan 5 years ago. At that time, only Luoquan was kind to him, and would not look at him with strange eyes or mock him. If it weren't for Luoquan, ZENITSU didn't know if he could hold on during those years. Ding! Successfully added Agatsuma ZENITSU as a friend. It is detected that Agatsuma ZENITSU and the host have a close relationship, and 4 rewards can be obtained. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, echoing ears. Skills, thunder breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash mastery. Do you choose to merge now? No. I don't know what the fusion reward will bring, so Luoquan is not in a hurry to merge. Not merging does not prevent Luoquan from feeling better. As long as you make friends with the other party, you can get an attribute from the other party. The ability of this friend system is too amazing. A full 4 rewards directly turned Luoquan from an ordinary person into a swordsman at the same level as ZENITSU. Although the realm is still a little short, the fastest improvement in the Demon Slayer world is the realm. The highest realm setting in the anime is the pillar, followed by Ji, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xin, Ren, and Gui. It took ZENITSU and the other 2 less than 2 years from training to the final battle to reach the pillar level. You can imagine how fast the strength improvement is in between. Luoquan, are you okay? ZENITSU waved his hand in front of Luoquan. It's okay, the ointment has been applied. Go to bed early. You still have training tomorrow. Luo Chuan waved his hand. He just wanted to go back to the room to merge the rewards. Hearing this, Shan Yi's face suddenly fell. Yes, there is still training tomorrow. With heavy steps, ZENITSU returned to his room in a daze. Luoquan, on the contrary, walked briskly, finally waiting for the day when he could finally make it. Chapter 2. Back in the room. Do you want to merge immediately? Yes. Luoquan had just confirmed it in his heart. A gentle and warm energy began to flow in his body. Gradually, this energy became stronger, like an electric current running through his whole body. The first is the fusion of understanding. Luoquan felt as if his brain had been baptized by a ray of light. The whole person became much more transparent. The previous doubts about the breath of thunder were suddenly clearer. This feeling is like walking out of a fog, and the world becomes brighter. Then, it is the fusion of qualifications. During the fusion process, Luoquan could feel that his body became more flexible and powerful. With every breath, he seemed to be able to feel the energy contained in the air. This feeling is very wonderful. His limbs seemed to obey his command more, and his body became a lot lighter. He moved his body slightly, and a crackling sound came from inside his body. Luoquan felt like he had taken a marrow-cleansing pill. If he had such qualifications before, not to mention being able to learn all of the thunder calling, learning 1 or 2 types would definitely be no problem. Then there is the fusion of talents. Talent is very rare even in the world of Demon Slayer. Luoquan knows that the only people who have talent are Zenitsu and Tanjiro Kamado. After integrating Zenitsu's when he was gifted with the Echo Ear, Luo Chuan first felt his ears getting hot, followed by a slight dizziness. When this feeling disappeared, he could suddenly hear subtle sounds in the distance, clearer than ever before. Luo Chuan closed his eyes and concentrated. At this moment, he could actually hear the breeze blowing in the yard. The novel experience made Luo Chuan's eyes light up slightly. The Echo Ear gave Luo Chuan not only powerful hearing, but also keen insight and vigilance. Finally, it was the fusion of the skill Thunder Breathing Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash. At the beginning of the fusion, Luo Chuan felt a tingling sensation. Pain. It was as if countless lightning bolts shuttled through his body, followed by a new sense of power. This power made him feel as if he had established some kind of connection with the lightning element. Luoquan tried to communicate with the lightning element, and a golden arc of light suddenly appeared on his hand. The arc of light danced between Luoquan's fingers. Picking up the long sword used for daily training beside the bed, the arc of light spread along his arm to the blade. Luoquan just held it still, and the surging power seemed to burst out of his body. If he was not afraid of causing too much noise, Luoquan really wanted to try the power of the first form. After the 4 rewards were merged, Luoquan looked at his attributes. Host, Luoquan. Race, Human. Realm, GUI. Comprehension, Superior. Qualification, Superior. Talent, Echoing Ears. Skills, Bandage, Mastered, Lightning Breathing Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash, Mastered. No wonder he can reach the strength of the pillar level in 2 years. Luoquan felt the changes in himself and couldn't help but sigh. This is completely different from his previous body, there is no comparison at all. This is just the superior qualifications and understanding. Luoquan dare not imagine how powerful the super qualifications and understanding will be. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the one with the strongest qualifications and understanding should be Tokaido Muichiro. After becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he can reach the strength of the pillar level in just 2 months. If he can make friends with Muichiro and obtain his qualifications and understanding, Luoquan's practice will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of this, Luoquan suddenly remembered the friendship rules of the friend system. The higher the level of friend intimacy, the more rewards you get. Then what level is the friendship between him and Zenitsu? As soon as the doubts in his heart arose, the system gave a response. Friendship level classification, acquaintance, friend, close friend, best friend, best friend. Each level corresponds to a random reward. That is to say, you can only get 5 rewards from one person at most. After understanding the rules, Luo Chuan took off his coat. He sat cross-legged on the bed and adapted to his changes. The next day, the old man's familiar urging voice sounded. Then came Zenitsu's ghostly howling. The old man also urged Luoquan at the beginning, but found that Luoquan had no talent for cultivation. So he let Luoquan practice on his own. Usually, the old man ignored Zenitsu's crying and took Zenitsu to the back mountain to practice. But today seemed a little different. The old man sent Zenitsu to the back mountain to train alone. Then he walked towards Luoquan's room. Hearing the old man let him go to the back mountain alone, Zenitsu's crying paused. He was alone? Isn't that a good time to escape? Rolling his eyes, Zenitsu agreed, and as soon as he went out, he sprinted 100 meters down the mountain. Luoquan, who was still in the room, moved his ears. The old man seemed to have stopped in front of his door. Luoquan got up and opened the door. The old man poked his cane and said, "Come out, I have something to tell you." Luoquan nodded. He had some guesses about what the old man was going to say. It should be about the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. The old man walked to the middle of the yard and said without turning his head, "Do you know why I brought you and ZENITSU up the mountain? Well, train us and provide fresh blood for the Demon Slayer Corps. The selection of the Demon Slayer Corps is about to begin. ZENITSU will go to participate tomorrow." The old man didn't finish his words, but Luoquan knew what he meant. Based on his previous strength, it was for his own good not to let him participate in the selection. There were more than 20 people participating in this selection, and only ZENITSU and 5 others successfully passed. The others all stayed in the selection. But Luoquan is different now. As long as he can make enough friends, the speed at which he reaches the pillar level will not be slower than Tokaido Muchiro, or even faster. With such an opportunity, he will definitely participate in this selection. "Grandpa, I want to try." The old man turned around and looked at Luoquan in surprise. Although Luoquan did not have the talent for cultivation, his thinking was much more mature than ZENITSU and Jun. He was also very sensible in his daily life. It stands to reason that since he had said this, Luoquan should have understood what he meant. But what was going on now? Selection is not a game. With your strength, participating in the final selection is to die. The old man looked straight at Luoquan and said bluntly. Luoquan did not explain much and picked up the long sword beside him. He closed his eyes, and a surge of power suddenly burst out from Luoquan. Crackling golden arcs appeared around Luoquan. Luoquan knew that it was abrupt for him to suddenly learn the breath of thunder. But if he wanted to participate in the final selection, he needed the recommendation of the trainer. So it was necessary to expose some strength. The old man was startled, his eyes unconsciously dilated, and his hand holding the cane tightened. Mingzu, who had practiced the breath of thunder for decades, was naturally familiar with the scene in front of him. But why did this scene appear on Luoquan? Didn't he have the talent to practice the breath of thunder? Chapter 3. You. The old man stared at Luoquan and was speechless for a moment. Judging from Luoquan's current proficiency in using the first form of thunder breathing, Luoquan's strength is not much worse than ZENITSU. What's going on? When he first went up the mountain to practice, Luoquan had a hard time learning thunder breathing. When ZENITSU had just learned the first form, Luoquan was still standing still. But now, how did Luoquan suddenly learn the first form? I suddenly realized it by chance. Luo Chuan replied calmly. It is hard to explain the sudden realization, and it is difficult to verify its authenticity. It is the best excuse. Sudden enlightenment. The old man was stunned. This made sense. But it was too coincidental. He had an epiphany right before the Demon Slayer Corps selection began. "Come, use the one form on me." The old man waved at Luo Chuan. Although he thought it was a coincidence that Luo Chuan suddenly learned the thunder breathing, if Luo Chuan was strong enough, he would not mind recommending another person. Luo Chuan glanced at the old man who was only holding a cane and silently used the detection technique. Name, Jigoro Kawashima. Race, human. Realm, middle pillar, remains. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, none. Skills, lightning breathing technique type 1, thunderbolt flash, mastered, type 2, rice soul, mastered, type 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder, mastered, type 4, distant thunder, mastered, type 5, heat realm thunder, mastered, type 6, lightning boom, mastered, full concentration, normal medium breathing, mastered. Middle pillar? There are different levels of strength for different levels of pillars. Luoquan muttered to himself. The system gave 4 levels of pillar strength. They are super pillar, upper pillar, middle pillar, and lower pillar. The old man is at the middle pillar level, and the disabled at the end is mostly because of a broken leg. But even if a leg is broken, it would definitely be easy to deal with him now. Luoquan stood still, leaning forward slightly, with his feet pressed tightly to the ground. His breathing began to become rhythmic, deep, and powerful. With every breath, the electric charge in the air seemed to be attracted by his breath. Luoquan's figure was reflected in the electric light and was particularly tall. He closed his eyes, and his steady breathing seemed to resonate with the lightning around him. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to be filled with static electricity. It trembled slightly and made a tiny crackling sound. The charge was sucked into Luoquan's body, and then burst out with the exhaled airflow, forming circles of tiny arcs. Luoquan slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be electric light jumping in his pupils. He murmured, and his voice was firm. Thunder breathing Type 1 Thunderbolt Flash. Instantly, Luoquan's whole body burst into dazzling light. The surrounding arcs rushed towards his long sword frantically. The golden arc light on the blade reached its peak in an instant. Luoquan's figure became blurred at this moment. He seemed to turn into a light and electricity, rushing straight to the direction where the old man was. The voltage in the air converged towards Luoquan when Luoquan rushed out. The golden arcs around Luoquan completely erupted at this moment. The whole yard was shrouded in the brilliance of lightning. Luoquan's figure was so fast that it was beyond the capture range of the naked eye, and only the afterimages of the lightning could be seen. Facing the surging lightning, the old man just stood there quietly. His eyes were full of surprise. He no longer doubted the epiphany that Luoquan said. If it weren't for the epiphany, it would be impossible to practice the one form to this level in a short time. The golden arc light cut through the space, accompanied by a slight burst. The long sword stopped a few inches in front of the old man. The arc gently licking the old man's collar. It left a burnt smell, but it didn't hurt him at all. Looking at the tip of the knife that was less than a few inches away from him, the old man's eyes changed. If he was just surprised just now, he was completely shocked now. Luo Chuan actually controlled the one form? The characteristic of the one form of thunder breathing is its extreme speed. The extreme speed brings terrifying destructive power to the one form, but it also gives the one form shortcomings. Linear destruction and difficulty in control. The old man himself wanted to control the one form at will after practicing for several years. And now, Luo Chuan controlled it with just an epiphany? Is Luo Chuan a genius? Did he get it after an epiphany? The old man was shocked, but Luo Chuan cursed in his heart. What is this old man thinking? Really motionless? He doesn't put down the long sword in his hand now, not because he is playing it cool. It's because his wrist cramped in order to control the unstoppable one form just now and he couldn't put it down. Not only his wrist, Luo Chuan felt his entire arm was numb. Come, let me see the other forms. The old man said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chuan's face froze. He only knew the first form now, what should he do? He couldn't say that he had suddenly realized the first form, right? That would be too lame. While thinking, Luo Chuan suddenly remembered the old man's attribute panel just now. Isn't this ready-made? Ahem, Grandpa, are we friends? The nonsensical words made the old man's serious expression relax. What friends? Why did you suddenly say this? Ah! The old man looked at Luo Chuan in astonishment. We are both master and apprentice and friends, right? Seeing that the old man did not agree, Luo Chuan changed his words. The old man did not understand what Luo Chuan meant, but seeing that Luo Chuan looked sincere, he nodded hesitantly. Well, yes, right. Ding! Successfully added Jigoro Kawashima as a friend. It is detected that the host is close to Jigoro Kawashima and the host is in a master-disciple relationship, and the friend intimacy is being converted. Conversion successful. Kawahime Jigoro and the host's friend have a closeness of friends, and receive 2 random rewards. Skill Type 2, Rice Soul, Superb. Skill, Type 5, Heat Thunder, Mastered. Do you choose to merge now? No. The fusion of skills will cause significant changes to the body. In order to prevent the old man from noticing anything, Luo Chuan did not fuse in front of him. Grandpa, my wrist is cramping, wait a minute. After saying that, Luo Chuan endured the pain and slowly lowered his arm. Unexpectedly, the old man grabbed his wrist. The numbing current spread along Luo Chuan's meridians all the way up. Not only did the wrist no longer cramp, but the feeling of fatigue just now also disappeared. This, Luoquan has never heard that this old man has the ability to heal meridians. Are you feeling better? Come on. The old man looked at Luoquan with concern. Zenitsu only knew the I-type, but Gyako didn't know the I-type. It was impossible for the old man to say that he didn't regret that the thunder breathing couldn't be fully inherited. Now that Luoquan suddenly had an epiphany, the old man naturally had to take it seriously. Seeing that there was no way to delay, Luoquan had to fuse the reward on the spot. When the changes caused by the fusion were over, he would try to cover them up with electric light. Fusion Skill, Second Form Rice Soul, Superb. At the moment of fusion, a burst of golden arcs burst out around Luoquan. The old man stepped back, his face a little puzzled. Isn't this the opening move of the first form? Chapter 4. In the golden arc light, Luoquan took a deep breath and tried to steadily accept the new energy that was about to flow into his body. In an instant, Luoquan felt as if his consciousness had sunk into a world of lightning and thunder. He could feel it clearly. The blood in his body began to surge violently as if struck by lightning. The blood that had been flowing calmly began to jump endlessly. It was like a lively flame dancing in the blood vessels. Luoquan's body began to vibrate slightly uncontrollably, as if a taut string was plucked. A subtle resonance was produced. Every vibration was accumulating energy, like pulling silk from a cocoon. Weaving those scattered electric lights into a lightning net, covering his skin. The golden electric lights leaked out from Luoquan's eyes, mouth, and even pores, illuminating the air around him. These electric lights seemed to have life, and they wandered on Luoquan's body like electric dragons. After the fusion was over, Luoquan's still strong muscles became even tougher. The bones seemed to be refined by lightning. Exhaling the breath that had been brewing for a long time, Luoquan raised his eyes. Thunder Breathing Type 2, Rice Soul. After the words fell, the lightning energy in Luoquan's body was like a triggered explosive. It rushed out rapidly along the meridians until it gathered on the long sword in his hand. On the long sword, golden arcs of light spread like a living thing. The air around the blade began to distort, as if it could not withstand this energy. Luoquan's footsteps slightly staggered, and his body instantly turned into a residual image. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the old man. Luoquan waved the long sword surrounded by lightning. The blade cut through the space, and it seemed that even time was frozen at this moment. Only the long sword that was swung down attacked him with a thunderous roar in the old man's somewhat astonished eyes. The old man calmly dodged Luoquan's first knife. Then the remaining 4 combos of Daehun followed closely. The old man's figure jumped in the lightning, and the remaining 4 combos still failed to touch the old man's body. Luoquan, who had used up the second form, was panting on the spot. Using 2 forms in succession, with his current strength, it was still somewhat strenuous. Luoquan, you are so enlightened. The old man's voice was trembling. He thought Luo Chuan had mastered the first form well enough. But when Luo Chuan used the second form, he was really scared. Luo Chuan's mastery of the second form was no less than his. He had been practicing thunder breathing for decades, and Luo Chuan could be on par with him with just 1 enlightenment. Glancing at the charred marks on his cuffs, the old man felt his mouth was a little dry. He was almost chopped by a GUI level kid. If Luo Chuan was stronger, it would be difficult to dodge Luo Chuan's second form so calmly. Ding! It is detected that the intimacy between Jigoro Kawahima and the host's friend has been increased to close friend. Get a random reward. Skills, full concentration, constant breathing, mastered. Do you choose to fuse skills? No. Luo Chuan heard the system's prompt and looked at the old man in surprise. Beating the old man can also increase the intimacy of friends? Then Wu's Hixing must show his level. You, are the other forms like Form 2? The old man was silent for a while, then he spoke. If Luo Chuan has an epiphany, the other forms are like Form 2. The old man thinks that Luo Chuan only needs to improve his strength. The mastery of breathing is enough. Luo Chuan scratched his head and said, only Form 2 and Form 5 have reached a bottleneck, the others haven't. Although Luo Chuan doesn't know the other forms of thunder breathing except Form 1, 2, and 5, he is different now. With superior comprehension and aptitude, although it cannot be said that he can learn the other forms to perfection in a short time, it is definitely not difficult to learn the basics and master them. Hearing Luo Chuan's words, the old man was relieved. If Luo Chuan could fully understand the thunder breathing in one epiphany, it would be too shocking. You take a rest first, and we will start training in the afternoon. After saying that, the old man walked out the door with his cane. As soon as he went out, his figure disappeared. The prosthesis on his right foot seemed like a decoration. Luoquan didn't even have to think about it, the old man must have gone to catch ZENITSU again. He took advantage of this gap to merge the 5 type and the full concentration Chongzhong breathing reward. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the yard, Luoquan first recovered some strength to prevent accidents when fusing skills. Whether to select the fusion skill Thunder Breathing Type 5, Heat World Thunder. Yes. Compared with the second type, the fusion of the 5th type has no special changes. The main use of lightning and the body meridians have become stronger. After the fusion, the golden arc light in the courtyard seemed to have found its home. It gathered towards Luoquan's body. The air returned to calm. Luoquan opened his eyes, held the long sword and pointed at the distance. Type 5, Heat Boundary Thunder. As soon as the words fell, a visible heat wave formed around Luoquan. The ground near Luoquan began to crack due to the high temperature. The air was filled with a burning smell. The long knife in Luoquan's hand was like a fire stick burned red by the high temperature. The blade was surrounded by suffocating lightning energy. With Luoquan's low shout, golden electric light gushed out from the tip of the knife. This electric light was not a single line, but similar to an electric ball. The electric ball continued to devour the surrounding air and became larger, and the light it emitted became more and more dazzling. In an instant, the whole yard seemed to be placed under the scorching sun. The grass and trees on the land had no resistance to this force. They were evaporated by the high temperature, leaving a charred black. The ground, which was originally covered with pebbles, quickly appeared a series of spreading from the inside out under the bombardment of the Type 5. The land was charred in the deep cracks. Luo Chuan nodded. The 5 form was one of the few long-range attacks in the thunder-breathing technique. It perfectly combined lightning and high temperature. Once Luo Chuan's realm caught up, the damage caused by the 5 form would be greatly increased. Whether to choose to fusion skill full concentration and constant breathing. Yes. Full collection Chongzhong breathing is more of a conceptual indoctrination. After the fusion was completed, Luoquan subconsciously followed the breathing method in his mind to practice. Every inhalation and exhalation is like the tide of the sea, regular and profound. Luoquan's attention is completely focused on the breathing airflow in his body. The mind guides the blood to flow faster with a strong heartbeat. He feels the blood in his body surging like a river. Carrying a full load of oxygen and nutrients, it shuttles through every corner of the body. As Luoquan inhaled more and more air, Luoquan seemed to have ignited an invisible flame in his body. The temperature continued to rise, and this heat began to spread from the inside out. The surrounding air began to respond to this heat and produced slight fluctuations. Luoquan was not frightened by this feeling that seemed to burn himself. Instead, he focused more on the rhythm of breathing. Allow this power to grow without losing control. He knew that this was a precursor to the mastery of full collection Changzhong breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Luoquan slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 5. The whole body seemed to be rewoven by a pair of invisible hands, and it was extremely light. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Luo Chuan felt the changes after the fusion. Every breath he took was more substantial and powerful than before. Host, Luoquan. Race, human. Realm, Sin. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, echoing ears. Skills, bandage, mastered, lightning breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash, mastered, lightning breathing type 2, rice soul, mastered, lightning breathing type 5, heat realm thunder, mastered, full concentration, normal medium breathing, mastered. Jumping 2 levels in a row? Is this the mastery level of the full concentration of the middle breathing? Looking at the Xin in the realm position, Luoquan was a little surprised. Luoquan's realm not only jumped over Ren and directly jumped to Xin. And Luoquan also had a vague feeling. He was not far from the next realm gang. But it happened in the past few days. Luoquan shook his body and went back to the house to get some food. He used to be full of rice balls with just a few. Luoquan ate more than 20 this time before stopping. After replenishing his body, Luoquan walked to the yard again. Holding the long sword, he prepared to learn the remaining few forms of thunder breathing. When the old man taught ZENITSU before, he was watching from the side. Although he had a low level of comprehension at the time and did not understand the meaning of the old man's words, and could not learn the thunder breathing, he still remembered the key points between the several forms. According to the content of what the old man said in his memory, lightning appeared faintly around Luoquan. First, it was the third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The key point of the third form is to rotate around the enemy at high speed and leave ripple-shaped lightning on its own rotation trajectory. The sound of lightning friction will be like the buzzing of mosquitoes, hence the name. Luoquan raised his sword and flashed forward. Rotation, leaving ripple-shaped lightning, and the harsh sound of mosquitoes rang out in one go. Luoquan successfully used it on his first try. The third form of thunder breathing has been revealed. Luo Chuan stopped and stared blankly at the long sword in his hand. He had never been able to perform the third form before, but he had learned it just like that. Recalling the experience of learning the third form just now. First of all, it was much easier to understand the content of the third form. Secondly, it seemed that the extremely high proficiency of the first form, the second form, and the fifth form led to the study of the third form. The forms of thunder breathing are interconnected. When one form has a breakthrough, it will also lead to the improvement of the other forms. Thinking about it, Luo Chuan began to learn the fourth form distant thunder and the land form lightning thunder. While learning, in the process, Luoquan's idea was verified. Luoquan was able to learn both forms in one performance. Compared with the fourth form, the sixth form was just a little more difficult to learn. With the full concentration and constant breathing, Luoquan began to familiarize himself with the three forms in the yard. With the blessing of the breathing method, the efficiency of practicing the three forms increased again. By noon, Luoquan successfully improved the proficiency of the third and fifth forms to mastery. As for the sixth form, there is still a long way to go. The complexity and difficulty of the sixth form is partly due to the fact that the seventh form consumes too much energy. After using the seventh form twice in a row, Luoquan's physical strength could not keep up. Luoquan! Come out quickly, I'm dying! ZENITSU's wailing voice came from outside the yard. Hearing this, Luoquan hurriedly opened the door. His sight moved slightly downward, and Luoquan saw ZENITSU lying on the ground. Zenitsu's face was covered with traces of tears and dust. Wow, Luoquan! I'm going to die, really, I feel like I'm going to die soon. Seeing Luoquan's figure appear, Zenitsu cried even louder. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice. Got caught again. Yeah, I just ran to the foot of the mountain and my grandfather caught up with me. He caught me and beat me up. Look! Zenitsu cried and accused the old man of his behavior while lifting his sleeves to reveal the bruises on his arms. Luoquan sighed helplessly and turned around to go back to the room to get the ointment. But as soon as he turned around, Zenitsu hugged Luoquan's thighs. I'm really going to die if Luoquan keeps training like this. Several black lines appeared on Luoquan's forehead. Let go. Even if I'm gone, you have to live well, don't be sad for me. I said let go. Find a beautiful girl to marry, then have some kids. Don't forget me then. Zenitsu completely ignored Luoquan's self-talk. Luoquan resisted the urge to kick Zenitsu away. He limped into the house with his pants held up. In the afternoon, Zenitsu was once again pulled up from the bed by the old man for training, and this time Luoquan followed him. Zenitsu was put in the back mountain to train alone, while Luoquan followed the old man to the peach forest. In one afternoon, Luoquan's proficiency in the third and fourth forms increased rapidly. His proficiency in the sixth form also reached the mastery level. The old man was a little surprised at first about the huge difference in the degree of mastery between Luoquan's several forms. But as Luoquan quickly mastered it, this doubt was thrown behind his mind. The selection will start the day after tomorrow, and you and Zenitsu will leave tomorrow, the old man said to Luoquan who was standing with a knife on his back. Luoquan nodded, and it was the same time as he expected. The world outside is not like Doshan. Don't underestimate any ghost. Grandpa. Today's training is over, I really don't want to train anymore. Not at all. Before the old man finished speaking, Wang Yi's mumbling voice came from the back mountain. Luo Chuan and the old man's face twitched at the same time. Remember to take care of Zenitsu when you go out. Luoquan nodded. The relationship between the old man and Zenitsu was much deeper than that between him and the old man. It was not surprising that he had such a request. However, the old man did not need to say this. Luoquan and Zenitsu had lived together for so many years, and Zenitsu had given him for reward. He will take good care of Zenitsu, even though he may not need it later. The old man paused and looked at Luoquan seriously and said, "You have to be careful too." Luoquan's fingers trembled slightly, and then he nodded again. Zenitsu was a little surprised to see Luoquan there. Luoquan is here too? Didn't Grandpa say that he has no talent for learning? The doubt was only for a moment. Then Zenitsu cried and hugged Luoquan. No matter how Luoquan struggled, he would not let go. After crying for a long time, Zenitsu reluctantly got off Luoquan. With moist eyes, he looked at the old man. Zenitsu. Ah. No need to train tomorrow. The old man's tone was much softer than usual. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoquan found that Shan Yi's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Really? Grandpa, are you serious? Great. Finally I don't have to attend this crappy training every day. The day after tomorrow is the day for you and Luoquan to participate in the final selection. You have to leave tomorrow. Hearing this, Zenitsu's hand, which he had just excitedly waved, stopped in mid-air. The final selection. Grandpa seemed to have said before that it was the selection to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The selection was held on Fujiki Mountain, which was full of demons caught by the Demon Slayer Corps. Grandpa, Luoquan and I can't pass the selection. We will both die. Luoquan has never been trained, so he will definitely fail the selection. The old man glanced at Luoquan after hearing this. If Luoquan can't pass the final selection, then no one can pass the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 6. The next day, Zenitsu and Rakugawa left Momoyama under the old man's gaze, looking desperate. Luoquan, are we really going to participate in the selection? ZENITSU followed Luoquan and kept muttering. Neither he nor Luoquan had learned the breathing of thunder. What if they met a stronger ghost in the selection? Otherwise, what? Run away secretly to another place. Luoquan said lightly. ZENITSU would run away during normal training, but he would definitely not run away during a selection like this. After all, participating in the selection is the old man's expectation of him. Although ZENITSU is timid and cries a little, he still knows his limits in such matters. Sure enough, ZENITSU lowered his head for a while, then shook his head silently. Grandpa paid off his huge debts for him, and was the only person close to him besides Luoquan. He didn't want to disappoint his grandfather's expectations. The two of them rushed for nearly a day. Finally arrived at their destination Fujixe Mountain. When Luoquan and ZENITSU arrived at Fujixe Mountain, it was getting dark, and many swordsmen were already standing in the square. The swordsmen kept their distance from each other, and their eyes were alert. ZENITSU already knew what was going to happen to him next, and he was stunned. Luoquan looked at the swordsmen around him with a relaxed look. The selection is actually insignificant to Luoquan. The main thing is that Luoquan can pass after the selection, he will get the Nichiren sword and join the Demon Slayer Corps. Luoquan can kill lower-level demons with an ordinary long sword. But once he encounters a high-level demon, the ordinary long sword will be a little stretched. In order to ensure safety, he still needs to use a specially made Nichiren sword. Secondly, Luoquan's purpose of participating in the selection is to make friends. There are 4 people and 1 demon worth paying attention to in this selection. Tanjiro, Inashuk, Kaneo, Swanya, and the Hand Demon. Tanjiro, as the protagonist of Demon Slayer, has a gentle personality. It is not difficult to make friends with him, and Luoquan is also looking forward to getting something from Tanjiro. However, Tanjiro has not come yet, so he has to wait. As for Inashuk, no one has been seen yet. Kaneo and Swanya will be right in front of him. But one of them only has butterflies on his fingers and his eyes, and the other has a ferocious look. Neither of them looks like someone who can make friends. However, not being able to make friends does not prevent Luoquan from checking the attributes of the two. Name, Kaneo. Race, human. Realm, Ren. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, flexibility. Skills, flower breathing type 2, Imperial Shadow Plum, mastered, type 4, red flower clothes, mastered, type V, fruitless peony, mastered, type 6, vortex peach, mastered, type End, red eyes on the other shore, beginner. Name, Fuzugawa Jinya. Race, human. Realm, GUI. Comprehension, low. Qualification, low. Talent, ghost. Skill, shotgun, mastery. Xianmi's attributes are not much different from those of the surrounding swordsmen. There are even many swordsmen whose qualifications or understanding are still average. But Xianmi has an outrageous talent ghost transformation. By swallowing ghosts at the same time, he can obtain the ghost's regeneration ability and power, and can also use the ghost's blood ghost art. Demonization. Although powerful, Luoquan is not tempted. Because Luoquan cannot accept the fact that he can devour ghosts. And Luoquan just wants to learn blood demon arts and make friends with ghosts. If they are not willing, then Luoquan will force them to make friends. Speaking of making friends with ghosts, Luoquan thought of the most special ghost in Fujixe Mountain, the Hand Ghost. It is also one of the targets of his friend. He is very curious about how blood demon arts can be used on humans. After a while, a steady sound of footsteps came from the back steps. Luoquan turned his head and looked. Tanjiro Kamato was walking forward while looking at the swordsmen around him. Name, Tanjiro Kamato. Race, human. Realm, GUI. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, Superior. Talents, Thread of Gap, Headbutt. Skills, Water Breathing, Type 1, Water Surface Slash, Mastered, Type 2, Water Wheel, Mastered, Type 3, Flowing Dance, Mastered, Type 4, Striking Tide, Mastered, Type 5, Dry Heavens Merciful Rain, Mastered, Type 6, Twisting Vortex, Mastered, Type 7, Shizuka Wave Ripple Strike, Mastered, Type 8, Takitsubo, Mastered, Type 9, Water Flowing Foam, Mastered, Type 10, Life Flowing, Beginner, Transparent World, Incomplete, Beginner. As expected of Tanjiro, he has learned all 10 forms of water breathing. Wait, Transparent World? Incomplete? Is Tanjiro going back to the Transparent World now? Didn't he use it when he was fighting against Upper Rank 3, Kitakata Akeza? Was it then that he fully understood the Transparent World? Noticing Luoquan's gaze, Tanjiro looked at Luoquan in confusion. Luoquan smiled slightly. Just based on this attribute panel, he was determined to make Tanjiro his friend. Seeing Luoquan smiling at him, Tanjiro smiled back. At this time, 2 little girls, Yubayashiki Hina and Yubayashiki Hinamai, appeared in front of the wisteria tree. The 2 girls first said in synchronized voices. Thank you all for coming to the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. Then Hikaru and Hina took turns to talk about the requirements for passing the selection. That is, surviving for 7 days on Fujisaki Mountain where demons exist. After the 2 kids finished speaking, they bowed to everyone and slowly retreated. After hearing the requirements, the swordsmen present walked up the mountain one after another. Tanjiro was no exception. Luoquan saw Tanjiro's movements and walked forward. The target is online, it's time to act. Leaving ZENITSU who was still in a daze, Luoquan stopped Tanjiro. Seeing someone stopping him, Tanjiro paused. My name is Luoquan, can we be friends? Looking at the handsome Luoquan in front of him, Tanjiro was stunned. Make friends? Staring at Luoquan, Tanjiro's nose moved. The other party was very happy, and the smile on his face was not fake, but for himself. After making a judgment, Tanjiro immediately shook the hand that Luoquan extended. Sure, my name is Tanjiro Kamatu, please give me your guidance. Ding! Successfully added Tanjiro Kamatu as a friend. The intimacy between Tanjiro Kamatu and the host is detected as first acquaintance. Get a random reward. Gain talent, the gap. Do you choose to merge now? No. Hearing the system reward, Luo Chuan's smile widened. Very good, one of the goals of participating in the selection has been achieved. If everyone else is as easy to fool as Tanjiro, he will be able to twist off Musen's head and kick it like a ball in no time. Tanjiro, come on. You will definitely pass the selection. Luoquan encouraged Tanjiro. Tanjiro nodded heavily. Mr. Luoquan is such a nice guy. Chapter 7. After saying goodbye to Tanjiro, Luoquan looked at ZENITSU who was still in a daze. Luoquan walked forward, grabbed ZENITSU by the back of his collar and walked towards Fujiki Mountain. Feeling that he was getting closer and closer to Fujiki Mountain full of ghosts. ZENITSU suddenly woke up and stretched out his hands to start flapping his arms. Luoquan, what are you doing? Don't be anxious. Luoquan, please don't go forward. There really is a ghost ahead. What if we get eaten? As ZENITSU spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was afraid that his movements would attract the ghost. Luoquan blocked out ZENITSU's voice and looked at the surrounding environment. There were tall trees everywhere, and the branches crisscrossed and made the already dim environment even darker. After walking forward, Luoquan's steps paused. ZENITSU's crying behind him also stopped. The whole person froze in place as if he had been cast with a spell. There is movement, Luoquan over there, the movement over there is very harsh. ZENITSU sniffed and pointed at the dark forest in front of Luoquan's right. Luoquan turned sideways. He had Zenitsu's talent, so he naturally heard that sound for Luo Chuan. This was his first time seeing a ghost, so he was somewhat curious. The ghost that came out of the dense forest was a skinny one. Its blood-red eyes bulged slightly, and there was a long row of white bone spurs on the side of its arms. Bone ghost. Race, ghost. Realm, Gui. Perception, poor. Qualification, low. Talent, none. Skills, pounce, master, bite, master. I'm so lucky to meet two little ghosts at once. I'm sure I'll be full this time. The bone ghost looked at Luoquan and Zenitsu, licked his lips with his forearm-length tongue and said. After Luoquan read the bone ghost's information, his original interest was instantly consumed. It's okay to make friends with ghosts, but forget about ghosts like this. There is no attribute on the body that I need. Seeing Luo Chuan's expression, the bone ghost's eyebrows, which were almost non-existent, slightly wrinkled. What's the expression on this little ghost's face? Disdain or disdain? Shouldn't a normal person's face be full of fear and panic when seeing him? What kind of reaction is this? The somewhat embarrassed bone ghost clenched his fists, and the bone spurs on his arms bulged out a little more. Run, Luoquan, he's coming. Zenitsu subconsciously wanted to pull Luoquan and run quickly. He knew Luoquan's physical fitness very well. He had difficulty doing even basic training, let alone the formal training later. But as soon as he pulled Luoquan's arm, he found that Luoquan was like a statue, motionless. Zenitsu didn't have time to wonder why Luoquan's arm was so hard and so strong that he couldn't move it no matter how hard he pulled. He took a step forward and blocked Luoquan behind him. Drawing out the long sword at his waist, Zenitsu stared at the bone ghost and swallowed his saliva. No, no, I can't go. If Luoquan leaves, something bad will happen to him. Seeing Zenitsu who was trembling with nervousness in front of him, Luoquan raised the corners of his mouth. Zenitsu did not faint directly, but stood in front of him. Luoquan was inexplicably moved. The bone ghost saw that Zenitsu was trembling with the knife, and his expression became more and more disdainful. Such a miserable swordsman, the Demon Slayer Corps was sent to Fujiki Mountain, isn't it just to supplement their food? The bone ghost licked the bone spur gently with his long tongue. Then, his body moved suddenly. The approach of the bone ghost made Zenitsu's breathing unconsciously accelerate. The flashing tip of the knife moved with the bone ghost. Don't be nervous, Grandpa said. Before Zenitsu could finish his thoughts, the bone ghost was about to pounce on his face. Looking at the bone ghost with its upper body naked and its long, smelly tongue exposed, Zenitsu's mind went blank, but the figure standing in front of Luoquan never wavered. At this moment, zang! A golden electric light flashed in the dense forest. The light flashed and disappeared. Then, Zenitsu saw the bone ghost in front of him split in two from the neck. It fell in front of him. Because it was killed in a moment, the body of the bone ghost took 2 steps forward before falling. The head rolled forward and stopped at Zenitsu's feet. Zenitsu stared at the head of the bone ghost in a daze. What happened to the ghost? Dead? Was that the sound of a sword being unsheathed? The source of the sound seemed to be behind him. Zenitsu turned his head mechanically, looking at Luoquan who slowly put the long sword back into the scabbard, his mouth a little dry. The person who just drew the sword was Luoquan? How could it be? Didn't Luoquan even fail the basic training? But what about that knife just now? He was not familiar with other forms of thunder breathing, but the first form was like imprinted in his mind. The knife that Luoquan just used was clearly the first form of thunder breathing. He had only seen such proficiency in his grandfather. When did Luoquan become so strong? Luoquan, you. Zenitsu was speechless for a moment. When Luoquan was in Momoyama, he played more of a logistical role. Except for the period when he first came to Momoyama, Luoquan hardly trained. He just exercised in the yard every day and took care of him. He could see Luoquan's desire for thunder breathing and to become stronger. But due to his natural physique, he really couldn't learn it. So every time he trained with his grandfather, he subconsciously felt that he was training with Luoquan. But now, something seems to be wrong. Luoquan's strength seems to be stronger than his? During the 2 days I went down Doshan, I suddenly realized and learned the breathing of thunder. He learned the breath of thunder in just 2 days. ZENITSU was stunned. He had been training for a year, and every day was like living in hell. Even so, he hadn't learned the breath of thunder, but Luoquan learned it in just 2 days? Is enlightenment so powerful? After being surprised, ZENITSU hugged Luoquan. You said you were so powerful. I was scared to death, I almost thought we were going to die here. Seeing the golden hair in front of him, Luoquan was a little surprised. He thought that his strength would disappoint ZENITSU and make him think too much. But ZENITSU seemed to be more happy because Luoquan had such strong strength. After dealing with the bone ghost, Luoquan and ZENITSU walked deeper into the forest. On the way, they encountered several ghosts one after another. It was these ghosts that made ZENITSU have a deeper understanding of Luoquan's strength. One knife, all ghosts were solved with one knife. Luoquan killed these ghosts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The flash of the knife was so fast that ZENITSU could not catch its trajectory. Luoquan is really strong now. Stronger than senior brother Yeyu. Shanyi, I'll take a break, you help me keep watch. Me? Okay, okay. ZENITSU was stunned, with an uneasy look on his face, but he still agreed. If he was asked to guard, if a ghost came, he doubted whether he could really guard it. But he couldn't really follow Luoquan like a burden, right? No, he had to be useful. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Luoquan didn't actually need to rest. Dealing with those ghosts was no different from killing a few ants. He just found an excuse to integrate Tanjiro's talent. Then rely on Tanjiro's talent to find the hand ghost. Do you choose to fuse the talent now, Thread of Gap? Yes. Chapter 8. An ethereal energy rose from his body. It was as thin as a silk thread, yet as tough as a thread, gradually extending in his perception. In an instant, Luoquan felt that his sense of smell was amplified countless times. The barely perceptible smell in the air became unusually prominent, like brightly colored lines. It weaved into a huge network in his consciousness. The breath of ZENITSU, the stench of ghosts, and even the fragrance of the surrounding grass and trees. All of them revealed clues in this network. Luoquan's consciousness wandered along these lines. He began to understand and distinguish the meaning of these smells. Each smell is connected to a certain emotion. Some are fear, some are anger, and some are surprise. The fusion process is still going on. Luoquan can clearly feel that his brain's understanding and reaction to smells are rapidly improving. In this process, he seemed to be able to hear the faint sound in every clue. This is an experience he has never had before. After the fusion is over, Luoquan opened his eyes again. The environment in front of him is the same as before, but in Luoquan's eyes, the world seems to have a new look. His eyes are no longer filled with colorful colors, but also with smells of different emotions. The gap line gives him not only a talent, but also a new cognitive perspective. Before Luoquan can adapt, a foul smell floated into his nose. Luoquan wrinkled his nose. If it was before, Luoquan had to get closer to smell the stench of ghosts. Now the sense of smell is suddenly amplified, and the stench rushes into his nose, even he can't stand it. A grey black-skinned crawling ghost jumped out from behind the tree on the left. As soon as the crawling ghost showed its figure, a golden light lit up in the night. That is, my body. The head of the crawling ghost flipped in the air, and when he saw his very familiar body, a thought flashed through his mind. This was also his last thought. Then, he completely lost consciousness. The foul smell dissipated, replaced by a sweet fragrance. Luoquan looked over and saw Kaneo appeared behind the crawling ghost, looking at him quietly, with the long knife in his hand not yet retracted. Kaneo's eyes were a little surprised. The strength of this crawling ghost was average, but its speed was not bad. She had been chasing the crawling ghost for a while, but there was nothing she could do. But in front of this person, he easily killed the crawling ghost with just one knife? Luoquan smiled at Kaneo. He really couldn't stand it just now. After smelling the stench of the ghost, he killed the crawling ghost with one sword. He didn't expect that it was Kaneo who was chasing the crawling ghost. Kaneo smiled when he saw Luoquan, and there was no expression on his face. He turned his head woodenly and jumped in the other direction of the dense forest. Luoquan shrugged his shoulders. It was still difficult to approach Kaneo with his current personality. Now, it's time to go to Tanjiro. Luoquan's nose moved. When he started to stop Tanjiro, Luoquan deliberately remembered Tanjiro's smell. Now with the strengthening of the gap line, Luoquan is more sensitive to this smell. After a moment, Luoquan turned around and ran in the opposite direction of Kaneo. Tanjiro's breath over there is even stronger. Luoquan, where are we going? Seeing Luoquan suddenly move, Shanyi asked with some confusion. Make friends. Tanjiro's biggest opponent in Fujiki Mountain this time is the Hand Ghost. Luoquan did not go there to help Tanjiro. He wanted to see what was so special about the Hand Ghost as the most powerful ghost on Fujiki Mountain. Is it worth making friends with him? Luoquan's figure kept jumping in the dense forest. Tanjiro's smell became clearer and clearer. In addition, there was a strong stench that merged with Tanjiro's smell. This stench was more pungent than the stench of the bone ghost and the crawling ghost that Luoquan encountered before. Has it started yet? Luo Chuan tried to hold back the nausea that made his stomach churn and moved closer. Bang! As soon as Luoquan arrived at the scene, he saw Tanjiro knocking away the Hand Ghost's long outstretched hand with a headbutt. This scene made Luoquan rub his forehead. It is indeed a natural skill. This thing really cannot be learned. That's the last swordsman? He's so powerful. ZENITSU opened his eyes wide as he watched Tanjiro fight the Hand Ghost. The stench coming from the Hand Ghost was completely different from the previous ghosts. But the man in front of him could fight back and forth with him, so his strength must be strong. Hand Ghost. Race, Ghost. Realm, Ren. Comprehension, low. Qualification, low. Talent, none. Skills, wrist flick, mastery, hand cannon, mastery. Luoquan stood on a tree not far away, with a slightly disappointed expression. The ability of the Hand Ghost is not Blood Ghost art, but the ability that evolved after becoming a ghost. This is not what Luoquan wants. Blood Ghost art requires a ghost to use, but Luoquan has a friend system. As long as you become Luoquan's friend and obtain the Blood Ghost art, then Luoquan can use the Blood Ghost art. But unfortunately, the ability of the Hand Ghost is limited to the control and regeneration of the opponent, and there is no unique Blood Ghost art. Then there is no need to make friends. Now rashly appearing to make friends with the Hand Ghost, not to mention that you can't get anything. It will also cause Tanjiro's speculation, and the gain will outweigh the loss. All in. Water breathing, Type 1. Water surface slash. With Tanjiro's last shout, the long sword with a water blue wave successfully chopped off the head of the Hand Ghost. The dead Hand Ghost's body began to disappear. Seeing Tanjiro put the Hand Ghost's hand that was about to turn into ashes on his forehead, Luoquan smacked his lips. Although he knew that Tanjiro was very gentle, he still sighed when he saw Tanjiro's actions. Tanjiro used the card to save the soul, and the ghosts who had been killed all said it was good. Seeing the death of the Hand Ghost, Luoquan no longer had the interest to stay. Go. Shan Yi was puzzled. Didn't he say friends? Why are you leaving? Seeing Luoquan walking away, ZENITSU ignored the doubts in his heart and hurriedly followed him. As soon as Luoquan disappeared, Tanjiro looked over. Just now, that is, Mr. Luoquan's smell. Tanjiro sniffed his nose. There was Luoquan's smell, and there was a more unfamiliar smell. Was he hallucinating? In the following days, Luoquan almost turned Fuji Mountain upside down. Luoquan didn't find a ghost with blood ghost art. But he did find a ghost with talent. Hidden ghost. Race, ghost. Realm, GUI. Comprehension, low. Qualification, low. Talent, concealment, diminish one's own aura and energy fluctuations. Skills, stealth, mastery, silent step, mastery. Yingui couldn't see Luoquan and ZENITSU clearly at first. A flash of lightning came from his direction, and then the scenery in front of Yingui spun. When he regained consciousness, a foot was stepping on his head. Make friends. The ghost bit the ground and stammered, unable to speak. When he heard Luo Chuan's words, his eyes froze. Making friends. Is this how making friends should be done? Stepping on his head and asking him if he wants to make friends? When Yingui was still thinking, Luo Chuan suddenly grabbed his head. If you don't hand it over, you will die. Looking at the smiling face in front of him, Yingui swallowed his saliva and nodded. Ding! Successfully added Hidden Ghost as a friend. It is detected that the host and the Hidden Ghost are friends at the initial acquaintance level, and a random reward will be obtained. The judgment sound of the system was heard. The long knife in Luoquan's hand also fell. The Hidden Ghost was stunned before his death. Is he a lunatic? Kill him if you hand him over? Kill him if you don't hand him over? Luoquan rubbed his palms as he looked at the information on the panel. He was a little nervous. This Hidden Ghost may be the only ghost with talent on Tengzi Mountain. It is estimated that he has just become a ghost not long ago. Otherwise, with this talent, if he eats a few more people, his strength will not be much weaker than the hand ghost. If this random reward of comprehension, aptitude, or something like that is garbage, the hidden talent will be wasted. Gain talent, stealth. Do you choose to merge now? Yes. Chapter 9. Luoquan did not hesitate this time. ZENITSU was resting, so he was not afraid that he would notice the movement of his fusion. He had been training ZENITSU's abilities for the past 2 nights. Whenever he encountered a ghost, he would let ZENITSU go. At the beginning, ZENITSU would just faint and go directly to the big one, until Luoquan deliberately exposed a flaw to let the ghost attack, and ZENITSU finally changed. The figure who originally only knew how to swing the sword with brute force, turned into a bright lightning and killed the ghost that Luoquan attacked. Although ZENITSU was unable to use the one form because of escaping afterwards, Luoquan was not in a hurry. If you want ZENITSU to completely break through the psychological shadow of his childhood, you can only do it step by step. Forcing it will only make ZENITSU's psychological shadow deeper. The fusion of Hidden was not as violent as that of Gap Thread and Ear of Echo. Instead, it was extremely restrained, like a bottomless pool of water. It quietly flowed through every muscle and every blood vessel of Luoquan. During the process, Luoquan could feel that his presence was gradually weakening. Not only in form, but also the energy fluctuations in his body were quietly changing, as if they were blending into the surrounding air. After the fusion was over, Luoquan's breathing became slow and his heartbeat was so steady that it was almost imperceptible. His body was like a stone hidden in the dark night. Even if someone passed by, they would not notice his presence. Tisk, it's okay, it's better than nothing. Hidden can only dilute the breath, but it's still unrealistic to be truly invisible. But after all, it's a talent, who would complain that they have too many talents? Yubayashiki's mansion. A crow with a purple ribbon around it flew into the mansion. Yubayashiki Yoya, whose face was mostly covered with light purple, was sitting on the stage. Seeing the crow, Yubayashiki Yoya slowly reached out and hugged the crow. Really? A child who has reached the Shin level before participating in the selection. Yubayashiki Yoya was a little surprised when he received the news from the crow. Could it be another child as talented as Mujiro? Yoya thought about it and shook his head. Geniuses like Mujiro are so rare, how could there be so many? But this child is not bad either. Give this child enough time, maybe he can add another pillar level to the Demon Slayer Corps. Recommended by Jigoro? That's really great. Cough cough. But I may not see the day when this child becomes a pillar. Yaya covered his mouth. Even though his body was in pain, his voice was still as gentle as the warm winter sun. In Yaya's arms, the crow rubbed Yaya's hand with its head, looking very happy. 7 days later, Luoquan took ZENITSU back to the place where the selection was originally held. As expected, except for Luoquan, there were still those 5 people. The remaining swordsmen all stayed on Fujiki Mountain forever. Oh my god, I finally got out alive, I almost died in there. ZENITSU stood on the square and sighed. He thought that with the powerful Luoquan as his bodyguard, he could always hide behind. But Luoquan did not give him this opportunity and forced him to face those ugly evil spirits. From the initial trembling, fear and even fainting to gradually being able to deal with ordinary ghosts, ZENITSU suffered a lot. These days in Fujiki Mountain were more difficult for him than the days of training in Momoyama. Welcome back. Yubayashiki Rika and Hina reappeared. After a few words of greeting, the 2 kids started talking about the team uniforms and the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Without waiting for the 2 kids to finish, Xianmi said impatiently, "Where's the sword? Where's my sword? Can't it be faster?" The 2 kids ignored Xianmi and clapped their hands. Several crows flew down from the sky. From now on, the crow will follow you. The crow is mainly used for communication. Luo Chuan looked at the crow that landed on his shoulder. The crow is about the same size as an ordinary crow, but the color of its feathers is darker. Its eyes are purer black than those of ordinary crows. Stop kidding. I want a knife. Where is the knife? When Luoquan was staring at the crow, an anxious shout broke the silence. Xuanya opened the crow and walked forward to grab Rixiang's hair, asking Rixiang, where is the knife? Where is the knife? Give it to me now. Tanjiro and Luoquan moved at the same time. Kaneo's eyes briefly moved away from the butterfly on her finger. She glanced at Luoquan, who almost teleported to Xuanya's side and seemed to be thinking about something. This speed was as amazing as the speed of killing the reptile that day. Be polite. Luo Chuan said with a smile, holding Xianmi's wrist. Let go of this kid. Otherwise I will break your hand. Tanjiro arrived and looked at Xuanya seriously. Xuanya didn't look at Tanjiro, but looked at Luoquan tightly and swallowed. He slowly loosened his hand. Seeing that Xuanya was persuaded so easily, Tanjiro was stunned. What's going on? No, Tanjiro's nose moved slightly. Afraid? Xuanya is afraid? What is he afraid of? Tanjiro followed Xuanya's gaze. He saw Luoquan slowly smoothing out Hikaru's messed up white hair. Is Xuanya afraid of Mr. Luoquan? Looking at Xuanya, who took a few steps back and still looked at Luoquan with fear in his eyes, Tanjiro was a little confused. Luoquan found that Tanjiro's eyes were slightly. He smiled slightly. During the 7-day selection, he used ZENITSU to kill demons in the last few nights. He practiced during the day, and the originally loosened bottleneck of his realm successfully broke through the Gen level on the 3rd day. He is 3 levels higher than Xianmi, even if Luo Chuan doesn't use much strength. There is still a big gap in strength between the two. But Luo Chuan was also a little strange. Didn't he just use a little strength? Why was Xianmi's reaction so big? Xianmi didn't say much, but looked at Luo Chuan in fear. He has eaten demons, and because of this, his intuition is particularly accurate. He is very sure that Luo Chuan's surface strength is definitely less than 1/10 of his internal strength. Moreover, not only that, the gleam in this person's eyes just now contained murderous intent. Chapter 10. Xianmi, who had seen Luo Chuan's strength, did not dare to do it again. He stood aside angrily, the anxiety in his eyes could not be concealed. Well, now please, swordsman, choose the tamagang from here. Hina said, revealing more than 10 stones behind her. Several people walked up to the table and observed the tamagang on the table. They wanted to see what the difference was between the pieces of tamagang. After all, this was related to their future weapons, so they had to be cautious. When they couldn't make up their minds, Luoquan walked to the table and picked up a piece at random. The others were stunned and looked at the tamagang in Luoquan's hand. It didn't seem to be anything special, as if he just picked up a piece at random. Didn't he have to choose one? Seeing the eyes of several people gathered on him, Luoquan shrugged his shoulders. There are differences between these tamagangs, but the difference is not as big as imagined. As long as one is strong enough, even the Nichiren sword made of the worst tamagang can still kill demons easily. ZENITSU saw after Luoquan confirmed the tamagang, he no longer hesitated and picked up a slightly larger piece of tamagang. After everyone had selected the tamagang, the selection was over. Luoquan and ZENITSU were arranged by the Demon Slayer Corps to live nearby. There are wisteria flowers growing near the residence, and there are members of the Demon Slayer Corps patrolling nearby, so safety issues are guaranteed. ZENITSU arrived at the resting place, and his spirit, which had been tense for a few days, suddenly relaxed. Luoquan rested his head with his hands, thinking about what to do next. Passing the selection means becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then he will take on the task of killing demons. But when Luoquan joined the Demon Slayer Corps, killing demons was secondary, and making friends was the primary task. In daily life and in the process of taking on tasks, Luoquan rarely sees powerful pillars and demons. He can only create opportunities by himself. After the selection is over, Tanjiro will meet Muzan Kibutsuji one after another. There are 2 demons, Muzan and Tamayo. There is no doubt about the strength of Muzan Kibutsuji, and it is definitely the ceiling at this stage. No matter what random rewards you get when making friends with him, they will not be too bad. But while the benefits are extremely high, the risks are also extremely high. Although Luoquan's strength has grown, it is not enough in front of Muzan. If the other party wants to kill him, it will only take a moment. Muzan appeared at that time and wanted to gain the extensive connections of Miss Li's family to collect information on the blue-red spider lily. In order not to expose his identity, Muzan did not kill Tanjiro directly at that time. This is Luoquan's opportunity to make friends. He is sure that Muzan does not want to expose his identity in front of Miss Li again, so he can find a reason to get close to Muzan. Do not fight with him and let Muzan admit his identity as his friend. As for Tamayo, Luoquan is a demon killer for her. I am very interested in this technique. The bewitching blood and visual dream fragrance that can control people, and the bewitching blood and daytime magic fragrance that can reveal secrets are both good skills. However, Tamayo is too vigilant. If you want to make friends with her, you have to go through Tanjiro as a medium. On the 15th day after the selection, Luoquan finally waited for his own sun-wheel sword, and also waited for the first task brought by the crow. A ghost who likes to devour human hearts appeared in the town of Naraku in the north. So far, 13 people have been missing or died because of this. After receiving the task, Luoquan planned to set off as soon as possible. Although the daily practice these days has stabilized the realm and the strength has improved a lot. But it is too boring. Picking up the brand new golden sun wheel sword, Luoquan looked at ZENITSU, who had a numb face. ZENITSU also received the task of Naraku town, and he had to face that group of evil spirits again. Numb, it's really numb. When Luoquan and ZENITSU arrived at Naraku town, it was nightfall. As the sky darkened, the people in the town began to speed up their pace subconsciously, as if staying outside was very dangerous. Soon, Luoquan and ZENITSU were the only ones left on the street. Luoquan, where can we find ghosts? Shan Yi asked nervously. The streets were terribly quiet at this time. He always felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't speak. Go forward and wait for him to come out. The gap line has a distance limit. Naraku town is not small. It is not easy to find the ghost without taking action. Time passed by, and Luoquan's nose moved suddenly. His figure flashed and he ran towards the dim alley. What? Before Shan Yi could react, Luo Chuan disappeared. Xin level ghost. Luoquan murmured uncertainly. The smell from this ghost was even stronger than that of the hand ghost, and the pungent fishy smell made Luoquan frown. The fishy smell spread in the air into an invisible line. Luoquan turned several intersections and finally stopped in front of a courtyard. The smell of the ghost was spreading from inside. Before Luoquan could make any move, screams suddenly came from the garden. Luoquan jumped into the yard and saw a man crawling out in panic. Behind him was an old woman with bright red lips. The old woman slowly approached the man and forced the man into a dead end. The man was terrified and wanted to ask for help, but he opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound. Luoquan looked at the old woman. If it weren't for the fishy smell coming from the old woman, Luoquan really didn't see the difference between this old woman and a normal person. Food ghost. Race, ghost. Level, sin. Comprehension, low. Qualification, medium. Talent, none. Skills, blood demon art eating sound, mastery, blood demon art murder, mastery, sound blade, mastery, breath control, mastery. It really is a sin level ghost. It seems that Yubayashiki Yoya should know about his own affairs. Otherwise, the first task would not be a sin level ghost. But it doesn't matter. Luoquan has also been looking for a ghost with blood demon arts. When the man saw the old woman approaching him and he had no way to retreat and was in despair, he saw the old woman suddenly turn her head. Before the old woman's head turned completely, a golden light flashed in front of the man. The golden light directly blasted the old woman against the wall, blasting a big hole. The strange thing is that the wall that collapsed under the bombardment did not make any sound. The whole environment was as if the mute button was pressed. The man was stunned when he saw the old woman being blown away, and then he found a figure in front of him. The figure held a long knife in one hand, and his hair was dancing. Luoquan was afraid that he would be killed by the old woman with one knife, so he didn't even take off the scabbard. The old woman climbed up from the stone with difficulty and looked at Luoquan with resentment. He raised his hand and waved, and an invisible air wave rushed towards Luoquan. You still don't give up? Luo Chuan muttered. Then the man saw a dazzling golden arc of light burst out around the figure in front of him. As soon as the golden arc of light moved, the man's hearing, which had disappeared, returned. This time, there was not only the sound that was not heard before, but also a violent bombardment. The man looked in the direction of the sound and saw Luo Chuan holding the old woman in front of him. The old woman was in a miserable state, with burnt scars all over her body, and her hands drooped weakly on both sides. Old woman, how about making friends? Luo Chuan poked the old woman with his scabbard. Chapter 11. The old woman looked at Luo Chuan with horror. Although she was surprised at why Luo Chuan wanted to make friends with a ghost, she had no right to disagree. The sense of crisis that she could die at any time made the old woman nod her head repeatedly. The strength of the man in front of her was too terrifying. She almost played all her cards but couldn't stop the power of this man's knife. Ding! Successfully added food ghost as a friend. The host and the friend of Shi Yin are detected to be at the first acquaintance, and a reward is obtained randomly. Skills acquired, blood demon art, sound eating, mastered. Do you choose to merge now? No. After getting what she wanted, there was no need for the old woman to live. The man at the side felt weak at the sight of Luoquan wanting to make friends with ghosts. He had just stepped into a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Would this young man also want to kill him? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the man saw the old woman's head fall off. The moment the old woman nodded, the head fell off. The man didn't even see how the head fell off. Was it him who did it? The man looked at Luoquan with a dazed mind. But wasn't the man's knife always in the scabbard? Luoquan. Wait a minute, ZENITSU, who had just caught up, looked at the ruins on the ground and the Odashiga key in Luoquan's hand that turned into ashes and gradually disappeared. His voice was a little dry. All this was done by Luoquan. Didn't he just miss a while? What did he miss? Was Luoquan's strength too strong? Luoquan glanced at ZENITSU, then sniffed the air around him. After confirming that there were no other ghosts, he walked towards ZENITSU. Let's go, the mission is over. Shan Yi looked at the figure passing by him in confusion. Mission over? He didn't even see who the target of the mission was. The mission is over? Luo Chuan is looking forward to the effect of the first blood demon technique he has obtained. He rushes back to the nearest branch of the Demon Slayer Corps in Naraku town. He sits on the ground and opens the system panel. Whether to choose fusion skills, blood demon art food sound, mastery. Yes. The first thing that flowed into Luoquan's body was a strange message about eating sound. Blood demon art eating sound is a skill that devours the sounds that can be heard around the user to enhance one's own abilities. The higher the realm and proficiency, the more sounds are devoured, and the stronger the blessing energy fed back is. After digesting the information and use of eating sound, a strange wave slowly seeped into Luoquan's body. Like the melting snow in winter, it silently nourishes the dry land. Through the gifted echo ear, Luoquan can feel that he seems to be in a mysterious symphony with the sounds around him. These sounds, from the insignificant chirping of insects to the echo of the starry sky above his head, all of them stirred ripples in the depths of Luoquan's heart. Then Luoquan felt that his heart began to change. It was no longer a physical heart, but a metronome of blood demon art eating sound. Every beat was absorbing the surrounding sound waves and converting them into a force. These forces were restless in his body, with a deafening rhythm. Luoquan looked at his palm, and the power filled in his hand was terrifyingly strong. Originally, the power fed back by the food sound was not so great. But Luoquan has the ear of echo, which can hear tiny sounds that ordinary people cannot hear. The more sounds he hears, the greater the feedback force. The two complement each other, and Luoquan feels that even if a ghost of his own level stands in front of him, he can kill it. After feeling the blessing of the food sound for a while, Luoquan turned off the food sound skill and observed his own changes. There is no problem with any part of the body, and there is no sign of ghostification. It seems that through the empowerment of the system, the requirements for the use of blood ghost arts have been changed. It is not limited to ghosts, and there will be no ghostification when using skills. In this way, he will not have to worry too much when he displays the ability of blood ghost arts in the future. With the precedent of the food sound ghost, Luoquan is looking forward to the next task more and more. At dawn the next morning, the crow fell from the sky with a scream. Southwest. Zhao Shan town needs support. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hearing the sound of the crow, the sparrow above ZENITSU's head also chirped. What are you talking about? ZENITSU and Majel looked at each other in the eye. Why are other people's crows able to speak human language, but his can only chirp? At night, in Zhao Shan town, the three ghost swordsmen and ZENITSU stood in the middle of the street in a daze, looking at the figure standing up next to Ricky not far away, their heads feeling a little dizzy. Where did this monster come from? Didn't they say that the newcomer had just passed the selection? Can a newcomer kill a nearly G-level ghost with one blow? This Ricky has been fighting with them for almost 2 days. Not only is he strong, but his defense is also extremely tough. The Sun Wheel sword only caused a small blood mark on his body. But when this person came over, everything changed. Ricky, who had given them a headache, couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of this person. This was when he didn't pull the sword out of the scabbard. But this person and the blonde boy next to him, when they met them during the day, they clearly smiled and told them that they were newcomers and asked them to take care of them. This, how to take care of it? A ghost swordsman looked at ZENITSU with a stutter. Well. ZENITSU was silent. He knew that Luoquan was strong, but he didn't expect that the Riki, who couldn't be dealt with by 3 Ren level ghost swordsmen, would be so weak under Luoquan, like paper, without any resistance. During the whole battle, ZENITSU never saw the Riki stand up from the ground. Alas, luck won't keep going forever. Luo Chuan shook his head and kicked away the power ghost at his feet. This power ghost also has blood ghost skills, but the random reward is qualifications. A medium qualification is no different from garbage to Luo Chuan. The next mission is Tokyo Asakusa Prefecture. A ghost has been found. Please go check it out. The crow stood on Luoquan's shoulder and shouted. Chirp, chirp, chirp. ZENITSU rolled his eyes at the sparrow. He couldn't understand what the bird was saying anyway, so he just followed Luoquan. Luoquan was stunned. Asakusa Mansion? Isn't that where Tanjiro, Muzan, and Tamayo met? Where is the next mission? This is perfect, so he doesn't have to find an excuse to go to Asakusa. Looking at the sky, Luoquan still has nearly 3 hours to travel to Asakusa Mansion indicated by the crow. ZENITSU, hurry up. Luoquan must arrive at Asakusa House before dark. Make adequate preparations to obtain Muzan's ability. Muzan did not directly attack Tanjiro, who had the Tsugakukoku Yoshiichi earring. As long as Luoquan does not go too far, it should not be difficult for Muzan to admit that he is his friend. After arriving at Asakusa House, Luoquan's first thing was to prepare to investigate Miss Li's background. As long as he finds out who Miss Li's family is connected to, Luoquan can get close to Muzan by pretending to be someone from Miss Li's side. Luoquan, why are we here? ZENITSU pulled his clothes, and the ill-fitting clothes made him uncomfortable. Why did Luoquan come to Asakusa Mansion instead of looking for ghosts? ZENITSU was a little confused by the chaotic voices around him. Chapter 12. When Luo Chuan arrived at Asakusa Prefecture, he took him to change clothes and went into the tavern. Collecting information. Where there are many people, more information can be obtained. Luoquan ordered a cup of ordinary shaku, sat in front of the table, shaking the cup while listening to the conversations of the people around him. The noisy sound is a huge flow of information, and Luoquan needs to constantly sort out and select useful information. However, hard work pays off, and the information about Miss Li is getting clearer in Luoquan's mind. First of all, Miss Li's family is much larger than Luoquan expected. It is also a well-known existence in Asakusa Prefecture. However, Miss Li's husband was killed not long ago. As for the murderer, Luoquan did not hear who it was, but he didn't need to hear it. It must have been done by Muzan. After the death of Miss Li's husband, Muzan approached Miss Li as Yuan and successfully won Miss Li's favor. Now Miss Li is in a state of complete trust in Muzan. Even the little girl born to Miss Li and her late husband calls Muzan Dad. That's right, I've been helping Miss Li find medicinal herbs recently. Luo Chuan turned his head and looked at the crowd. A greasy man with a big belly was showing off to others. But the people around him clearly didn't believe it. How could a family like Miss Li have any connection with them? Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, the fat man was obviously a little anxious. Why would I lie to you? Seriously, they seem to be looking for materials for red spider lily, and the price is very high. At this point, the expressions of the others did not change much, but Luoquan's eyes lit up. A herbal medicine dealer? Has he had dealings with Miss Li's family? Has he never seen Muzan? Isn't this the identity he wants? Luoquan leaned towards the man, listened to the people around him, and got a rough idea of the man's identity. The man's name is Kong Hong, and he is the owner of a herbal medicine shop. Half a month ago, someone from Miss Li's family found him and asked if he had read Spider Lily. Kang Hong's shop didn't have any, but the purchase price offered by Miss Li's family was really high, so he has been looking for it everywhere these days. Searched. All returned in vain. After a long time, Yasuhiro gave up. However, the cooperation with Miss Li's family became his topic of conversation. After finding out the identity of the man, Luoquan did not stay any longer. He went out and began to look for Tanjiro's location. Luoquan had never smelled Musen's scent, and did not know what was special about it. But he remembered Tanjiro's scent. As long as he could find Tanjiro's location, he could find Musen. The crowds in Asakusa Prefecture were bustling at night, without the coolness of Naraku town at night. Luoquan took ZENITSU and kept shuttling through the crowd. After a long time, a familiar smell suddenly floated into his nose. The smell kept shuttling quickly in the streets. Have you gone to find Musen? Thinking, Luoquan approached Tanjiro. When Luoquan and ZENITSU arrived, Tanjiro was riding on the man who was about to turn into a demon. While subduing the man on the ground, Tanjiro looked behind him unwillingly. Following Tanjiro's gaze, Musen's figure was slowly disappearing. Luoquan's nose moved slightly, and then his face froze. Musen's smell was not bad, but there was always a nauseating feeling. ZENITSU, go help! Luoquan said, and chased in the direction of Musen. As the distance between him and Musen shortened, Luoquan's heartbeat began to speed up. Musen's unwillingness to kill and expose his identity was all Luoquan's own theoretical inference. Who knows if Musen will be moody in reality and wave his hand to kill him. Seeing Musen send Miss Li to the carriage, Luoquan breathed a sigh of relief. Now is the best time to go up and get to know her. I don't know if Kang Hong has met Miss Li. If he wants to approach Musen as Kang Hong, then he has to wait until Miss Li leaves. At this time, since there is no identification from Miss Li, Musen will also be a little concerned about Miss Li's existence and will not act easily. Seeing the wheels of the carriage start to roll, Luoquan pretended to be Shan Shan and arrived. Miss Li! Miss Li! Musen turned around when he heard the voice and saw Luoquan, who was bent over and gasping for breath. Seeing the carriage go away, Luoquan sighed with regret and prepared to leave. Musen's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward to stop Luoquan. What do you want to see Miss Li for? Luoquan turned his head and looked at Musen. His throat moved, and the smell was terribly strong at this time. Musen Kibutsuji. Race, Ghost. Realm, Super Column. Comprehension, Super. Qualification, Superior. Talent, None. Skills, Complete Mimicry, Excellent. Blood Curse, Excellent. Thorn Whip, Excellent. Giant Arm, Excellent. 8-tube Whip, Excellent. 5 Brains and 7 Hearts, Excellent. Self-Split, Excellent. Dead Infant Appearance, Excellent. Blood Demon Art Black Blood Thorn, Excellent. Blood Demon Art Wide Area Shock Wave, Excellent. Musen's attribute panel is extremely luxurious. All skills have reached the highest level of proficiency. Apart from qualifications, no matter which reward is randomly given, Luoquan can accept it. But now is not the time to think about this. The key is to fool Musen and make friends with him. You are. My name is Yuan. You are Miss Li's? Luoquan was surprised. Musen nodded, a hint of impatience flashed across his eyes, but he didn't show it on his face. What are you looking for Miss Li for? I heard that Miss Li was looking for Blue Higanbana. I want to find Miss Li to learn about the purchase price. When he heard the words Blue Higanbana, Musen's eyes lit up red. Then he said in a low voice, if you can find it, I will give you as much money as you want. Even during the day, Musen could not overcome the sunlight, so he could only rely on these humans he despised to find. Seriously? Mr. Yuan doesn't seem like someone who would deceive his friends. Luoquan's heartbeat quickened, and he was a little disappointed. Of course, I never lie to my friends. Wuzhen said with a fake smile, his contempt not showing on the surface at all. Friend? No one is qualified to be his friend. Ding! Successfully added Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji and the host's friend is just acquainted, insufficient, and a random reward is obtained. Gain aura, Ghost King's posture. Do you choose to fuse the aura now, Ghost King's appearance? No. Does Muzan have the skill of Demon King's appearance? First acquaintance, inadequate? Isn't first acquaintance the lowest level of friendship? Luo Chuan was full of doubts, but he didn't show it. The things were in hand, and now he had to leave Muzan quickly. That's good. I will do my best to find the whereabouts of the Blue Bianhua. Goodbye first. Luoquan was a little anxious. In Muzan's opinion, Luoquan was eager to find the Blue Bianhua. Someone was willing to help him find it, and the price was just a promise that didn't have to be fulfilled. Muzan was naturally happy. But only Luoquan himself knew what he was anxious about. Chapter 13. After waiting for Muzan to get away from him, Luoquan leaned against the wall and exhaled deeply. This feeling of walking through the gates of hell was too exciting. He used the hidden ghost's talent hidden to dilute his breath almost all the time to prevent Muzan from noticing anything. However, the reward he got this time seemed a little wrong. Pulling out the system panel and looking at the aura to be fused, the Ghost King's posture, Luoquan frowned. Did Muzan have this ability on the panel just now? It is detected that the intimacy between Muzan Kibutsuji and the host is not enough for the first acquaintance, and a special reward will be obtained. Not enough for the first acquaintance? Didn't Muzan just verbally agree? Muzan Kibutsuji did not formally agree, and Muzan Kibutsuji had a strong rejection of the host. Therefore, it is impossible to determine whether the intimacy between the host and the friend is just an acquaintance. In other words, he spent half a day and effort just to get an insignificant skill from Muzan? Ghost King's stance gives the owner an aura of both majesty and elegance. Effect deterrence: the user can influence the enemy's psychology through a powerful aura in battle, reducing the enemy's attack and defense power, double the effect on ghosts. Wait, this aura? It seems that it is not insignificant. Luo Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up at the deterrent effect. Weakening the attack and defense of the ghost, wouldn't that be equivalent to improving his own strength in disguise? Although the damage is not as direct as those skills of Muzan Blood Demon Art, it is not much worse. Do you choose to fuse the aura now, Ghost King's appearance? Yes. As the choice was confirmed, Luo Chuan was stunned. Didn't he confirm the fusion? Why was there no movement at all? No light, no vibration, not even any sound. Fusion successful. Luoquan looked at the prompt on the system panel and closed his eyes. He tried to find the changes brought about by the aura from inside his body. But except for an almost negligible slight feeling, he hardly noticed anything. Then, when Luoquan opened his eyes and was about to give up and prepare to reunite with ZENITSU, he noticed some differences that were not quite the same as before. His standing posture was natural and stable, and his simple body movements were calmer and more powerful than before. This is not just a change in the body, but also a kind of confidence and majesty radiating from the inside out. Luoquan waved his arms lightly, feeling the subtle changes. His movements were silent, but seemed to leave a trace of inexplicable fluctuations in the air. Not bad. Although Luo Chuan still hasn't figured out the specific changes that the aura has brought to him, for now, he feels pretty good. It's time to go find ZENITSU and the others. Luoquan twisted his neck. After finishing with Muzan, it was time to go make friends with Miss Tamayo. Rushing back to the place where Tanjiro rescued people, the crowd had dispersed. Only ZENITSU was left looking around. Seeing Luoquan coming, ZENITSU hurried over. What's wrong? Seeing Shan Yi hesitated, Luo Chuan was a little surprised. Just now, a ghost just appeared, they seem to be helping Tanjiro. Zenitsu looked nervous. Could Tanjiro have something to do with a demon? But this didn't make sense. If Tanjiro was related to a demon, why would he help someone who was about to become a demon? You saw it? No, I heard it. Zenitsu shook his head. He didn't see it, but he heard the two ghosts helping Tanjiro. Where did Tanjiro go? Zenitsu pointed to the street on the left. Following the direction pointed by Zenitsu and the remaining smell of Tanjiro, Luoquan and Zenitsu came to a dead end. Luoquan, why do we? Just as Shan Yi was about to ask Luo Chuan why he had come to a dead end, his eyes suddenly widened. There were sounds coming from the wall in front of him, human voices, and ghost voices. Isn't this a wall? Where did the sound come from? Let's go in. Hearing Zenitsu's words, Luoquan was more certain that this was where Tamayo was hiding. He stretched out his hand and his arm passed through the wall in front of him without any hindrance. Zenitsu stared at Luoquan blankly, and seeing that Luoquan had completely merged into the wall, he hurriedly followed. He had a feeling that Luoquan seemed to have anticipated everything that was happening in front of him. Yoshiro, who was still sitting in the room, suddenly sat up and said with a vigilant look. Someone is coming in. Hearing this, Tamayo's face turned serious. Her identity was too special, and Muzan could not tolerate her. The Demon Slayer Corps also could not accept her because of her identity as a demon. Therefore, no matter which side the person came in, she had to treat him with caution. Mr. Luoquan? And Zenitsu? Tanjiro, who was a little slow to react, suddenly said in surprise. He was very familiar with these two smells, one was Zenitsu who had just helped him, and the other was Mr. Luoquan who left a good impression on him. Do you know each other? Yoshiro looked at Tanjiro with suspicion. Could it be that Tanjiro led the person here? Sensing the suspicious smell of Yoshiro, Tanjiro shook his head repeatedly. No, no, Mr. Luoquan is a good man, and so is Zenitsu. Yoshiro did not believe Tanjiro's words, but looked at Tamayo beside him. Tamayo stared at Tanjiro's clear eyes and hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Yoshiro understood Tamayo's meaning and prepared to go to the yard to bring people over. As soon as he moved, footsteps were heard on the stairs beside him. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the stairwell. The figure held the stairs and smiled at Tanjiro and others and said, Miss Tamayo, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Looking at the handsome face with a faint smile, Yoshiro and Tamayo's pupils shrank suddenly. Is it a human or a ghost? Is it him? The movements are exactly the same as Muzan's. But his breath is obviously that of a human. How can he have the aura of Muzan? Yoshiro's body instinctively tensed up, and his hand subconsciously touched the talisman on his waist. Although he had no intention of using the talisman, this small action had revealed his inner uneasiness and panic. Tamayo took a step back slightly. She was very familiar with this pressure. As a ghost who had been with Muzan, she was more sensitive to this pressure than ordinary people. The aura emanating from Luoquan slowly overlapped with that of Muzan. It was both familiar and strange. It was obviously a pressure that only the Ghost King could have, but now it appeared on a human. Tamayo. Race, Ghost. Realm, Level E. Comprehension, Superior. Qualification, Medium. Talent, None. Skills, Medical Skills, Mastery, Blood Vampire Skills, Bewitching Blood Visual Fantasy Fragrance, Mastery, Bewitching Blood Daytime Magic Fragrance, Mastery, Bewitching Blood Transparent Fragrance, Mastery. Yoshiro. Race, Ghost. Realm, Sin. Comprehension, Medium. Qualification, Medium. Talent, None. Skills, Blood Demon Art, Hidden Eyes, Proficient, Handicraft, Proficient. Chapter 14. Mr. Luoquan. Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. He didn't know how much shock Luoquan's appearance as a Ghost King brought to Tamayo and others, but he felt that Mr. Luoquan's every move was more elegant. Luoquan nodded to Tanjiro. Relax, I have no ill will towards ghosts like Miss Tamayo, I just want to make friends with Miss Tamayo. Tamayo stared at Luoquan without saying anything. Zenitsu on the side looked at Luoquan strangely, as if Luoquan had said the same thing when he killed the ghost before. When the ghost agrees to be friends, it is the moment when the ghost head is separated. Are these two ghosts going to die too? Seeing that Tamayo and Yoshiro were still alert, Luoquan shrugged his shoulders. He probably knew why Tamayo and Yoshiro were alert. However, he had tried his best to restrain the aura of the Ghost King, but the pressure between his every move could not be changed in a short time. It seems that I still need to show some sincerity. After saying this, Luo Chuan held the stairs and tilted his head slightly. Bang! A handball passed by Luo Chuan's ear and hit the wooden house, creating a big hole. After the blast, countless more handballs blasted into the room, but this time the handballs did not cause any damage. Swish! All the handballs that passed Luoquan were split in two and fell to the ground. Looking at the smoothly cut handballs, Tamayo was shocked. So fast! Was it him who made the knife just now? Tamayo glanced at Zenitsu who was still in a state of confusion beside Luoquan, and then turned his gaze back to Luoquan. It was him, no doubt about it. Luoquan turned around slowly, and dealt with these two first before talking to Tamayo about making friends. The handball ghost outside the house sensed that his handball was destroyed, and his eyes condensed. Is there something about the ghost hunter inside? I'm even more excited. What do you think we should do? The handball ghost's smile was somewhat morbid. Be gentle, don't dirty my clothes. The arrow ghost next to him leaned aside with some disdain. In the smoke, a figure slowly walked out of the gap created by the handball. The handball ghost didn't care who the figure was, and excitedly threw the two handballs in his hands again. Zang! Realizing that the handball was destroyed again, the handball ghost sped up the speed of smashing the ball. But without exception, all the balls smashed towards the figure were split in two. The handball ghost narrowed her eyes. How could it be possible? There was no pattern to her handballs. It was a coincidence that the opponent hit her once, but it was not a coincidence that she split her handballs one after another. The arrow ghost also found something wrong, leaning behind the handball ghost, aiming the eye arrow in his hand at the black shadow in the smoke. Handball ghost, Zushimaru. Race, ghost. Realm, sin. Comprehension, medium. Qualification, low. Talent, none. Skills, blood magic handball manipulation, mastery. Arrow ghost, Yabaha. Race, ghost. Realm, sin. Comprehension, low. Qualification, medium. Talent, none. Skills, blood magic red arrow, mastery. Seeing Luoquan's silhouette go from hazy to clear, Zhu Shan and Yabayu's hands suddenly stopped moving. Their mouths moved subconsciously, and the word "sir" almost slipped out. Who is this? How come there is the figure of Lord Muzan on him? No, it's not Lord Muzan, but there are some places that are very similar. It's hard to say which place, but it's very similar. The expressions of the two ghosts changed from the initial arrogance to uncertainty. The look they gave Luoquan revealed a complex emotion mixed with fear and respect. Every movement and every look of Luoquan reminded them of the existence that they feared and respected, Muzan Kibutsuji. Although the eye arrow in Yabayu's hand had been locked on the approaching Luoquan, his inner turmoil had caused his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. Would you like to make friends? The light words made Zhu Shan and Yabayu look stunned. Friends? People making friends with ghosts? Is there something wrong with their ears? Or is the man in front of them crazy? Doesn't he know how tempting a living person is in their eyes? Zhu Shan took a few deep breaths and suddenly smashed the ball in her hand. No matter why this person has the breath of the Ghost King, she only trusts one person as the Ghost King. That is Lord Musen. The man pretending to be Lord Musen must die. The handball was shot out at high speed. Zhu Shan knew from the previous fight that this person had some tricks. It is estimated that the two handballs can't do anything to the opponent, and two more handballs appeared in his hands. When he was about to throw it again, Zhu Shan was stunned. Where is the person? Wasn't he there just now? Zhu Shan subconsciously wanted to find Luoquan's location, but she suddenly found that she couldn't move her head. In addition, a familiar face appeared in front of her. Remember next time, don't interrupt other people's conversations, it's impolite. Looking at the face with a faint smile as always, Zhu Shan's eyes slowly moved down. The body beneath his neck was no longer familiar to him, but a hand stained with blood. Handball. In the room, Tanjiro, who was about to go out to help, was stunned. Is this still the Mr. Luoquan he knew? Looking at Luoquan who was holding the red gauze-marooned head in his hand and whispering, Tanjiro's eyes were a little straight. If he only looked at the head, he might think that a couple in love were whispering their love. But Luoquan's bloody hand ruthlessly shattered all these fantasies. Mr. Luoquan, who usually looks gentle and always has a smile on his face. Is he so cruel and straightforward when killing demons? ZENITSU, who was standing aside, no longer had the shock in his eyes when he first saw Luoquan. But surprise is still inevitable, it seems that so far. No matter what level of demon, it can't survive a single move in Luoquan's hands. The whole process, ZENITSU has seen it many times and is familiar with it. Make friends. The ghost nodded, and the ghost died. Make friends. The ghost refused. After a beating, the ghost nodded and died again. Luo Chuan looked at Zhu Shawan who gradually turned into black smoke and disappeared, turned his head and looked at the arrow ghost and said lightly. Have you thought about it? Luoquan looked down upon the blood demon art of the handball ghost. Throwing the ball was too uncool. The blood demon art of the arrow ghost was quite interesting. Yabayu looked at Luoquan and swallowed hard. Although Zushimera liked to play a little, his strength was there. Lord Musen asked them to come together, which showed that their strengths were not much different. But now, Zushimera is dead. The key point was that he didn't even react to how Zushimera died. He saw Luoquan's figure disappear, and then Zushimera's head was held in Luoquan's hand. If Zushimera was like this, what about his own fate? The oppressive feeling so close made Yabayu's brain short-circuited. But when Luoquan's indifferent eyes swept over him, Yabayu suddenly woke up and said with some stammering. I do, make friends with you. Ding! Successfully added Arrow Ghost, Yabayu is a friend. Arrow Ghost detected, Yabayu and the host's friend have a close relationship, and a random reward is obtained. Acquired the skill Blood Vampire Magic, Red Arrow, Mastery. Do you choose to merge now? No. When ZENITSU saw Yabaha nod in agreement, he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, as expected, Yabaha's head had rolled on the ground for several circles. His face was full of shock. He didn't understand why he was still like this after he agreed to be friends with Luoquan. Is this how you treat your friends? Chapter 15. Luoquan got the blood demon art he wanted, and he was in a good mood. Except for the blood demon art, all other rewards from Yabaha were rubbish for him, so it was not bad luck to win it in one draw. People are in high spirits when they are happy, and Luoquan is no exception. The smile on his face became brighter. But this bright smile made Tamayo and Yoshiro behind him feel like they were facing a great enemy. Yoshiro's eyes had a feeling of being ready to die. Luoquan also talked about making friends with Miss Tamayo just now, but he didn't think it was a big deal at that time. Now it's different, with the previous experience of Zushimaru and Yabaha. Yoshiro has regarded Luoquan as a pervert who kills demons for fun. Tamayo's eyes are the same. Luoquan's ability to easily kill the handball demon and the arrow demon helped her. But at the same time, the strong strength he showed was a potential threat to her. Because until now, she couldn't be sure whether Luoquan was an enemy or a friend. Tamayo's hands hidden in the wide sleeves clenched quietly. This was a special reagent she made to prevent Muzan from discovering her, and she originally wanted to use it as her trump card against Muzan. I didn't expect that it would be used on a person now. Seeing that the handball ghost and the arrow ghost were solved, Tamayo's reaction became more intense. Luoquan was helpless. This was not what he expected. Miss Tamayo, I really just want to make friends with you. Miss Tamayo, don't believe him. He just said the same thing to other ghosts. As soon as Luoquan finished speaking, Yoshiro shouted. You are so special. Luoquan almost lost his composure and chopped at him with his sword. Can other ghosts be the same as Miss Tamayo? Tamayo held Yoshiro's shoulder and looked at Luoquan and said, Mr. Luoquan, thank you for being willing to make friends with a ghost, but the reason I exist is because Muzan is still alive. I have no intention of making enemies with you, please go back. Tamayo is willing to make friends with Tanjiro, because Tanjiro's sister Nezuko is a ghost. And she has also seen Tanjiro's attitude towards people who are about to become ghosts. But Luoquan is different. With such threatening strength, it is impossible to convince her with just words. Miss Tamayo, I know what you are researching. I can help you. Tamayo shook her head. Help her? How? To defeat Muzan, you need to transform Muzan from a demon into a human. This requires Muzan's blood, or even the 12 demon moons who absorb the most Muzan's blood. What can Luoquan do to help her alone? Kill the 12 demon moons? Although Luoquan is strong, he is at most at the same level as the lower strings. As for the upper strings? There are almost 100 pillar-level people who have died in his hands in the past few hundred years, right? How does Luoquan get their blood? Seeing this, Luoquan did not refute and lightly snapped his fingers. Tamayo did not react for a while and opened her mouth to refuse Luoquan's kindness. But at this moment, she suddenly found that she could not hear the sound of her own voice. Tamayo was stunned and looked at Luoquan. Seeing the blood and familiar breath surrounding Luoquan, Tamayo's eyes suddenly widened. This is blood demon art. Luoquan can use blood demon art. How is it possible? Doesn't the prerequisite for using blood demon art be to turn into a ghost? Isn't the Luoquan in front of him a human? Is he a ghost in disguise? As soon as this absurd idea emerged in Tamayo's mind, she shook her head fiercely. Impossible, the breath of a ghost is too easy to identify. If Luoquan is of the same kind as herself, she will definitely be able to detect it at the first time. But, why can Luoquan use blood demon art? Tamayo stared at the blood demon art performed by Luoquan and frowned. She has lived for hundreds of years and has never seen such a situation. A person can actually use blood demon art. Tanjiro and Zenitsu next to him noticed that the expressions of the surrounding situation also changed to varying degrees. Mr. Luoquan is also a ghost? But why doesn't he have the smell of a ghost? Tanjiro was a little confused. His nose was extremely sensitive. No matter how he sniffed Luoquan's scent, he couldn't associate it with a ghost. Zenitsu's eyes were obviously flustered for a moment, and then he leaned towards Luoquan, as if he was afraid that others would attack Luoquan. Regardless of whether Luoquan was a human or a ghost, he only knew that it was Luoquan who had been with him all these years. Even if Luoquan was a ghost, he would stay with Luoquan. Now, Ms. Tamayo, do you think I can help? You, what do you want from me? Tamayo hesitated and asked. This was the first time she had seen someone who could perform blood demon arts. The reagent made from such a person's blood might be the key to defeating Muzan. She had lived for hundreds of years and dreamed of killing Muzan. Now there was a chance. Even if Luoquan had other intentions, she would seize this opportunity at all costs. I said, I just want to make friends with Miss Tamayo, that's all. Tamayo looked at Luoquan steadily, her eyes a little surprised. Just make friends? Doesn't Luoquan know that she wants his blood? No, since the other party knows what she is doing in secret, she must know what she needs. Tamayo can't find a reason to refuse to exchange a verbal friend for Luoquan's blood. I am happy to make friends with Mr. Luoquan. Zhu Shi lowered his hands and bowed. Ding! Successfully added Tamayo as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between Zhu Shi and the host's friend is just acquaintance, and a reward is obtained randomly. Acquired the skill Blood Vampire Magic, Blood of Delusion and Visual Fantasy Fragrance, mastered. Do you want to fuse your skills now? No. Luoquan looked a little disappointed. It was a pity that he didn't draw the Blood of Delusion and White Day Magic Fragrance, which was the highest level of Tamayo's proficiency. However, the Visual Fantasy Fragrance was still within Luoquan's acceptable range. Thinking about it, Luoquan turned his gaze to Yoshiro who was guarding in front of Tamayo. What about you? Are you willing to be my friend? Yoshiro felt Ms. Tamayo's hand on his shoulder and nodded reluctantly. Ding! Successfully added Yoshiro as a friend. It is detected that Yoshiro and the host's friend have a close relationship, and a random reward is obtained. Qualifications: medium. Whether to choose to integrate now. Qualification: medium. Fuck. Luo Chuan's hand holding the knife tightened subconsciously. This kid not only caused trouble for himself, but he didn't even give a good reward. Average qualifications, don't even want a dog. Yoshiro was startled. Did he hear the sound of the knife being unsheathed just now? Miss Tamayo smiled happily when she agreed to make friends, but she drew her knife when I agreed? Okay, this is how we play it, right? Chapter 16. After successfully making friends with Tamayo, Luoquan did not hesitate. He asked Tamayo for a syringe, drew a tube of blood and handed it to Tamayo. His ability to use blood demon arts was entirely empowered by the system, and had nothing to do with him. Therefore, his blood should not be much different from that of ordinary people. It was not a loss to be able to exchange a tube of blood for a mastery-level blood demon art. Tanjiro, you guys talk about the rest, I'm going to take a rest. The follow-up matter is about Nezuko's stay or departure, which has little to do with Luoquan. Luoquan is going to find a place to merge Tamayo and Yabaha's blood demon arts first. Tamayo looked at the blood test bottle in a trance. Luoquan's blood was obtained just like this? The other party really, just to make friends with her? Has she been too vigilant over the years? Or have people become simpler now? Just as Zenitsu was about to catch up with Luoquan, he saw the box next to Tanjiro move. His body tensed up, and he knew it when he just entered the room. There were not 2 ghosts in the room, but 3. The other ghost was in the box behind Tanjiro. Now the box moved, is another ghost about to come out? While Zenitsu was hesitating whether to call Luoquan, the box opened. A small figure stretched out a small hand from the box. Nezuko, wearing a pink kimono, slowly crawled out. Nezuko was still in a shrunken state, and the kimono on her body looked like a child wearing an adult's clothes. White face, big pink eyes, and a big green bamboo tube biting on the side of her mouth. This scene made Zenitsu's eyes go straight. Especially when he saw Nezuko gradually getting bigger. The wavy chestnut hair swayed with Nezuko's movements, and the soft luster combined with the delicate pink bow hair accessories were particularly eye-catching. Like a bright petal dotted among the cherry blossoms in spring. Although the mouth is covered by the bamboo tube, the penetrating eyes are still touching. Seeing this, Zenitsu turned around. Since Luoquan is going to rest, he should not disturb him. Luoquan found an empty room and sat down. Looking at the 2 blood demon arts to be fused on the panel, he was looking forward to it. Do you choose to fuse blood vampire art now, Red Arrow, Mastery? Yes. The operation of the red clean arrow is mainly to attack or push things to move through invisible arrow patterns. Luoquan values its invisible ability. This unexpected attack has a great impact on the battle situation. Proper use can even determine the success or failure of the battle. Information about the red clean arrow and how to use it flooded into his mind. Then a familiar wave came from his body, flowing along Luoquan's body, and slowly gathered in Luoquan's hands. The flow of energy made Luoquan's closed eyes tremble. Could it be that he also needs an eyeball to appear in the middle of his palm to control the red clean arrow? If so, the red clean arrow would not be so attractive to him. The majestic energy kept circling between the palms of Luoquan's right hand. Finally, it slowly stopped. The right hand did not have the eye that Luoquan thought of, but became more powerful. At this time, if Luoquan drew his sword to fight again, he would have the confidence to fight even a ghost 2 levels higher than him. The study of this red clean arrow not only gave Luoquan an additional skill. The power of his right hand was almost doubling. Dispersing the power swirling in his right hand, the blood marks on Luoquan's arm slowly faded away. Do you want to fuse the vampire magic blood and visual fantasy fragrance, mastery, now? Yes. Tamayo's blood demon art fusion brings Luoquan another novel feeling. This feeling is not the change in the body and the breathing operation, but a single change to the spirit. In Luoquan's feeling, everything around him became quiet and silent. In this silent space, Tamayo's blood demon art began to appear in an immaterial form. Unlike the fusion of blood demon art and food sound, there is no surging energy. This fusion is more like a fusion of spirit and consciousness, a silent spiritual resonance. Under this resonance, Luoquan can clearly feel that his nerves are touched one by one under the caress of this invisible hand. It seems that there is a weak current flowing in it. Compared with Tamayo's magic fragrance during the day, the effect of visual fantasy fragrance is more direct and clear. It can make incredible colorful patterns appear in the vision of people who smell the fragrance, making them unable to move. As the fusion is gradually completed, Luoquan slowly opened his eyes, and his cold eyes flashed. Originally, he wanted to make more preparations for the next lower string he would meet, make more friends, and then take action. After all, as a former lower string, the drum ghost still has strength. But now, it seems that it is not necessary. Tamayo's control and the blessing of Yuaha's right hand power have greatly improved his current strength. It will not be so difficult to deal with the drum ghost later. The drum ghost of the lower 6 is strong in the control of the room. With Tamayo's blood demon art, as long as he seizes the opportunity and uses illusion to affect the drum ghost so that it cannot change the position of the room, it will not be difficult to kill the drum ghost with one knife. Luoquan calls up his current attribute panel. Host, Luoquan. Race, human. Realm, Ging. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talents, echoing ear, thread of gaps, stealth. Skills, bandage, mastered, thunder breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash, mastered, type 2, rice soul, mastered, type 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder, mastered, type 4, distant thunder, mastered, type 5, heat realm thunder, mastered, type 6, lightning and thunder, mastered, blood demon jutsu, food sound, mastered, blood demon jutsu, red purity arrow, mastered, blood demon jutsu, visual fantasy fragrance, mastered. Aura, Ghost King. Luoquan's current attribute panel is completely different from the panel when he first bound the friend system. In less than a month, Luoquan has grown to what he is now, thanks to the help of friends. Luoquan stood up and stretched his body. It was almost dawn outside, and it was estimated that Tamayo and Yoshiro had left. It was time to set off for the next stop. Chapter 17. Luoquan packed up and went out to meet up with ZENITSU and Tanjiro. ZENITSU was pestering Tanjiro to let him carry Nezuko's box. Tanjiro looked embarrassed. Although he knew that ZENITSU and he were both members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he didn't know ZENITSU well. He was really worried about leaving Nezuko to ZENITSU. The embarrassed Tanjiro looked at Luoquan for help. Bang! Luo Chuan was very straightforward and punched ZENITSU in the head. Luoquan, what are you doing? Shan Yi held his head and said with a grin. Luoquan had never beaten him in arm wrestling before, so it didn't matter if he punched him. But now Luoquan's hand strength is ridiculous, and punching him is like hitting his head with a hammer. Girls don't like a boy who keeps pestering them. Luoquan said calmly. ZENITSU was startled by his complaining expression and immediately straightened his body. Nezuko, who was hiding behind Tanjiro, silently glanced at Luoquan. It is detected that the intimacy between Tanjiro Kamado and the host has been raised to friends, and a random reward is obtained. Acquired the skill Water Breathing Type 1, Water / Mastered. Do you want to fuse your skills now? No. Hearing the system's prompt, Luoquan looked at Tanjiro in surprise. Is this considered a true friend? It seems that it is not difficult to increase intimacy. How about catching a few ghosts with blood magic to cultivate intimacy? This way, the probability of getting the reward you want will be a little higher. After thinking about it, Luoquan felt that it was still not very realistic. The reason why the intimacy with Tanjiro can be improved so quickly. On the one hand, it is related to Tanjiro's own personality, and on the other hand, it is because he rescued Tanjiro. The distance between the two has been shortened a lot. But it is difficult to cultivate intimacy with ghosts, because the other party wants to eat Luoquan all the time. Luoquan can suppress their behavior with strength, but Luoquan cannot influence things on the psychological level. Under such a premise, to improve the intimacy with ghosts. Then Luoquan still feels that it is more cost-effective to get to know ghosts for the first time. At dawn, Luoquan and others had just set off when the crows flew over from a distance with their voices on. Southeast-south, southeast-south, the next mission location is southeast-south. Tanjiro, ZENITSU, and Luoquan will execute together. The crow fluttered its wings and called in front of the three people. The sparrow above ZENITSU's head also jumped up and down, as if it had received some order. Seeing this, ZENITSU sighed silently. Luoquan and Tanjiro's crows could convey messages. His own sparrows could only chirp, and he couldn't understand the key content of the chirping. The drum mansion was not far from the Asakusa mansion where Luoquan and others were. After traveling for nearly an hour, Luoquan smelled the unique smell of ghosts. Tanjiro beside him also smelled the smell, and his face darkened slightly. ZENITSU, walk faster, we're almost there. Luoquan reminded him, and his pace began to speed up. ZENITSU paused for a moment. Although he was not as scared of ghosts as he was at the beginning, he was still nervous. Tanjiro looked at Luoquan in surprise. Mr. Luoquan also knew there was a ghost ahead? He relied on his naturally sensitive nose, but what did Mr. Luoquan rely on? Following the smell, the three of them came to a yard. There were two children shivering in the woods in front of the yard. Luoquan pointed to the location of the two children and signaled to Tanjiro. As Tanjiro walked towards the two children, Luoquan looked at the mansion in front of him. At this time, the doors and windows of the mansion were closed, like a sealed ventilated model. Luoquan sniffed, and there was a mixture of human and ghost smells inside. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but the stench that belonged to ghosts didn't seem strong. The strength of the smell is Luoquan's criterion for measuring the strength of a ghost. Judging from the smell Luoquan smelled so far, he seemed to have overestimated the strength of the drum ghost. Luoquan opened the door of the mansion and walked in. It was pitch black inside, and Luoquan moved his nose unconsciously. There were no ghosts around for the time being. The door behind him closed automatically. The sound of the door closing brought Tanjiro and ZENITSU, who were focusing on the brother and sister, back to their senses. Turning their heads, they were shocked to see the closed door of the mansion and the disappeared Luoquan. Luoquan, Mr., went in. Tanjiro immediately couldn't sit still, listening to the description of the brother and sister. There is one or more ghosts in the mansion that have eaten many people. Although Mr. Luoquan is powerful, he might be in danger if he goes in alone. He has to go in to help Mr. Luoquan. Tanjiro glanced at ZENITSU. The brief contact gave him a certain understanding of ZENITSU. Although ZENITSU's aura is strong, he is very timid for some reason. How about letting ZENITSU help him watch Nezuko's box? ZENITSU, I'm going in to help Mr. Luoquan now. I hope you can help me keep an eye on Nezuko. She is very important to me. Tanjiro quickly told ZENITSU his thoughts. ZENITSU is timid and can't even use breathing techniques when seeing a ghost. ZENITSU should agree to his request, right? No, I want to go in. Tanjiro had just finished speaking when ZENITSU shook his head and looked at the mansion with an anxious look. Hearing this, Tanjiro was a little surprised. ZENITSU knew that there was a ghost in the mansion and still wanted to go in? It was not the same as what he showed on the road. However, Tanjiro did not hesitate too much and entrusted Nezuko to the brother and sister. He entered the mansion with ZENITSU. Luoquan kept moving forward along the stench he smelled. This time, the first task of entering the mansion was to add the drum ghost Zionkai as a friend, followed by Inashuk. It was not difficult for both of them to add friends. If Zionkai disagrees, then beat him to death. As for Inashuk, he grew up in the mountains and forests since he was a child, and he believed that the strong are respected. As long as Luoquan shows enough strength, he wants to get his. It shouldn't be difficult to admit it. While Luoquan was still thinking about the goal this time, a soft drum sound rang beside his ears. Luoquan stepped lightly on the wall and landed on the ground with a leap. Standing up straight, Luoquan frowned slightly. It happened again. This was the third time he heard the drum sound. Every time the drum sounded, his position in the room would change. The position of the lower string hibiki would also change. At this time, Tanjiro and the others should have just come in and should not have encountered hibiki. That is to say, the drum sound was not made by hibiki. It was made by the thin blood child. Is he in danger again? Thinking of this, Luoquan had a headache. He was not afraid of encountering hibiki, but was afraid that the child would keep changing the position of the room, making it impossible for him to deal with hibiki head-on. Luoquan suddenly raised his head and stared at the end of the room. There was a smell of ghosts coming from there, but it was not strong. Compared with Zionkai's stench, the smell of this ghost was much lighter. If Luoquan remembered correctly, there were 3 ghosts in the drum mansion. Zionkai, the long-tongued ghost, and the gluttonous ghost. The 3 ghosts fought for the right to enjoy the thin blood child Qing. During the fight, a drum on Zionkai's body was torn off and let Qing get it. Qing was saved by the drum, but the 3 ghosts were still looking for him in the room. At this time, the ghost here in Luoquan should be one of the long-tongued ghost and the gluttonous ghost. Luoquan had just finished thinking when a huge figure slowly walked out of the shadow at the end of the room. The figure was covered with flesh, and there was a short sharp horn in the middle of his forehead. The skin covering his body was full of cracks, like porcelain that was about to break. Chapter 18. Gluttony. Race, Ghost. Realm, Sin. Comprehension, Medium. Qualification, Low. Talent, None. Skills, Blood Magic Gluttony, Mastery. The gluttonous ghost stepped heavily towards Luoquan, and each step caused a slight tremor in the floor of the room. Looking at the motionless Luoquan, a large pool of saliva fell from the corner of the gluttonous ghost's mouth. Although the blood of the man in front of him was not as tempting as the thin blood, it was also a very good ration. As the distance between the man and the ghost shortened, the gluttonous ghost gradually saw Luoquan's face clearly. At the moment of seeing clearly, the gluttonous ghost's calf trembled. This is Master Muzan. No. No, he just looks a bit like Muzan-sama, but he is not the real Muzan-sama. Glutton's mind was still clear, and he reacted quickly. But looking at Luoquan, he was obviously much calmer. The terror of that adult was deeply engraved in their bones. Even if the figure in front of him was only similar to that adult in aura, it was enough to make him hesitate. After the surprise, a strong desire surged in the heart of Glutton. If he has the same aura as that adult, would he increase his strength more by eating him? Thinking of this, Glutton's mouth drooled more. Would you like to be my friend? Luo Chuan looked at the Glutton with his eyes flashing. Although he didn't know what the effect of this blood ghost technique, gluttony, was, he would just do it first. The Glutton was stunned for a moment, then wiped his saliva and said with a smile, yes, of course I am willing. For a food that is about to enter his stomach. This insignificant request will not be cared by the Glutton. He has been daydreaming about the wonderful taste of chewing this tender and delicious flesh in his mouth. Ding! Successfully added gluttony as a friend. The intimacy between the Glutton ghost and the host's friend is detected as the first acquaintance, and a random reward is obtained. Qualifications, lower. Whether to choose to integrate now qualification, low. You fucking bastard! Luo Chuan's face changed. He was given an inferior qualification just for communicating in a nice way? He smiled too much, didn't he? The Glutton heard Luo Chuan's muttering and was a little confused. What happened? Wasn't he smiling and wanting to make friends with him just now? Why did he suddenly turn hostile? Is it because his way of making friends is wrong? Zhang! Before the Glutton had time to think about what went wrong, the crisp sound of the sword being unsheathed made his heart tighten. A sense of crisis from the deepest part of his body surged into his heart. This kid, there is something wrong. As soon as this thought arose, the Glutton found that the figure in front of him suddenly flashed. The moment the figure disappeared, the Glutton heard a calm voice coming from behind him. Thunder breathing type 1, Thunderbolt Flash. Glutton wanted to turn his head back, but at this moment he found that he could no longer control his head. The head with a face full of fat rolled to the ground. Glutton looked at Luoquan who was standing behind him with a look of astonishment. Now he understood why the other party did not move when he saw him appear. It was not that he was scared silly, but that the other party did not regard him as a threat at all. He did not even see how the other party drew his sword, so you can imagine how big the gap between the two is. Luoquan swept past Glutton's body, his eyes were a little confused. With Glutton's strength, he didn't know how he injured Xiang Kai. Could it be that Xiang Kai, who was once the sixth of the lower moon, is not that strong? Yes, although Xiang Kai was once the sixth of the lower moon, he is much worse than the fifth of the lower moon in terms of combat power and performance. It should be that when Muzan deprived him of his number, it affected his strength. Luoquan moved his nose. He wanted to continue to look for Xiang Kai's smell. At this moment, a unique smell rushed into Luoquan's nose. Different from the fishy smell of evil spirits, it is a wild smell of the mountains and forests. In a shock. Luo Chuan had just finished speaking when the compartment on his left was knocked open with a bang. In a shock, wearing a wild boar mask, rushed out. In a shock. Race, human. Realm, Ren. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, none. Skills, Breath of the Beast 1 Fang Piercing Shot, Mastery, Breath of the Beast 2 Fang Slashing, Mastery, 3 Fang Rip with Fangs, Mastery, 4 Fang Shattering Slash, Mastery, 5 Fang Frenzied Rip, Mastery, 6 Fang Uneven Gnawing, Mastery, 7 Fang Spatial Perception, Mastery, 8 Fang Explosive Charge, Mastery, 9 Fang Winding Crack, Mastery, 10 Fang Circular Spinning Fang, Mastery, Predict Danger, Mastery, Flexibility, Mastery. Inashuk looked at the corpse of the glutton in the aisle, and then looked at Luoquan who was standing beside him. Damn it! He was robbed. Inashuk muttered, and then he passed Luoquan and ran quickly into the depths of the room. Luoquan watched Inashuk leave quietly. As expected of someone who grew up alone in the mountains, he not only created the breathing of the beast, but also practiced all forms to mastery. Although such comprehension is as good as Tanjiro and ZENITSU, there should still be some difference. What you can get by making friends with Inashuk is of much higher quality than that of Glutton. But now is not the best time to make friends with Inashuk, and you have to find a good time to show your strength. After straightening his clothes, Luoquan continued to follow the smell in the direction of Xiangkai. Boom! The familiar drum sound rang out again. Luo Chuan was used to it. He suddenly twisted his body in the air. Boom! The drum beats this time were different from the previous ones, and the intervals between the drum beats were much shorter. Has Tanjiro found Qing? This is troublesome. Qing is hiding in a room with her sister. As long as there is movement outside the door, Qing will beat the drum to change his position. In this way, even if he has the ability to force Xiangkai to become his friend, it will be useless if he can't meet Xiangkai. The environment in front of Luoquan changed again and again. When Luoquan was a little numb, the environment in front of him suddenly stabilized. The drum beats were still ringing, but the passage in the room in front of him no longer changed. In the middle of the passage stood a figure whose height was almost touching the ceiling. The figure faced Luoquan sideways and kept beating the drum on his body. The demon of the 6 drums of the lower moon, Hibiki. Race, Ghost. Realm, Gang, Residual. Comprehension, Medium. Qualification, Medium. Talent, None. Skills, Demon Drum, Mastery, Blood Demon Art, Speedy Drumming, Mastery. Seeing Xiangkai's figure, Luo Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. He almost wanted to give up, but the drum sound directly sent Xiangkai to him. Xiangkai noticed the movement around him, paused his attack, and turned to look at Luo Chuan. Chapter 19. Master. Seeing the figure with the upper half of his body covered by the shadow, Xiangkai's body trembled, and he subconsciously knelt down towards Luo Chuan. Xiangkai's crawling figure trembled slightly. How could Master Muzan be here? He was just one step away, just one step away. As long as he swallowed that rare blood, he could return to the 12 demon moons. Regain Master Muzan's blood and recognition. Tanjiro was adapting to the changes in the room and looking for an opportunity when he saw Xiangkai suddenly kneel down and was shocked. What happened? Are you scared? Such a strong smell of fear. Tanjiro has smelled many smells of fear and terror, but none of them were as strong as the one coming from Hibiki at this moment. What was it that made that ghost so scared? Was there any other more powerful ghost in this room? Tanjiro's face was a little solemn. He had a hard time dealing with this ghost. If there was another more powerful one, he might not be able to walk out of this room alive today. Tanjiro moved his nose, trying to smell the scent of another ghost. But that was it. Hearing this, Tanjiro was stunned. Isn't it Mr. Luoquan's smell? The object of this ghost's fear is Mr. Luoquan? Tanjiro sniffed again in disbelief, with a puzzled expression on his face. The smell coming from the direction of the ghost's kneeling is the smell of Mr. Luoquan. Is the ghost really afraid of Mr. Luoquan? Is Mr. Luoquan so strong? Can he make such a powerful ghost afraid? Luoquan walked slowly in front of Xiangkai. He himself did not expect Xiangkai to have such a big reaction. After the gluttonous ghost saw his face clearly, he at least reacted. But Xiangkai didn't even dare to look at his own face. How scared is he? As Luoquan's footsteps approached, Xiangkai's body trembled more and more violently, and he lowered his head even lower. Would you like to be my friend? A voice that was much more childish than the one in his memory of Muzan-sama came into his ears, and the frightened Xiangkai was stunned. This? It's not Muzan-sama's voice. Xiangkai raised his head suddenly and looked at the unfamiliar face in front of him. The expression on his face quickly changed from fear to anger, and he stretched out his hand to slap the drum on his chest. 3 claw-shaped shock waves instantly cut through the wooden board on the ground and attacked Luoquan. Mr. Luoquan, be careful of him. Tanjiro saw that the drum was hitting his chest, and subconsciously opened his mouth to remind Luoquan. After all, he had to figure out the pattern of the drum ghost hitting the drums on different parts of his body after a long time of groping. Mr. Luoquan must be a little uncomfortable because it was his first time to meet such a ghost. But before Tanjiro finished speaking, he saw Luoquan's figure disappear on the spot. The next second, the drum ghost was blown away like a cannonball. Tanjiro stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. So strong, really strong. Not at the same level as me. I was overwhelmed by the dense attack of the drum ghost, let alone an effective attack. But in front of Mr. Luoquan, the drum ghost was like a toy. Are you willing to be my friend now? Xiang Kai fell to the ground, looking at the figure squatting on his chest with horror. How could this person be so fast? In Tanjiro's eyes, Luoquan might have passed through 3 shock waves. But only Xiang Kai himself knew that the figure in front of him had arrived in front of him before the shock wave was formed. Although the distance between the two was not far, this terrifying speed still shocked Xiang Kai. Pigs rush forward! Pigs rush forward! While Luoquan was waiting for Xiang Kai's response, a voice suddenly came from the corridor on the right behind him. As soon as the voice fell, bang! A big hole appeared on the door at the back. Inashuk stood in the passage panting and looked around. Seeing Xiang Kai under Luoquan's feet, he immediately had a target. He lowered his body and rushed towards Luoquan. Luoquan didn't even turn his head and stretched out his right hand to Inashuk. Stop it, we are talking about something. Inashuk, who was still sprinting, didn't understand what Luoquan meant. Then he felt a heavy impact on the left side of his body. Inashuk reacted when the impact touched his skin, but when he was about to twist his body to avoid it, another impact came. The impact carried Inashuk's body straight to the wall of the room. After hitting the wall, the impact on Inashuk's body did not disappear. In this way, Luoquan's red arrow nailed Inashuk to the wall. No matter how Inashuk struggled, his body could not fall from the wall. At this time, Inashuk's eyes finally fell on Luoquan. Is it him? Was this the impact he caused? Feeling the huge pressure on his chest, Inashuk under the hood had a look of surprise. What a weird attack, he didn't even notice the murderous aura, and he was controlled. On the other side, Xiang Kai's mind went blank at Luoquan's feet. This person just used blood demon arts. How is it possible? Did he see it wrong? How could a person use blood demon arts? But the blood energy that permeated this person's body could not be faked. The figure in front of him was indeed using blood demon arts. Could it be that this person in front of him was as terrifying as the upper rank one, Kokushibo-sama? In Hibiki's memory, only Kokushibo-sama could use blood demon arts while using breathing techniques. But even Kokushibo-sama had a clear and visible aura of demons on him. What was going on with this person? Continuing with our previous topic, are you willing to be friends with me? Xiang Kai heard this question again and swallowed his saliva. Yes. Ding! Successfully added former lower 6 drum demon Hibiki Kai as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between the former lower 6 drums of the demon Hibiki Kai and the host's friend is just a acquaintance, and a random reward is obtained. Skill acquired, Ghost Drum, Modified. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill Ghost Drum, Revised, now? No. Not bad, I have gained something. Luoquan clapped his hands and stood up from Xiang Kai. The Ghost Drum should be the drum that Xiang Kai grew. According to the previous experience of fusing the red purity arrow, fusing the Ghost Drum should not make him grow a drum. Instead, he obtained the ability of the Ghost Drum through other means. Seeing Luoquan withdrawing from him, Xiang Kai, who was glad that he had escaped, wanted to sit up. But he was horrified to find that he seemed to have lost control of his body. His head had been separated from his body at some point. Seeing this scene, Inashuk, who was still trying to struggle, stopped. When was it? He had been watching the situation on Luoquan's side just now. When did that man draw his knife? Inashuk stared at Luoquan's figure blankly, and didn't even know when the impact force on his body disappeared. Years of experience in surviving in the mountains and forests told him that this man who could easily control him was very dangerous, very dangerous. Chapter 20. Tanjiro, who had wanted to remind Luoquan to deal with the drum ghost, swallowed his words silently. Mr. Luoquan's knife is as fast as ever. After dealing with Hibiki, Tanjiro led the siblings out of the mansion. Inashuk followed silently at the back, his eyes fixed on Rakukawa's figure, ready to make a move. Although he knew that Rakukawa was very powerful and dangerous, he still wanted to compete with Rakukawa again. This look lasted until he walked out of the mansion. The moment he walked out of the mansion, Inashuk's head suddenly looked at the box containing Nezuko. There was a smell of a ghost in it. Inashuk began to exert force with both hands holding the Nichiren sword, and his body suddenly moved. Seeing Inashuk's posture, Zenitsu opened his hands to block the box. Tanjiro could only worry when he saw this. The injuries on his body restricted his speed, making him react half a beat slower. Rakukawa had anticipated this, stretched out his hand, and swung it to the left. The running Inashuk was hit by the red purity arrow and hit the tree next to him with his sword. "We are your people, don't move." Tanjiro looked at Luoquan gratefully. Inashuk, who was knocked away, didn't care about the ghost in the box at this time. His big blue eyes stared at Luoquan, and a breath of white air came out from the edge of the pig head cover. "I want to duel with you." "Duel? That's boring." Luoquan glanced at Inashuk who was ready to fight and walked towards Zenitsu without looking back. At this stage, Inashuk might be stronger than Tanjiro, mainly in terms of skill proficiency. But if he wants to fight him, he is still far behind. His red arrow alone is enough to make Inashuk drink a pot. "Draw your sword. Why are you just blocking with your body?" Luoquan walked up to Zenitsu and knocked on his head. Others were about to chop him, but he didn't fight back. In the Demon Slayer Corps, you are not allowed to attack your teammates. Seeing Luoquan's helpless expression, Zenitsu scratched his head and said. After saying that, Zenitsu thought of the time when he killed the long-tongued ghost alone in the mansion, and excitedly wanted to tell Luoquan. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zenitsu's pupils suddenly shrank. "Careful, behind." Zenitsu just opened his mouth and found that the monster that launched the attack suddenly flew backwards at a speed far exceeding the speed of the attack. Boom! This time, the sound of Inashuk hitting the tree hurt Zenitsu. "What's wrong?" Luoquan continued to ask calmly, as if he was not the one who knocked Inashuk away. Zenitsu stared at Luoquan blankly. Is Luoquan so powerful now without using a sword? Is there any need to tell him about killing the long-tongued ghost? Never mind, the excitement in Chanyi's eyes faded a lot. Brother Zenitsu killed a long-tongued monster in there. The little boy standing next to him suddenly said. Zenitsu pulled the little boy, but his eyes still unconsciously glanced at Luoquan. "You killed it. The long-tongued ghost must have been killed by Zenitsu." Luoquan wanted to ask whether it was Zenitsu who killed it or Shang Dehao who solved the long-tongued ghost. Zenitsu nodded a little embarrassedly. Seeing Zenitsu's expression, Luoquan was really a little surprised. Since Zenitsu admitted it, it means that Zenitsu killed the long-tongued ghost when he was awake. The strength of the long-tongued ghost should be similar to that of the glutton. Zenitsu was able to kill it alone. Then his strength is not much different from that of Shang Dehao. This is a great improvement. Zenitsu, you are so amazing. Zenitsu's ears can distinguish between humans and ghosts, and naturally he can also distinguish the emotions in other people's words. Hearing Luoquan's sincere praise, Zenitsu's mouth corners could not help but rise slowly. Sure enough, this is also a very amazing thing in Luoquan's eyes. Do you dare to fight me openly? When Zenitsu wanted to share his joy with Luoquan, Inashuk behind him suddenly shouted. While Luoquan was chatting, he attacked Luoquan more than 10 times. But without exception, every time he was about to get close to Luoquan, the invisible impact would directly knock him away. After several attacks, Inashuk's face under the hood began to turn red. A fair duel. Luo Chuan turned around slowly. Yeah, don't use this, something. Inashuk wanted to describe the impact force used by Luoquan, but after thinking for a long time, no suitable word came to his mind. If you want to fight me in an open duel, you must become my friend. Luoquan's eyes flashed, and he looked at Inashuk with ill intent. Friends? Inashuk was stunned and tried to understand the meaning of friends. But obviously, he failed to understand. However, this did not prevent him from agreeing to Luoquan. Okay, I am your friend. Ding! Successfully added Inashuk Hashabira as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between Inashuk Hashabira and the host's friend is just acquaintance, and a random reward is obtained. Acquired the skill Breath of the Beast, 7 Fangs, Spatial Perception, Mastery. Do you want to fuse Breath of the Beast with 7 Fangs, Spatial Perception, Mastery, now? No. Very good, come on. Hearing the system's prompt, Luoquan casually swung the red purity arrow in the air. Not bad, this is the luck he deserves. When Hashabira Inashuk saw the power controlling him disappear, his eyes lit up. He attacked Luoquan with 2 jagged sun blades. The sun blades slashed at Luoquan with the afterglow of the setting sun. Luoquan stood in place, gently placed his left hand on the scabbard, and gently raised his thumb. Zang! With a crisp sound, Inashuk felt a breeze blowing across his face. Then, Inashuk was shocked to find that Luoquan, who should have been some distance away from him, was actually right in front of him. This made Inashuk stop immediately. He crossed the Nichiren swords in his hands and looked at Luoquan vigilantly. This man was so fast. Faster than any beast he had ever seen. He couldn't even see it with the naked eye. If he had reacted a little slower just now, the other party would have only needed to point the knife at him to easily get rid of him. You lose. Luoquan said calmly, and turned around. Inashuk was stunned. He admitted that the opponent was very fast, but he reacted. Why did he lose? When did I lose? Bang! The movement behind him made Inashuk unconsciously turn his head to check the situation. When he saw the situation behind him, Inashuk's unfinished words also stopped. Behind him, a tree that required several people to hug fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. No matter how ignorant Inashuk was, he knew who did it. If Luoquan had drawn his sword against him, would he still be able to survive? The answer was obvious. He didn't think his body could be compared with the hardness of a tree. This man was far superior to him in terms of speed and attack power. The little boy who spoke for ZENITSU's eyes widened. He originally thought that ZENITSU was already very powerful for killing the long-tongued demon. But the strength of the brother in front of him seemed to be beyond description. A tree that several people hugged was easily cut off with one knife. This situation was far beyond his cognition. Chapter 21. Yubayashiki's Residence. Yubayashiki Yoya stroked the feathers of the crow in his arms and listened to the information conveyed by the crow. When he heard that Luoquan easily defeated the former lower 6, Xiang Kai, the movement of his hands paused. How many days have passed? Can Luoquan already kill the former lower 6? This growth rate seems to be no less than that of Muchiro, right? It took Muchiro 2 months to become a pillar, how long will it take for Luoquan? Crow felt the comfortable touch and stopped, looked at Yoya with some grievance and continued to report the situation. Luoquan seemed to use it when fighting Inashuk, blood demon art. The voice of the crow was a little uncertain. After all, it was the first time for him to see a person using blood demon art. Yaya's eyes narrowed and he stared at the crow, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the news. Compared to the fact that people can use blood demon art, Yaya felt that the crow's false report was more credible. But the crow did not explain any more, and his light black pupils looked at Yaya. Vampire magic. Xiaoya nodded. Hearing Xiaoya's affirmation, Yaoya's mind was a little dazed. He would not question Xiaoya's vision. Xiaoya had followed him for so many years and had seen countless ghosts. It was no problem to distinguish the energy fluctuations produced by the ghost using the blood demon art. But why can Luo Chuan use the blood demon art? Is he actually Musan's man? Is he transformed from a demon? Impossible, Luo Chuan can come and go freely on Fujixe mountain covered with wisteria flowers, which is enough to prove that he is a human. Because even Musan can't be so relaxed in a large area of wisteria flowers. But why can Luo Chuan use the blood demon art as a human? Yaoya is now eager to see Luo Chuan with his own eyes. What changes will a person who can use the blood demon art bring to the demon slayer core? On the other side, Luo Chuan and his party followed Xiaoya to the house with the wisteria family crest. After eating a sumptuous meal with Tanjiro and the other two, Luo Chuan asked the old lady for a room alone. The skills gained from the drum mansion this time have not yet been integrated. Luo Chuan plans to use this rest time to integrate all the skills. To be integrated. Skill, Water Breathing Type 1, Water Slash, Mastered. Skill, Ghost Drum, Mastery. Skills, Breath of the Beast, Seven Fangs, Spatial Perception, Mastery. The three skills to be fused on the panel are all the gains of Luoquan's drum mansion this time. As for the low-level qualifications of the glutton ghost, Luoquan simply ignored it. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill now, Water Breathing Type 1, Water Surface Slash, Mastery? Yes. As Luoquan confirmed, a cool energy gathered around Luoquan. This energy seemed to carry a stream of spring water, winding through every inch of Luoquan's skin. It made the original thunder breathing more refreshing and more connected with the divine breath. The entire fusion process of water breathing was gentle, not as painful as the fusion of thunder breathing. After a while, the last information about the first form of water breathing was also integrated into Luoquan's mind. Luoquan held the long sword on his knee. The originally light golden long sword began to change as he used water breathing. A layer of light blue light began to appear on the blade, and the clear blue seemed like a mirror carved from the deep sea. When Luoquan raised the blade, the light spot formed by the blue light became more and more obvious. It was as if the blade was wrapped in a low-level stream of water. As the blade moved, the water light rippled, smearing light ripples. Luoquan stood up and tried to wave the long sword in his hand. The blade passed through, and a blue wave of water gathered in the air. Wherever the blade passed, the water vapor in the air condensed into tiny water droplets and drifted away with the wind. Sure enough, he could use more than one breathing method through the system. As long as he mastered the sudden change of breathing method, even the upper limit of the 12 demon moons would be caught off guard by him. After feeling the changes brought by the water breathing, Luoquan skipped the fusion of the demon drum and directly chose to fuse Inashuk's beast breathing. The fusion of beast breathing and water breathing is completely different. The power brought by breathing is full of wildness and primitiveness, like the call of the forest at night, rough and direct. The fusion process is not gentle, like a wild beast running in Luoquan's body. Every run expands Luoquan's perception to a new limit. He began to feel that every breath he took resonated with the surrounding space. The situation around him passed through the limitations of vision and presented a map into Luoquan's mind. The fusion change of the beast's breathing is mainly to improve perception. The color of the sun wheel sword did not change particularly. But Luo Chuan can now clearly sense the trajectory of the blade cutting through the air, and even the tiny cyclones stirred up by the blade. Such subtle perception allows him to have more precise control over the blade when using thunder breathing. It can also be regarded as a disguised improvement of strength. After getting familiar with the changes brought to his body by water surface slash and space perception, Luo Chuan's eyes fell on the last skill to be integrated, Ghost Drum. Demon Drum, modified change the structure of the room through specific sounds, and the range of room control depends on the strength of the user. Judging from the introduction of the skill alone, Luoquan did not have high expectations. The reason is the skill limitation. It can only be used in the room, and this skill is the same as not having it in other battle scenes. But it is not completely useless. At least when fighting with Musen in the Infinite City, he will not be passive because of Ming Nu's ability. The fusion of the demon drum was unusually smooth, and Luoquan felt almost no discomfort. When the information about the demon drum was completely mastered by Luoquan, Luoquan suddenly felt that his perception of the surrounding space had changed slightly. This change is not as intuitive as the breath of the beast, but more of an intuitive understanding of the spatial structure. Opening his eyes, Luoquan twisted his fingers and rubbed out a crisp snap. This action seems ordinary, but it is the way Luoquan chose to activate the power of the demon drum. Luoquan's consciousness has a subtle connection with the space through the sound of the snap. He clearly felt that the room seemed to have become a part of him. As long as he wanted, he could guide and change the spatial structure in the room through this connection. In order to test whether it was really as he thought, Luoquan snapped his fingers again. At the moment of the snap, an invisible force surged in the room. A corner of the room was slightly deformed according to Luoquan's wishes. The change was not obvious because Luoquan was intentionally controlling his power. If he exerted his full strength, even Xiang Kai in his prime would definitely not be his opponent. Luoquan was quite satisfied with the result in front of him. Although the ability of the ghost drum is very limited in application in battle, it can also bring him unexpected tactical advantages in certain situations. Chapter 22. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Wisteria family. Luo Feng, I want to duel with you. Inashuk pointed at Luoquan and shouted. The veins on Luoquan's forehead jumped. My name is Luoquan. Okay Luoan, I want to duel with you. Hearing another new name, Luo Chuan took a deep breath. Don't be angry, there is no need for him to compete with a fool. During the 3 days of rest and treatment, Inashuk never pronounced his name correctly once. The key is that these names are not repeated. When Luoquan was about to casually send Inashuk away, his ears suddenly moved slightly, and he looked outside the yard. Finally here. During these 3 days, ZENITSU and the other 2 were receiving treatment. He did not receive any tasks and focused on training. With superior aptitude and understanding, and the blessing of full concentration and constant breathing, Luoquan's training speed is visibly fast. It has not been long since he broke through the gang level, and he felt the signs of another breakthrough. He originally wanted to try to see if he could break through to the Yi level before going to the Nanda Spider Mountain. Now that the crow is here, it is estimated that he will not be able to catch up. But it doesn't matter, no matter how fast you practice to improve your strength, it is far from as fast as making friends. On the Nanda Spider Mountain, there is Rui, the 5th of the lower moon, and several demons who have false bonds with Rui. These are Luoquan's targets for making friends. In addition, after finishing the Nanda Spider Mountain, he will be able to see the water pillar and the insect pillar. Although it is very unlikely that the water pillar will make friends with him at first sight, there is still the insect pillar. The insect pillar has a soft personality on the outside but a strong character on the inside, so it should not be difficult to get her to agree to be a verbal friend. Northeast north, northeast north, the direction of the next task is northeast north. 4 of us go together. The familiar sharp voice of the crow came from the sky. Luo Chuan looked up at the crow, his eyes thoughtful. Just to issue tasks? No special instructions for him? Wasn't he obvious enough? No, when he used the blood demon technique, the red purity arrow to teach Inashuk a lesson, the blood energy around him was not hidden at all. If the crow couldn't even see that this was a blood demon technique, it would be a bit too much. At that time, he openly used the blood demon technique, and teaching Inashuk a lesson was secondary. The main purpose was to test Yubiashiki Yoshiya's attitude towards him. But now this attitude means, acknowledge? Or pretend not to know? There is no point in pretending not to know. It is an established fact that Luoquan uses blood demon arts in human form. It is only a matter of time before he knows about this. That is to say, Yubayashiki Yoya has acknowledged his existence. This is not bad. At least Luoquan will not have to worry too much about using blood demon arts in front of the pillars in the future. The four of them said goodbye to the Shido Hana family crest house and headed towards Mount Nadagumo. Along the way, Inashuk clamored to duel with Luoquan. Only when they arrived at the foot of Mount Nadagumo did they calm down a little. Luoquan glanced at ZENITSU, who was not in a very good mood. The current ZENITSU has grown a lot compared to the ZENITSU in the original work. Luoquan did not expect that he could soberly use the first form of thunder breathing to kill the long-tongued demon alone. But this experience alone is not enough to completely change ZENITSU's character. Genji told me that you are the most powerful person he has ever seen. ZENITSU looked up in shock. Genji was the child he protected in the drum mansion. Mr. Luoquan, there is a smell of blood ahead. Tanjiro suddenly said. Perhaps it was because of his strength, or perhaps it was because of Luoquan's inexplicable temperament. Tanjiro always felt at ease following Luoquan, so he would subconsciously ask Luoquan when he encountered a situation. Well, let's go forward. Luoquan nodded. The blood that Tanjiro smelled was most likely from the ghost hunters controlled by the spider ghost who pretended to be Rui's mother. In Nada Spider Mountain, Rui, as the fifth lower string, is the strongest, but the other four spider ghosts are not completely worth making friends with. The spider ghost's mother's blood demon art is to turn people into puppets through spiders. The father's blood demon art is to enhance physical strength and possess extraordinary recovery ability. The brother's blood demon art is to turn the opponent into a spider through toxins. The sister's blood demon art is to use spider silk to wrap the opponent into a cocoon-like dissolving cocoon that melts and kills. Among them, except for the spider ghost's father who is irrational and cannot make normal friends, the other three have a high possibility of making friends. However, Luoquan can't go to them one by one. Making friends with Rui is the real thing. Help me, save me. Luoquan and his four companions had just arrived at the intersection at the foot of the mountain. A swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps was lying on the ground with a face full of fear and wailing. Tanjiro was about to step forward to help up the wailing member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Suddenly, the member of the Demon Slayer Corps stood up in a mechanical state, like a puppet. The moment he stood up, the member of the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly flew back into the dark forest. Luoquan's eyes condensed. He wanted to pull him back at this moment. It was too much of a disrespect to treat him as a human being. Zang! Along with the crisp sound, there were also the cut spider silk and the small spiders on the bodies of the demon slayers. The spider silk flickered a few tiny streams of light in the air. It was these tiny streams of light that made Tanjiro and others react. Tanjiro had no time to sigh at Luoquan's strength. He hurried to rescue the demon slayer who fell to the ground. ZENITSU was alert on the side. Inashuk tilted his pig head and looked at Luoquan. What a fast knife! You can only hear the sound but not see its shadow. It would be fine if the distance was closer and faster, so you can't see the traces clearly. But this place is almost 100 meters away from the screaming person, but he still can't see the traces of Luoquan's knife? How fast does this knife have to be to reach this level? It seems that Luo Ming didn't take his duel seriously during the days of rest, damn it. There are many players inside. The rescued team member pointed at the forest and said in a trembling voice, as if there was something terrifying in the forest. And? Are there a lot of ghosts in there? Tanjiro asked with concern. Luoquan scratched his face. He should have known not to save this team member earlier. It was a waste of time. Luoquan may not be clear about the terrain of Nada Spider Mountain, but he knows all the ghosts in it. What can he get out of asking a team member who has never met him? Fortunately, this team member knew only a limited amount, so Tanjiro ended the questioning without saying a few words. After placing this team member at the foot of the mountain, Luoquan and Tanjiro officially entered Spider Mountain. What a disgusting spider web! Not long after the four of them entered Spider Mountain, ZENITSU pulled off the spider web on his head and complained. I'm so annoyed, so annoyed. 2 streams of white air were exhaled from the nostrils of Inashuk's pig head, and he was obviously very impatient. Luoquan's body was clean. With the triple blessing of the gap line, the echo ear, and the space perception, almost no spider web could escape Luoquan's perception. Chapter 23. Tanjiro, over there. Luoquan raised his chin towards the figure moving carefully in the distance. Now that we have entered Spider Mountain, the most important thing is to find Rui quickly. And the first time Rui appeared was after Tanjiro found the surviving Demon Slayer swordsman Murata. Tanjiro looked in the direction Luoquan pointed. A figure wearing a Demon Slayer uniform came into view. The 4 people approached Murata. Luoquan did not hide the sound of his footsteps, but even so, Murata still did not notice their approach. Feeling Murata's poor strength, Luoquan felt that the death of Santo was somewhat unworthy. Murata and Santo were selected in the same year, and Santo killed all the demons on Fujiki Mountain that year. Except for himself and Shinkomo who died on Fujiki Mountain, all other team members passed the selection. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who passed the selection under such circumstances were of mixed quality. Murata was one of them. When Murata explained to them in fear what happened when they entered Spider Mountain, Luoquan raised his head and looked at the flickering spider silk between the interlaced trees. If I remember correctly, Lei will appear on the spider silk in mid-air soon. Then I will test Lei's strength first, and then build a false bond with him to make friends. Thinking of this, Luoquan felt a little excited and nervous. After all, he has never formally dealt with the lower moon of the 12 demon moons. All estimates of Lei's strength are based on the judgment of Xiang Kai's strength. Xiang Kai's strength is not enough to withstand a single move in Luoquan's hands. So even if Lei's strength is much stronger than Xiang Kai, it must be limited. His own strength is very likely stronger than Lei. As long as he has the initiative, Luoquan has plenty of ways to make Lei and him friends. Over there. They're coming out. Murata suddenly pointed at the figure wandering in the woods and shouted. In addition to the shadow of fear in his eyes, a trace of despair began to spread. He thought that what he had been waiting for was support, but he didn't expect it to be a group of GUI-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. They looked younger than him. There are 12 demon moons in this mountain. What's the use of a few GUI-level swordsmen? Not only can they not help him, but they may also drag him down. I going to die here today? Yes. I should have died long ago. The selection of Fujiki Mountain was not something I could pass by relying on my strength. After thinking about it, Murata exhaled deeply and clenched the long sword in his hand. He had to die with some value, at least let these GUI-level members get out alive. The controlled members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered around. Tanjiro and the other 2 were limited in their attacks. Their strength was enough to deal with this group of controlled members of the Demon Slayer Corps. But the controlled members still had breath, and the sword would cause damage to them. It was precisely by using this point that the Spider Ghost Mother could easily control the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps except Murata. What are you doing? Murata looked at Luoquan standing there motionless, his face a little ugly. The other 3 GUI-level swordsmen were trying to find a way to solve the dilemma in front of them. But this person just stood there staring into the air in a daze, as if waiting for something. Being in a daze at this time? The situation is already bad enough, and we have to take care of a GUI-level swordsman who can't move? Thinking of this, Murata's mood suddenly became worse, and some anger was rising in his heart. Tanjiro, the ghost controlling them is not here. The key is to find the location of that ghost. Let Pighead help you. Luoquan said lightly while keeping his head up. What's the point of just talking? Come and help. It would have been fine if Luoquan didn't say anything, but once he spoke, Murata, who had been pent up with anger for a long time, exploded. He would have said that the ghost he controlled was not here, but the key is how to solve the problem right now? He looked so calm that if you didn't know, you would have thought that the people around him were puppets playing with them. My name is not Pighead. My name is Inashuk. Inashuk cut the thread and shouted at Luoquan in frustration. Murata felt a headache. Is this the time to talk about names? What should the ghost do now? Coming. Coming? What's coming? Murata, who was about to lose his temper, suddenly heard the boy who made him angry mutter something, and was a little surprised. But then the shadow that suddenly appeared on the ground made Murata realize something, and he slowly looked up. A ghost that had been floating in the air. The aura of this ghost was more terrifying than any ghost he had ever seen. Just standing there made him have difficulty breathing. A few big words slowly appeared in Murata's brain. The 12 demon moons really appeared. Tanjiro paused in his movements. What a strong smell, this ghost floating in the air. The aura of Muzan is much stronger than all the ghosts he has seen before. Is this the 12 demon moons that Ms. Tamayo mentioned? Can Mr. Luoquan handle it? Tanjiro was a little nervous, because he had seen Mr. Luoquan's strength with his own eyes. But the aura displayed by this ghost is different from the ghosts he has seen before. Rui stood on the spider silk, Luoquan's appearance was reflected in his eyes, and his face was surprised. Sir, it's that adult's aura. Why does a person have the aura of Lord Muzan? Lord Muzan's aura is based on the strength accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years. How can a person have such an aura? 5th tier of the lower moon. Race, ghost. Realm, already. Comprehension, medium. Qualification, medium. Talent, none. Skills, Blood Demon Art Line Prison, Mastery, Blood Demon Art Eye Killing Cage, Mastery, Blood Demon Art Line Rotation, Mastery. Luoquan looked at Lei, whose expression kept changing, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. The appearance of the Ghost King seemed to have little effect on Lei. Lei's performance was much better than Xiang Kai's. Could it be that Xiang Kai had such an unbearable attitude when he first met Luoquan because he was eager to return to the 12 demon moons? Luoquan felt that this reason was reasonable. Otherwise, the name of the 12 demon moons was too flashy. Let's make friends. Luoquan seemed to be a little tired of holding his neck up all the time, and he tilted his head to ask Lei in the air. Although Lei's realm was one level higher than his, the level in Demon Slayer was just a symbol. Luoquan would never give up without seeing Lei's strength with his own eyes. Friends. Lei was stunned. Not to mention tired, even the puppet controlled by the spider ghost mother was in a state of stiffness. Tanjiro looked at Luoquan with some admiration. Mr. Luoquan is really a very gentle person. Whether it is a human or a ghost, he wants to make friends with the other party. ZENITSU was used to it and did not even turn his head, as if he did not hear Luoquan's words. Friend? Sounds familiar. Inashuk muttered with a puzzled look under the hood. As for Murata on the side, he didn't know how to describe his mood. Laughing in anger? This GUI level swordsman is probably stupid? Making friends with ghosts? You really thought of it. Even if you want to beg for mercy, you don't have to say it so high-soundingly, right? That's right, in Murata's view, Luoquan's behavior is just trying to beg for mercy from the ghost. At this time, he suddenly felt that his guilt for passing the selection under the protection of Santa was not so strong. Because no matter how you compare, it is far less shameless than the behavior of the person in front of him. Chapter 24. After coming back to his senses, Lei looked down at Luoquan and spoke word by word. I don't need friends. No, you need to. Luo Chuan grinned, and then the next moment, his body disappeared from the spot. A brilliant arc of electricity suddenly lit up in the dark forest. The flashing lightning formed a half-moon arc of light and rushed towards Lei. Lei's pupils shrank suddenly, so fast. Such a fast speed. Almost at the moment when Luo Chuan finished speaking, he felt a needle-like pain in his neck. The lightning was just a cover, and the real murderous intent had already arrived. Lei almost subconsciously controlled the silk threads around his body to block in front of him. Dang! A dull metal collision sound suddenly rang out in the dense forest. Then there were dense metal collision sounds. The speed of the attack was like a downpour, which made Lei a little stretched. The steps under his feet retreated again and again. Murata, who was standing below, opened his mouth and rolled his throat with difficulty. In his ears, it was not the sound of Luoquan fighting, but a buzzing sound. What did he see? A GUI-level swordsman was suppressing the 12 ghost moons. No, this man is definitely not a GUI-level swordsman. He rarely sees such a violent attack speed even in the Demon Slayer Corps. Is this person a newcomer? Are you kidding? Thinking of how he yelled at Luoquan just now, and the ugly speculations. Murata's face flushed slightly. It turned out that he was not in a daze, but waiting for an enemy worthy of his attack. The 12 Kizuki, that's the enemy. Rui, who had been suppressed, looked at the surging lightning through the spider silk, and his eyes gradually became irritable. He is the 12 Kizuki, the one chosen by Lord Muzan. How can he let a human ride on his head all the time? Blood demon art killing eye cage. The spider silk around Lei exploded with him, and dense spider webs rushed from all directions, trying to trap Luoquan. The continuous accumulation of spider silk formed an impenetrable black shadow, which gradually swallowed the electric light. The electric light in the dense forest also dimmed. Seeing that he succeeded, Lei's face did not change at all. He used the killing eye cage just to change the situation of offense and defense, but he never thought that he could really trap the opponent. After all, Luoquan could easily avoid the entanglement of the spider web regardless of his own speed or attack speed. But the opponent was trapped by himself so easily, there must be a problem. When the spider web completely devoured the electric light, a more dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from the gap of the spider cage. It was like the first ray of sunlight piercing the darkness. The golden light broke through the shackles and pointed directly at Lei. Damn it! Lei cursed inwardly, raised his hands and covered himself with a fine spider web again. He didn't seize the opportunity this time, and the opponent's lightning-fast attack would not easily give him a second chance. No, not in front. Just as the thought of tiredness came to my mind, a light laugh sounded behind me. Do you really think I'm a fool? Luo Chuan was limited by his realm, so it was still a bit difficult for him to cut through the tired spider silk head-on. But fighting was never a straightforward process, and speed was Luo Chuan's strong point. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. The sun wheel sword in Luo Chuan's hand flashed with lightning, as if it was going to cut through the dark forest. As he raised his hand and the sword fell, lightning and the blade merged, making a deafening roar. Bang! The knife slashed at Lei's neck. When it just touched Lei's skin, Luo Chuan felt that the sun wheel knife in his hand was like it was filled with lead, and it could not move forward for a long time. What a hard neck! Looking at the faint bloodstain on Lei's neck, Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes. Lei's spider silk was originally strong, and the sun wheel sword had a tendency to collapse when it was cut. Now compared to Lei himself, the originally hard spider silk is nothing. It's really hard to kill. But this is the value of making friends. Luo Chuan's smile became even more. How about you think about what I said? This is different from your false bonds. Luoquan put away his knife and stood, allowing the wound on Lei's neck to heal. After this brief fight, he roughly understood Lei's strength. Although the opponent is already level, much stronger than Xiang Kai, he is definitely not his opponent. So far, he has only used the first form of thunder breathing and the land form with a proficiency of mastery, but he has forced Lei into this state. If the combat power is fully opened, Luoquan believes that no matter how hard the neck is, it will not be able to withstand his hundreds of attacks. However, Luoquan's purpose of making friends has not been achieved, and Lei cannot die yet. Hearing Luoquan's words, Lei's face was extremely gloomy. Especially the false bonds mentioned by Luoquan were particularly harsh. You deserve to die. Blood Demon Art, engraved line prison. Lei turned his hands over, and a huge invisible spider web attacked Luo Chuan's face. Dang! Luoquan tried to chop at the spider web, but the spider silk soaked with Lei's blood was even stronger. The I-type chopped it like it was chopping at extremely hard metal. Helplessly, Luoquan temporarily avoided it, but Lei had the upper hand, so how could he let Luoquan escape easily? He waved his hands in front of him, and even the spider silk that controlled other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps was mobilized by him. It was wrapped around Luoquan. Spider silk is transparent. Even if there are more than 10 strands in your hand, you may not be able to see it without careful observation. But such spider silk is in the area where Luoquan is. Looking around, all you can see is a piece of white. The transparent spider silk keeps gathering, like a spider slowly approaching its prey. Luoquan. Looking at Luoquan trapped by the spider silk, ZENITSU suddenly became anxious. The spider silk surrounding Luoquan was different from the spider silk controlling these swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. The spider silk controlled by the ghost was like cutting through the air when it hit trees and stones. No matter how thick or hard the obstacle was, it could not make the spider silk pause for a moment. Trapped by such spider silk, can Luoquan still come out alive? ZENITSU drew out his knife, and kept recalling the process of using the one type in his mind. But although there were fewer swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps being controlled around, there were still some. Every time ZENITSU had a clue, they pounced on him. The breathing that was interrupted one after another made ZENITSU a little impatient. Get out of the way! ZENITSU no longer just cut off the spider silk behind the attacking Demon Slayer swordsman, but also hit him aside with the back of his sword. Looking at Rui who was constantly approaching Luoquan, ZENITSU breathed a sigh of relief. The hissing sound of steam leakage attracted the attention of Tanjiro next to him. What happened to ZENITSU? Chapter 25. Tanjiro moved his nose, and a stronger smell than usual floated into his nose. He also wanted to help Mr. Luoquan, but the lingering swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps made it impossible for him to help at all. If ZENITSU had any problems at this time, the situation on the field would completely collapse. Thunder breathing Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash. Tanjiro's worry had just passed through his mind when he saw another bright lightning flash in the dense forest. This lightning was not as fast as Mr. Luoquan's, but it was still not to be underestimated. Dang! ZENITSU slashed at Rui's neck with all his strength. The dull sound of the collision made ZENITSU's hands tremble. Then the sun blade seemed to have reached its limit and split into two at the collision point. ZENITSU held the broken sword, his eyes blank for a moment. Is this still the hardness of a ghost neck? No wonder Luoquan couldn't cut it just now. Lei turned his head and glanced at ZENITSU with cold eyes. The same breathing method as that guy? Lei reached out and touched the tiny wound. Although it was not as big as the damage caused by the previous man, it was not easy to cut his skin. The two are brothers? It just so happens that didn't he say that his bond was fake? Then what about their bond? Lei moved his fingers, and the world suddenly spun in front of ZENITSU, who was still on guard. When ZENITSU could see the scene clearly again, he was already hanging in the air. Now, let me see how real the bond you mentioned is. Lei looked down at Luoquan in the spider silk and said slowly. After that, Lei waved his fingers again, and the spider silk that bound ZENITSU began to tighten. Haha! Lei was stunned when he saw Luoquan suddenly laugh. He had anticipated countless painful and regretful expressions on Luoquan's face, but he had never expected Luoquan to laugh. Crazy? Or was he just pretending to be mysterious? Lei narrowed his eyes and controlled the thick spider silk that was almost like white hair to cover Luoquan. This time, Luoquan did not swing his knife to resist the attack of the spider silk. Instead, he let the spider silk approach. However, when the spider silk was almost 1 meter away from Luoquan, the hard spider silk seemed to be dismembered by something, and turned into several pieces that fell to the ground weakly. Mutation Lay's pupils shrank when he saw the situation. What was that just now? Did the opponent draw his sword? A range attack? Or something else? Lay, with a solemn expression, suddenly closed his palms, and the spider silk that was waiting around him responded. The spider silks all over the sky wrapped around Luoquan like swimming silk snakes. Luoquan still didn't move. All the spider silks, no matter how they closed, surrounded, or impacted, could not get within 1 meter of Luoquan. Lay stared at it, with more and more doubt in his eyes. Compared with Luoquan's amazing speed, this weird method made him even more uneasy. What makes you think you are qualified to threaten me? A cold voice sounded in the spider silk. Then, Lay found that the figure in the spider silk had disappeared without a trace. Lay's alarm bells rang immediately, and he looked around to find Luoquan's location. What are you looking for? Hearing the voice, Lay turned his head suddenly, and a calm face came into his sight. Next to that man was the yellow-haired boy he had caught. When was he rescued? Why didn't he sense the spider silk breaking? Luoquan looked at Lay, his eyes no longer enthusiastic. The reason why he saw him at a disadvantage was because he was thinking about how to make friends with Lay. But unexpectedly, ZENITSU suddenly broke out. Although it did not cause any substantial harm to Lay, it still made Luoquan feel relieved. He could see that this time the thunder-breathing Type 1 was completely controlled by ZENITSU. In other words, even if ZENITSU did not encounter a critical situation, he could use Type 1. As for Lay in front of him, Luoquan sighed. Was it because of his repeated concessions in the past that made Lay feel that he could control himself at will? If you don't listen to me when I talk to you nicely, don't blame me for being tough. Luoquan also has a bottom line in making friends, and ZENITSU is one of the few bottom lines. Zang! The crisp sound made Lay feel an unprecedented threat of death. The blood-filled spider silk between his hands instantly covered Lay's entire body. After Lay set up his defense, the piercing sense of crisis still did not disappear. Lay looked at the motionless Luoquan with a solemn look. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Luoquan was deliberately waiting for him to set up his defense? A breeze blew slowly, and Lay found that the figure he was staring at disappeared. Yes, it disappeared, and Lay himself was at a loss for a moment. Although Luoquan's speed was fast just now, he could at least catch some afterimages. But now, Luoquan's figure seemed to have completely disappeared from his sight. At this moment of Lay's confusion, lightning whizzed in. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. There was only the approaching lightning in Lay's eyes. He wanted to move, wanted to escape. But his body seemed to be fixed in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Sniff! There was a slight sound, accompanied by thunder. Luoquan's sun-wheel sword slashed through Lay's neck with incredible precision. The sharp blade and the spider silk infused with Lay's blood started a duel at this moment. The result is self-evident, the gap line cooperated with Luoquan's full-strength burst. Even the hardened spider silk was as fragile as thin paper under Luoquan's sun-wheel sword. Lay's head and body were almost completely separated in this line. Only a few spider silks carrying the last ray of hope for Lay's life were left, swaying in the air. It seemed that it would break completely in the next second, announcing Lay's complete demise. Throughout the whole process, Luoquan's expression was always as calm as water. His eyes passed through Lay's broken body, as if examining a story that had ended. He had been very measured this time, causing a fatal blow to Lay, but did not completely restrict Lay's life. If Lay rejected his friend request again, Luoquan felt that this friend was not necessary. Luoquan slowly squatted down and straightened Lay's head. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to be friends? This time there was no smile on Luo Chuan's face, only a frightening coldness. His eyes were empty, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of being defeated by a single blow. He looked at Luo Chuan, whose face was solemn, in confusion. The Luo Chuan in front of him slowly overlapped with the figure he saw when he was lying on his sickbed in despair. That was, no miserable lord. The awe-inspiring familiar aura and powerful strength made Lei Gigi nodded. Willing. Chapter 26. Ding. Successfully added De Xing Wu Lei as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between lower 5K and the host's friend is just acquaintance, and a reward will be obtained randomly. Skills acquired, Blood Demon Art, Line Rotation, Superb. Do you choose to fuse Blood Demon Art, Line Rotation, Masterful, now? No. He was quite sensible. Luoquan curled his lips when he heard the prompt sound of successfully adding a friend. He really didn't listen to nice words, and he had to make him do it seriously. The sun-wheel sword in his hand made a knife flower, cutting off all the spider silk connecting Lei's head and body. The last life force that maintained Lei was cut off, announcing that Lei, the fifth of the lower string of the 12 demon moons, died. Luoquan put the sun-wheel sword into the sheath expressionlessly, and threw the head that turned into ashes to the side. At this moment, the breathing of everyone around subconsciously stopped. It seemed that there was only the figure who calmly put away the sword in his eyes. All of Murata's thoughts at this time were instantly emptied. There was only one idea in his mind that was surging wildly: the 12 demon moons were dead. Even if the 12 demon moons in front of him were only the lower strings, their strength was confirmed by the lives of one demon slayer core member after another. Every time the 12 demon moons appeared, more than 80% of them were solved by the pillar-level adults. So in theory, where there are demon moons, there will be pillar-level figures. Any of the 12 Kizuki can be a headache for the demon slayer core. Because even a low-numbered lower moon can cause considerable casualties to the demon slayer core. But now, what did he see? The nightmarish 12 Kizuki were actually beheaded by a GUI-level swordsman with one sword. This scene that was completely beyond cognition made Murata's mind go blank. A chill rushed up from the solace of his feet. Horrible. It was really horrible. Originally, I thought Luoquan was in a desperate situation, and all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were about to be destroyed. But who knew that Luoquan suddenly jumped up, as if he was tired of playing. He killed the 12 Kizuki with lightning. Thinking of what Luoquan and Lei said, Murata swallowed his saliva. He didn't know if Luoquan suddenly took action. Was it because the 12 Kizuki did not agree to his request to make friends, or because he saw the Kizuki hurting the yellow-haired boy, or both? Anyway, he now has only one idea in his mind: if Luoquan said he wanted to make friends with him, he would nod without hesitation. Damn Luoan! Inashuk, who had recovered from the shock, cursed in a low voice. Although he had known for a long time that Luo Chuan had hidden a lot of strength when fighting him during the break, he did not expect that he had hidden so much. It was like the difference between a drop of water in a bucket. Inashuk did not know what the 12 demon moons were, but his survival instinct told him that if he had approached the battlefield between the white-haired kid and Luo Qing just now, it would only take a moment. Or even less than a moment, and he would have died in it. Mr. Luoquan, the control is gone. Tanjiro looked at Luoquan with shining eyes. Even the 12 demon moons were no match for Mr. Luoquan, so how strong was Mr. Luoquan? Luoquan nodded gently. The spider ghost mother saw Lei being killed, and was probably scared out of her wits and didn't dare to control the spider silk recklessly anymore. Come out by yourself? Or do you want me to invite you out? Luo Chuan turned around and spoke lightly to the dark forest. Before he fought with Lei, he found that there was another ghost hiding nearby. But the breath was too weak, so Luo Chuan didn't care. It was probably one of the ghosts with a false bond with Lei. At this time, the spider ghost sister behind the tree covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of panic. I'm so tired, tired to death, How could he be dead? Isn't he the strongest ghost on this mountain? Many ghost hunters have come before, but without exception, all of them stayed here permanently. But now, Lei is dead? Hearing Luoquan's voice, Spider Ghost Sister's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Lei is not his opponent, let alone herself? No, she must leave here quickly, she doesn't want to die yet. As soon as the idea of escape appeared, it spread wildly in her heart. As soon as she stood up and took a step, she saw a figure standing on the branch in front of her. She was very familiar with the outline of the figure, because it was this figure that killed Lei just now. The moonlight shone on the figure, covering it with a layer of silver light. At the same time, it also illuminated the pale face of Spider Ghost Sister. Let's make friends. The plain voice seemed to ring in Spider Ghost Sister's ears. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. I do. I do. The voice was hurried, as if he was afraid that he would speak too slowly and cause Luo Chuan's dissatisfaction. After all, the fate of the tired man was enough to show what terrible things would happen if he did not agree to this person's request. Ding! Successfully added Spider Ghost Ayaka as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between Spider Ghost Sister Cai Xiang and the host's friend is just acquainted, and a reward is obtained randomly. Obtained Blood Vampire Art, Dissolving Cocoon. Do you choose to fuse vampire magic, dissolving cocoon, mastery, now? No. Very good. Luoquan's eyes were slightly surprised. There was only one blood demon technique on Caxiang's body that was worth integrating. Unexpectedly, she hit it with one shot. After obtaining 2 blood demon techniques in succession, Luoquan's purpose of coming to Spider Mountain was half completed. Next, he just had to wait quietly for the arrival of the butterfly pillar and the water pillar. Luoquan's figure flashed, and he joined Tanjiro and others. Looking at the figure on the tree, it disappeared just like that. Caxiang was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. The other party just left like that? Sure enough, as long as she agreed to the other party's request well, she would not die. She would still not make mistakes as always. It was the case when she was with Lei before, and it is still the case now. Since the other party has given her such a good opportunity, she has to leave here quickly. Thinking of this, Caxiang prepared to run down the mountain. But strangely, she suddenly felt very strenuous. She had never felt that controlling her body was so strenuous. No matter how strong the idea of escaping was, her body only trembled. Caxiang lowered her head in confusion, trying to see what was wrong. When she lowered her head, Caxiang was shocked to find that her head had fallen off. She subconsciously wanted to reach out and hold her head, but she had already lost control of her body. She could only let her vision vibrate and spin. Looking at her headless body, Caxiang suddenly understood. That person had never thought of letting her go. The so-called friends and the sister who played the role of tired were all false ties. Don't make mistakes, you'll still die. As for the remaining 3 ghosts, the spider ghost's father could not communicate, his brother's blood demon arts were too inferior for Luoquan to appreciate, and Tanjiro had already gone to his mother's place. It was too late for Luoquan to rush over, and the spider ghost's mother had already wanted to die. Luoquan threatened to die to make friends, but it only helped the other party. It would be better to choose to hand them over to Tanjiro and the other 2, and integrate the blood demon arts of Rui and Ayaka himself. Prepare to make friends with the pillars next. Only when the strength is strong enough can the pillars identify with him. Making friends will also be a lot easier. Do you choose to fuse blood magic, grading rotation, masterful, now? Yes. Chapter 27. Hiss. Luo Chuan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air just as the fusion of blood vampire art began. The feeling of the fusion blood vampire art was completely different from the previous blood vampire art. It felt like countless ants were crawling on Luo Chuan's blood vessels and bones. The itching was unbearable and accompanied by severe swelling pain, as if something was growing in Luo Chuan's body. Luo Chuan sank into consciousness and found that after a part of the body experienced severe pain, a white light cocoon would emerge from the bones, flesh and blood. Spider silk. Luo Chuan stared at the light cocoon in a daze. He thought that this time the fusion engraved lines rotated, and the system would also change it into a form suitable for his use. But he didn't expect that spider silk would really appear in his body. The surface of the light cocoon was as warm as jade. Luo Chuan could clearly feel the connection between himself and the light cocoon, as if the light cocoon was his other arm. As the light on the light cocoon became brighter and brighter, fine spider silk emerged from the cocoon. The spider silk was like a deep and elusive undercurrent, flowing slowly in Luo Chuan's body. In this process, Luo Chuan's consciousness seemed to be isolated from the whole world. His perception was completely immersed in the new spider silk in his body. These spider silks stretched and retracted freely under his control. Some were as thin as hair, and some were as tough as iron. Luo Chuan tried to let the spider silk flowing slowly in his body, every movement was unusually clear. It was as if his nerve endings extended into every spider silk. The fusion process was painful, but not difficult. After the spider silk in his body completely broke out of the cocoon, Luo Chuan tried to mobilize the spider silk according to the method of using the vampire magic in his mind. He raised his palm and aimed it at the oak tree with a diameter of about 3 meters in front of him, and drove the spider silk in his body with his mind. The spider silk seeped out through Luo Chuan's fingers. They danced lightly in the air, like the northern lights in the night sky. Luo Chuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then, those dancing spider silks were like summoned arrows. At a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, they shot straight at the oak tree. A faint hissing sound came from the air, as if the air was being cut. When the spider silk and the tree came into contact the moment it touched, it was no longer a light touch, but like the sharpest blade, easily piercing into the tree without any pause. Luoquan pulled his fingers slightly, and the spider silk between his fingers began to show its amazing power on the tree. They left a series of cutting marks as fine as hair marks on the bark. As Luoquan's mind changed, the spider silk danced again. The cutting marks also changed accordingly, and finally gradually converged into a complex pattern. Finally, Luoquan exerted force again, this time it was no longer a delicate cutting, but a direct destruction. Those spider silks that were originally almost transparent instantly became thick, like dozens of iron chains pulling at the same time. With a loud boom, the thick oak tree was like a toy twisted by a giant. It was completely broken from the middle. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. The air around seemed to freeze and was silent. The fallen oak tree seemed to be whispering about the power displayed by the spider silk. Luoquan retracted the spider silk, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It is worthy of being the blood demon art of the 12 demon moons. With this blood demon art, Luoquan can show excellent combat effectiveness even without the sun wheel sword in his hand. And now the strength displayed by the spider silk is without the injection of his blood. Once Luoquan injects blood into it, the strength of the spider silk will undergo a qualitative change. At that time, the sharpness of the spider silk will not be as simple as cutting an oak tree. According to Luoquan's perception of the improvement in strength after each realm breakthrough. If he uses the blood demon art carved line rotation with all his strength, even the pillar level will have to spend some time to deal with it. Do you choose to fuse vampire art, dissolving cocoon, mastery, now? Yes. With the fusion of the engraved line rotation, the fusion of the dissolving cocoon will be much simpler. There is almost no change in Luoquan's body, mainly about the use of the dissolving cocoon. It is more like another way to use spider silk. There seems to be a difference in the level of different blood vampire arts. Luoquan pinched his chin and muttered. He has integrated 6 kinds of blood demon arts, among which Lay's blood demon art is the most difficult to integrate, and the process is also the most difficult. But relatively speaking, Lay's blood demon art after integration also gives Luoquan the greatest improvement in strength. Is it because of the difference in strength level? Or is it because Lay's blood demon art of only the lower 5 is so strong, then the blood demon art of the other 12 demon moons above it should not be stronger? Thinking of this, Luoquan's eyes lit up faintly, and the idea of making friends became stronger. On the other side, Insect Pillar Koko Shinobu and Water Pillar Tomioka Jiyuo arrived slowly. Looking at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had obviously been rescued, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Didn't the Lord say that the Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy casualties due to the appearance of the 12 demon moons here? But, although the members are injured now, it is not difficult to tell from their relaxed faces that the battle seems to be over. Could it be that the information the Lord received was wrong? There are no 12 moons in the Nada Spider Mountain. There are only some stronger demons? Have they been killed by the Demon Slayer Corps now? It's not that they look down on the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps members, but they have never heard of anyone below the pillar level killing the 12 moons. Maybe there is really something wrong with the Lord's information. Shinobu Koko called Murata, who was rescuing other members not far away, with doubts. What happened here? Shinobu Koko's voice was gentle, but Murata was still shaking with nervousness. The woman in front of him was a pillar level, the strongest among the Demon Slayer Corps. There were only 9 pillar level in the entire team, and facing such a being, Murata's brain was a little confused. Swallowing his saliva, Murata stuttered and said, There is something on this mountain, 12 ghost months. 12 Kizuki? Where are they now? When Shinobu Koko heard Murata say these 4 words, her eyes narrowed and she interrupted. It is very rude to interrupt someone, but now is not the time to be polite. Each of the 12 Kizuki can cause considerable casualties to the Demon Slayer Corps and ordinary people. Instead of listening to this man's stammering explanation, Shinobu Koko felt that it was more important to quickly deal with the 12 Kizuki. Tomioka Jiyua behind him also thought so, with his hand on the hilt of the sword. It seemed that as long as Murata pointed out the direction of the 12 Kizuki, he would rush out. Murata, who was already nervous, saw that the expressions of the 2 pillar levels became serious, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. 12 ghost months, died. Dead. The aura around Shinobu Koko and Jiyu Tomioka loosened, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. 12 Kizuki are dead? Have other pillars come? No, if there were other pillars operating near Nada Spider Mountain, the Lord would not have sent the 2 of them. But if they are not pillars, who else can deal with the 12 Kizuki? Relying on a group of swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Shinobu Koko shook her head. Low-level demons can still win by relying on the advantage of numbers, but the 12 Kizuki will never be able to do so. More people will not put pressure on the 12 Kizuki, but will instead strengthen their strength. Chapter 28. Who killed him? Tomioka Jiyuu asked suddenly. Luoquan, Mr. Luoquan. When Murata mentioned this name, he actually felt a lot more relaxed. It seemed that when he thought of Luoquan, he felt inexplicably at ease. This was something Murata didn't dare to think about when he first met Luoquan. But after seeing Luoquan kill the 12 demon moons alone, Murata's concept of Luoquan changed drastically. To call someone younger than himself Mr. is already very telling. Luoquan. Shinobu Koko frowned. What a strange name. She had heard of the higher-ranking swordsman in the team, but she had never heard of the name Luoquan. Was it a swordsman she was not familiar with? Shinobu Koko glanced at Jiyu Tomioka, who shook his head silently. He had never heard of the name Luoquan either. Yes, it was Mr. Luoquan. He killed the 12 demon moons alone. Murata saw the doubt on Shinobu Koko's face and explained anxiously. Kill alone. This time, it wasn't just Shinobu Koko who frowned. Jiyu Tomioka also frowned. Does this swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps know what he is talking about? Did he recognize the wrong demon? Did he mistake a slightly stronger demon for the 12 demon moons? Are you sure the ghost you saw was the 12 demon moons? Shinobu Koko remained gentle and asked Murata as tactfully as possible. Well, that's the lower moon 5, there are numbers in his eyes. Murata nodded heavily. At first, Murata didn't know whether Rui was the 12 Kizuki. He just doubted it because of the opponent's powerful momentum. But in the end, when Mr. Luoquan fought back, Murata saw Rui's eyes covered by his hair. He remembered the number on it very clearly. 5. The word lower moon also appeared in the other eye at the same time. So far, he was extremely sure that the ghost killed by Mr. Luoquan was the lower moon 5 among the 12 Kizuki. If there was any doubt about whether the ghost Murata saw was the 12 Kizuki just now after listening to Murata's words, that doubt disappeared. Among the ghosts created by Muzan, only the 12 Kizuki have numbers and the words of upper and lower moons in their eyes. Other ghosts cannot or do not deserve to have numbers. But if the ghost Murata saw was really the 12 Kizuki, then who is this Luoquan? The 12 Kizuki who can kill the lower moon alone is also very outstanding in the Demon Slayer Corps. Why haven't she and Tomioka Jiyu heard of this name? Where is Mr. Luoquan you mentioned? Mr. Luoquan went to kill demons. I don't know where he is now, but Tanjiro and the others are killing demons there. Tanjiro and his friends came here with Mr. Luoquan, and they helped us a lot. Murata pointed to the woods in the west. Tomioka Jiyu was stunned when he heard Tanjiro's name. Kamatu Tanjiro? He's here too? Didn't he pass the final selection this year? He met the 12 demon moons so soon? Do you know Mr. Tomioka? Sensing the fluctuation in Tomioka Jiyu's eyes, Koko Shinobu asked with a smile. She didn't care who Tanjiro was, but wanted to find out who Luoquan was through Tanjiro. Which class of Demon Slayer's swordsman was he? Is he worthy of being trained as a stepson by other pillars, etc.? Tomioka Jiyu did not respond and rushed in the direction pointed by Murata. Not only did Koko Shinobu want to know, he also wanted to know. In the dim woods to the west. Inashuk, are you okay? Tanjiro shouted worriedly to Inashuk who was thrown into a tree by the spider ghost father. Just now, Inashuk and he thought the battle was over. But when the spider-headed ghost used blood ghost art, the situation took a turn for the worse. Inashuk's Nichiren sword was broken but failed to cut off the neck of the ghost in front of him. I'm fine, Kamaboko Hataro, how are you? Inashuk shouted, trying to endure the pain of his dislocated ribs. No matter what, as long as he says it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Tanjiro's face was solemn, and his sword was broken. Not only that, his lungs were aching from the intense use of breathing techniques. Mr. Luoquan should have been called here. If Mr. Luoquan was here, it wouldn't be so risky to deal with this ghost. According to the current trend, he and Inashuk might die here. The spider ghost's father walked towards Inashuk who slipped from the tree. Inashuk tried to attack, but the sun blade in his hand was slapped away by the spider ghost's father. The spider ghost pinched Inashuk's head and lifted Inashuk in the air, slowly exerting force with his palm. Looking at Inashuk who was constantly squeezed by the spider ghost, Tanjiro's pupils shrank. He didn't know where he got the strength from, and rushed towards the spider ghost with the broken sword. Several forms of water-breathing method flashed through Tanjiro's mind one by one. No. Still no use. Tanjiro, who was in a desperate situation, suddenly remembered the fire god Kagura that his father had taught him. When Tanjiro's thoughts and breathing techniques were coordinated, a surging and hot flame gushed out from the broken sword, and the dazzling sword light instantly illuminated the forest. The fire god Kagura, round dance. The red fire was like a round sun slashing towards the spider demon's neck. This time, the spider demon's neck was no longer indestructible, but like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. It was cut open by Tanjiro's broken sword without any resistance. After cutting off the spider demon's neck, the last breath that sustained Tanjiro also relaxed. The whole person collapsed on the ground, looking at Inashuk who was not sure whether he was dead or alive not far away. Tanjiro stretched his hand forward and tried to crawl to Inashuk's side to check the situation. Don't move, it will aggravate your injury. A gentle voice fell into Tanjiro's ears, and then Tanjiro felt a pain in his back, and something was injected into his body. Mr. Tomioka. Good performance. Who is she? Tanjiro asked, looking at Shinobu Koko who had just rescued him and was walking towards Inashuk. Insect Pillar, Koko Shinobu, are there any other ghosts here? That's it, the strongest of the 12 demons has been defeated by Mr. Luoquan, Zenitsu has also defeated one, and Inashuk and I have defeated 2. Who is Mr. Luoquan? Having heard this name so many times, Yu Yang became curious. Mr. Luoquan passed the selection with us. He is very powerful. The 12 demon moons are no match for him. Tanjiro's eyes lit up when he talked about Luoquan. Passed the selection together. Are you from the same class? Hearing Tanjiro's words, Jiyuu's calm expression was slightly moved. In the same class as Tanjiro, that is, this year's selection, he was able to kill the 12 Kizuki alone right after passing the selection. How did his strength improve? Another Muchiro? Shinobu. Koko, who was eavesdropping nearby, was also stunned when she heard the news. Killing the 12 Kizuki in 2 months, even Kaneo can't do it, right? Kaneo has been learning breathing techniques since she was a child, this Luoquan's potential is really outrageous. After injecting the potion in her hand, Shinobu Koko looked around, and suddenly she must have. Yes, at that time Mr. Luoquan. Tanjiro nodded, wanting to tell Jiyuu in detail what happened. Chapter 29. Mr. Tomioka, there seems to be something wrong with that box. Shinobu Koko suddenly interrupted Tanjiro, pointing at the box containing Nezuko and said with a smile. Jiyuu and Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's box. Tanjiro didn't care, and was about to explain to Shinobu Koko that there was Nezuko in the box, but then a breath floated into Tanjiro's nose. The breath of murderous intent. It was emitted from the insect pillar with a gentle smile on his face. The insect pillar wants to kill Nezuko. When Tanjiro realized what Nezuko's identity meant to the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu Koko had already walked to the box containing Nezuko. Smiling, she raised the pink Nichiren sword and slashed at the box. Fortunately, Jiyuu also realized in time what was in the box. Ding! The pink and aqua blue sun blades collided. Koko Shinobu raised her head, her smile unchanged, but the emotion in her eyes became much colder. Mr. Tomioka, you should know what's inside, right? Tomioka Jiyuu did not respond. He held a knife in one hand to resist Shinobu Koko's attack, and with the other hand, he grabbed the strap of the box and threw it towards Tanjiro. Shinobu Koko looked at Jiyuu's actions coldly, and a cold light flashed on the edge of the Nichiren sword in her hand. Is Tomioka Jiyuu protecting the ghost? Doesn't he hate ghosts the most? In fact, it can't be said that it was Tomioka Jiyuu. The other pillars all hated ghosts from the bottom of their hearts. When they saw a ghost, no matter how miserable the other party's experience was, they would kill the ghost without hesitation. But why stop her? She didn't believe that Tomioka Jiyuu didn't know what was in the box. Shinobu Koko suppressed the doubts in her heart and put away the Nichiren sword. Her target was the ghost, not Tomioka Jiyuu, who was also a pillar. But when she raised the knife again and prepared to rush to Tanjiro, Tomioka Jiyuu stood in front of her again. Mr. Tomioka, please move aside. Little guy over there, you too, you are protecting a demon now, this is against the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing what Koko Shinobu said, Tanjiro quickly explained that, she is my sister, she won't hurt anyone. Butterfly Ren covered her mouth with sympathy. That's really pitiful, so, let me kill her with a gentle poison. Can you still move? Take her away now. Tomioka Jiyuu said without turning his head. Koko Shinobu is a master of poison, and even he has to concentrate on dealing with her. Tanjiro being here will distract him. Mr. Tomioka, thank you. Tanjiro bowed and ran behind him with Nezuko on his back. Thanks to the injection from Miss Coco Shinobu, Tanjiro felt that his body would not recover so quickly. Hearing Tomioka Gyuu's instructions without any hesitation, Coco Shinobu's eyes flashed. That's too much, Mr. Tomioka, what you are doing now is against the team rules. Looking at Tanjiro's disappearing figure, Shinobu Coco did not rush to chase him. This time, it was not only her and Gyuu Tomioka who came to Spider Mountain for support, but also her stepson, Kaneo. Kaneo seldom made decisions on her own, so when she received the order to kill ghosts, she would definitely carry it out. Even if Gyuu Tomioka could hold her back, the ghost in the box would be killed by Kaneo. She didn't believe that Tanjiro could withstand Kaneo's attack in that state. However, even with Kaneo's backup, Shinobu Coco was still ready to give it a try. She would feel more at ease if she could kill the ghost protected by Gyuu Tomioka with her own hands. After thinking about it, Shinobu Coco flashed and tried to bypass Gyuu Tomioka. Ding! The familiar collision made Coco Shinobu's eyes condense. Is Tomioka Gyuu really coming? In the woods, Tanjiro endured the pain in his body and ran down the mountain quickly with the box on his back. The effect of the medicine injected by Coco Shinobu was rapidly declining. Almost. Tanjiro's vision showed the foot of the mountain so close, but his steps seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. No, if he really stopped here, Nezuko would die. Relying on his remaining will, Tanjiro ran forward a few steps. Bang! Tanjiro felt like his back was hit by a falling rock. His body was already struggling to maintain its balance, and this was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tanjiro fell to the ground, and the box containing Nezuko rolled to the side. The box hit a rock not far away, knocking Nezuko out. Run! Run! Nezuko, go find Mr. Luoquan. Don't get caught. Tanjiro saw Kaneo and didn't care whether he had seen Kaneo before. He shouted to the confused Nezuko. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with her big pink eyes, turned around and ran away without saying a word. Kaneo took the opportunity to catch Nezuko. The recovery potion had no effect. Tanjiro raised his head with difficulty while supporting himself on the ground. Looking at the two figures going away, Tanjiro prayed silently in his heart. Nezuko must find Mr. Luoquan. Now only Mr. Luoquan can save Nezuko. Mr. Luoquan is one of the few people who does not care about Nezuko's identity as a ghost. When they are resting, Mr. Luoquan often takes care of Nezuko. Now that Nezuko is in danger, Mr. Luoquan should help. As long as Mr. Luoquan is willing to help, Nezuko's chance of survival will be greatly improved. But Tanjiro suddenly realized a problem. Can Nezuko understand what he is saying? Does she know who Mr. Luoquan he is talking about? Do you know where to find Mr. Luoquan? Thinking of this, Tanjiro's heart sank. No, he has to follow and see. Zenitsu's condition is getting better and better now. Luoquan squatted in front of the unconscious Zenitsu, poked the poison spot on Zenitsu's face with his finger and muttered. Fine spider silk came out of Luoquan's hand and entered Zenitsu's body. The purple-black venom was sucked out one by Luoquan along the spider silk. As for the spider ghost's father, Luoquan felt that Tanjiro and Inashuk were enough to deal with it. So he came to check on Zenitsu's situation first. As a result, as soon as he arrived, he saw Zenitsu using the Thunderbolt Flash 6 consecutive strike to kill the spider ghost brother in a conscious state. Although Zenitsu himself fell into a coma the moment he killed the opponent. But compared to the situation when he was awake and even had difficulty using the one form, this is already a big change. Seeing Zenitsu's face gradually regain its rosy color, Luoquan withdrew it. Spider silk. He looked down at the spider silk in his palm that was dancing with his will. Luoquan raised his eyebrows. Although this spider silk can absorb the venom in Zenitsu's body, it cannot use the venom for himself. In other words, the spider silk that Luoquan controls only has hardness, not toxicity. It's a bit of a pity. If it can have both strength and toxicity, Luoquan feels that he will have a lot more room for maneuver. Forget it, one should not be too greedy. Calculating the time, it is estimated that the water pillar and the insect pillar should have arrived. Let's go get to know them and make friends. Luoquan just stood up, and a figure almost as tall as Luoquan's thigh ran out of the woods in front of him. The figure opened his little hands and ran fast, dragging his ill-fitting clothes. Seeing Luoquan, the figure's eyes lit up and ran straight towards Luoquan. Nezuko. Luoquan was stunned as he looked at the figure who ran behind him and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes with both hands. Nezuko raised her head when she heard Luoquan calling her name. Her big pink eyes looked at Luoquan aggrievedly, and then she pointed her little finger at Kaneo who had stopped. As if to say, she chopped me with a knife all the way, you should take care of her. Chapter 30. Luoquan touched Nezuko's head to comfort her. She almost forgot about Nezuko and Kaneo. Kaneo pointed her knife at Luoquan without saying anything, but her meaning was very clear. She wanted to kill the ghost. She didn't know why Nezuko didn't resist her, but it didn't affect her execution of the order she received. Luoquan didn't move, although he didn't know how Nezuko came to him. But since he was here, he couldn't let Nezuko suffer this grievance. Seeing that Luoquan had no intention of getting out of the way, Kaneo jumped and ran straight to Nezuko behind Luoquan. The order she received was to kill the ghost, so she had no intention of attacking Luoquan. Luoquan still stroked Nezuko's head with his right hand, and had no intention of drawing the knife. When Kaneo's butterfly blade was still 1 meter away from Luoquan, an arc of electricity suddenly flashed in the air and knocked off Kaneo's attack. Kaneo stepped lightly, looking at Luoquan with some confusion. She remembered this person. During the selection, he killed ghosts at an incredibly fast speed, but at that time she could still see the movement of this person's knife. But now, she was somewhat doubtful whether the electric arc was caused by the other party. In her vision, Luoquan's hand had always been on the ghost's head, and there was no sign of movement. Could it be that the other party's speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye? Kaneo thought for a moment and kicked her feet again. This time the figure was faster, but the result was the same. When she was about to get close to Luoquan, the bright electric arc flashed again. Swish, swish. Different from the sound of metal colliding, Kaneo felt that her knife seemed to hit a piece of iron that was being hammered at high temperature. The hardness of the iron block was not high, but the high temperature easily dissolved her attack power. Kaneo tightened her grip on the knife. Once was a coincidence, twice was not. The other party must have drawn his knife, but she could not see clearly. Flower breathing type 2, Mycage Plum. Since she was not as fast as the opponent in drawing her sword, she would launch multiple attacks at the same time. No matter how fast the opponent's sword was, it was impossible for him to block all the attacks at once. As soon as Kaneo finished speaking, the sun wheel sword in her hand instantly launched 4 arc-shaped slashes. The trajectory of the slashes was erratic, like falling plum blossoms. After Kaneo used type 2, her eyes were fixed on Luoquan. As long as she caught the opportunity when Luoquan attacked, she could take the opportunity to kill the little ghost. Zang! Hearing the sound of the sun blade being unsheathed, Kaneo tensed up and was about to rush towards Luoquan. What happened in front of her made her pause. No arc appeared this time, but her slash was gone, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Kaneo knew very well that the attack range of the Makajime was limited, but it was impossible for her to disappear out of thin air in such a short distance. Then, there was only one possibility, that the opponent had attacked again. And the speed of the attack was much faster than before. Kaneo looked at Luoquan, and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Makajime's attack was erratic, but the opponent was able to break the 4 slashes one by one in an instant. Such speed and accuracy were unheard of by Kaneo. Do you want to continue? If it was during the final selection, Luoquan and Kaneo met. Luoquan could only rely on his speed to deal with Kaneo, and it was still very difficult to defeat Kaneo. Because Luoquan's skills only had proficiency, but he did not have enough breathing ability to use his skills. But now, even without breathing, Kaneo is definitely not his opponent. Kaneo did not respond, but the raised long sword said it all. Seeing the almost stubborn Kaneo, Luoquan shook his head. Just as Luoquan was thinking about how to deal with Kaneo, the voice of the crow resounded throughout Spider Mountain. Order! Order! Order from headquarters! Capture Tanjiro and Nezuko and bring them back to headquarters! Capture Tanjiro and the demon Nezuko and bring them back to headquarters! Tanjiro, wearing a checkered coat and with a scar on his forehead. The demon girl Nezuko biting bamboo. Luoquan shrugged his shoulders after hearing the message from the crow. He pulled out Nezuko who was hiding behind him. This is Nezuko. Kaneo glanced at Nezuko who was holding onto the corner of Luoquan's clothes. Comparing the descriptions conveyed by Nezuko and the crow in her mind, Kaneo slowly retracted the sun blade and stood there motionless. Although there was no need to kill the ghost named Nezuko, the mission required to bring her back to the headquarters. So sending Nezuko back to the headquarters was her current mission. Luoquan sighed, first carried ZENITSU on his back, then took Nezuko's hand and motioned to Kaneo. Kaneo looked at Luoquan, paused, and turned around. It would be best if the other party could cooperate, otherwise, with the other party's speed, she might not be able to stop him from running away with Nezuko. Luoquan followed Kaneo, thinking about what would happen next. Nezuko was brought back to the headquarters, and Yubayashiki Yoya took this opportunity to open the pillar meeting between the Hashirama. At the meeting, except for the water pillar and the mist pillar, the other pillars agreed to kill Nezuko. Even after Urokodaka Seikanji and Tomioka Jiyu used their lives to guarantee it, the wind pillar still refused. He tested Nezuko with his own blood, and Nezuko passed the test by revolving around. After recalling the general process of this meeting between the Hashirama, Luoquan began to think about what role he should play as a Hashirama in order to maximize the role of the friend system. First of all, the mist pillar and the water pillar passed by directly, one only had himself in his eyes, and the other was a stuffy person. The wind pillar is not good either, with a twisted personality. This time, not to mention making friends, he might even have to fight because of Nezuko. The love pillar is easy to talk to, so it is not difficult to make friends, but with the snake pillar watching closely, the two can only choose one. The sound pillar is too narcissistic. If you praise him more, maybe you can add the other friends? Apart from these few pillars to be considered, the rest are Luoquan's main targets this time. Insect pillar Koko Shinobu is easy to talk to, so it's not difficult to make a first acquaintance. The eldest brother Flame pillar is cheerful and willing to make friends, which is exactly what Luoquan wants. Rock pillar has a compassionate heart, so it shouldn't be difficult to get him to agree to Luoquan's idea of making friends. After sorting out his thoughts about this meeting between the pillars, Luoquan is looking forward to meeting the 9 pillars more and more. After all, there are not many opportunities to meet 9 pillars at once. Chapter 31. The next morning, at the Yubayashiki mansion. This is the headquarters that the mentioned. The mansion is surrounded by a sea of wisteria flowers. Before Luoquan entered the mansion, a refreshing fragrance of wisteria flowers came into his nose. It is not difficult to see the protection of the Demon Slayer Corps for Yubayashiki Yoya from the planting area of this wisteria flower. Entering the mansion, the box containing Nezuko behind Luoquan moved. Luoquan patted the box gently. Nezuko must have smelled the scent of wisteria flowers and felt a little uneasy. After calming Nezuko's emotions, Luoquan glanced at Tanjiro who was tied up next to him. Last night, after they conveyed the order, the matter of Nada Spider Mountain came to an end. Inashuk and Zenitsu were carried back to the headquarters for treatment, and Tanjiro was escorted back to the headquarters. Originally, Nezuko also needed to be escorted, but Luoquan disagreed. Luoquan knew that if the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were allowed to escort her back, Nezuko would not be able to avoid the Sword of the Wind Pillar. At first, some members of the Demon Slayer Corps had objections to this. All objections disappeared until Luoquan pulled out the Sun Wheel Sword and covered nearly 5 meters around him in a sea of thunder and lightning. Although they didn't know how strong Luoquan was, they knew that the violent thunder was not an illusion. After Koko Shinobu and Tomioka Chiyuu knew about this, they didn't say anything to stop him, but instead looked at Luoquan curiously for a while. Luoquan's ability to kill the 12 demon moons alone has proved his strength. The Demon Slayer Corps needs to speak with strength. Moreover, with Luoquan's strength, he could have run away, and now he has followed obediently, which shows his sincerity. Luoquan felt several eyes focusing on him when he followed the steps. The eyes paused on Luoquan for a while, and then looked at the box on Luoquan's back. Facing several burning eyes, Luoquan leisurely looked at the pillars present. Luoquan has the aura of the Ghost King, and his aura is not inferior to that of several pillars, and even better. Even if he didn't have the appearance of a demon king, Luoquan wouldn't be afraid of a few looks. He passed by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and stood beside several pillars. Looking at Luoquan who calmly took his place, the eyes of several pillars flashed. Is this the swordsman who killed the lower fifth? He looks good, but still not as handsome as me. Hey hey hey! What a charming child! When will the cloud in the sky come over? It's amazing that he can kill the 12 demons alone. But why does he have demons behind him? The member in charge of escorting the Demon Slayer shook Tanjiro awake. As soon as Tanjiro woke up, his eyes began to focus, and he soon realized what happened. Where is Nezuko? Where is Nezuko? Don't talk, the people standing in front of you are all pillars. The members quickly covered Tanjiro's mouth. Column? What column? They are the strongest swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. The strongest? Where's Nezuko? Tanjiro looked anxious. If it was any other time, he might have time to understand what this so-called pillar represented. But now, he only had Nezuko in his eyes. Where is Nezuko? Did Mr. Luoquan take action? Is Nezuko dead or alive now? These questions are more important than understanding what a pillar is. Tanjiro, here! Luoquan shouted at Tanjiro who was looking around, then turned sideways and showed the box to Tanjiro. Mr. Luoquan! Tanjiro turned his head when he heard the voice, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground when he saw Luoquan. Mr. Luoquan made a move, and Nezuko didn't die, fortunately. But the stone in his heart fell to the ground for less than a moment, and then it was suspended high again. Tanjiro looked at the figures in front of him, and his throat rolled with difficulty. 6 people, the 6 people standing in front of him, all had a powerful and terrifying aura. He had a vague feeling that no matter which of these 6 people took action, killing him would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Is it really okay for Mr. Luoquan to bring Nezuko here? What if they refuse to recognize Nezuko and want to kill Nezuko? Can Mr. Luoquan resist it? The smell on their bodies is much stronger than Mr. Luoquan. If I cause trouble to Mr. Luoquan again, that oneself. Now I will start to judge you. Before the judgment, please. There is no need for a trial, right? Sheltering a demon is obviously a violation of team rules. If we deal with it, you must be beheaded together with the demon. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro said with his eyes wide open and very energetic. Luoquan looked at his eldest brother, the Flame Pillar, from the side. Since he came in, his eyes really haven't blinked once. Does he sleep with his eyes open? Noticing Luoquan's gaze, the eldest brother turned his head and looked at Luoquan. Luoquan smiled. The eldest brother is a character he likes very much and is one of the friends he must add. In the original work, the eldest brother died on the infinite train, and now he has appeared. As long as his strength allows, Luoquan must let the eldest brother see how bright the dawn of the next day is. After the interlude, Shinobu Koko began to ask Tanjiro why he brought the demon, and Tanjiro answered truthfully. Luoquan patrolled the yard with hidden eyes. The snake pillar is on the tree, the other 7 pillars are in front of him, and what about the wind pillar? Where is he? Because of Nezuko, in the Hashirama meeting, the wind pillar was the pillar he needed to pay the most attention to. Suddenly, a slight sound of breaking wind came from behind, and Luo Chuan dodged to the side without hesitation. This speed? Is he a ghost swordsman who uses the thunder-breathing technique? The wind pillar, Fushigawashima, Shima, stood where Luoquan had been standing and chuckled as he kept his sword in the pose. But it doesn't matter. Since you dare to protect a ghost, you must be prepared to die. Fushigawashima licked his lips and looked at Luoquan with eager eyes, as if he had imagined the scene of blood splattering on his Nichiren sword. Wait, Mr. Busukawa, you are wrong. It is not him who is protecting the ghost, but this person. Shinobu Koko spoke up when she saw that something was wrong. After years of getting along, she knew very well how terrifying the scarred man in front of her was. Even among the 9 pillars, he was one of the best. If such a person attacked Luoquan, Luoquan would die if he was not careful. Although Luoquan dodged Mr. Busukawa's knife just now, it was obvious that Mr. Busukawa might not have used even 10% of his strength in that knife. No, me too. As soon as Shinobu Koko finished speaking, Luoquan drew out her long sword and said indifferently. The calm voice startled the pillars present. You two? What are you two? Someone who shelters a demon? Is Luoquan crazy? This is not something that can be said casually. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, sheltering a demon is punishable by beheading. Shinobu Koko had clearly persuaded Shinobu Anui to stop, but as soon as these words came out, her persuasion instantly vanished. Shinobu Koko looked at Luoquan in astonishment. She didn't understand, nor did she understand. Luoquan obviously didn't need to get involved in this matter. With his growth rate of being able to kill the 12 demon moons in less than 2 months, he will soon have a place in the pillar level. This is an extremely bright future in the eyes of Shinobu Koko. At this moment, Luoquan's light words ruined it. Chapter 32. Now, am I right? Fuzukawa Shinobu glanced at Koko Shinobu, then his eyes fell on Luoquan. You. Shinobu Koko sighed and said nothing more. Although she wanted to add another pillar level to the Demon Slayer Corps, she didn't dare to accept a pillar level who would protect demons. Since Luoquan insisted on doing so, she didn't need to force it. It's just a pity that such a genius is rare. Wind pillar, Fuzugawa Mia. Race, human. Realm, upper pillar. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talent, none. Constitution, thin blood, drunk. Skills, breath of the wind, form 1, dust whirlwind, slash, mastered, form 2, claw, Kato wind, mastered, form 3, clear storm wind tree, mastered, form 4, rising sand and dust storm, mastered, form 5, cold autumn mountain wind, mastered, form 6, black wind smoke storm, mastered, form 7, strong wind, Tengu wind, mastered, form 8, first fierce wind slash, mastered, form 9, Wiachuo Tiantai wind, mastered. Seeing the attribute panel of Fushigi-san displayed on the system, Luoquan moved his shoulders. He secured the box on his back. Fushigi-san is the strongest opponent he has encountered so far, except for Muzan Kibutsuji, no doubt about it. A pillar at the upper pillar level, even the old man who was the former sound pillar has not reached this level. Although he broke through to the first level before coming, there is still a gap of 4 levels between them. If he doesn't deal with it with all his strength, he will probably suffer a lot this time. After thinking about it, Luoquan instantly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Fushigi Sane. When the gap in strength between the two is huge, seizing the initiative is more effective than passive defense. Fushigi Sane curled the corners of his mouth, and the blue sun blade gleamed in the sun. The pillar-level breathing of wind gradually appeared in front of Luoquan. Dang! With just one strike, Luo Chuan was knocked out. The golden arc jumped quickly, with a faint tendency to dissipate. Luo Chuan held the knife with both hands, half bending his body, and the breath of thunder was exerted to the extreme at this moment. Call! As the air from Luoquan's nose blew out, his eyes became more determined. Still a little short. Luo Chuan said to himself. Gripping the long sword tightly, Luo Chuan exerted force on his feet and shot out again 10 meters towards the immortal river. The already dazzling speed was increased to a higher level at this time, and the momentum on his body also gradually rose. Boom! Fuzugawa Shiyu raised his hand again and blocked it easily. If it was another pillar, it would be a bit troublesome if he didn't take Luoquan's weird speed seriously. But he is the wind pillar. Not only is Lei good at speed, he is also good at it. When he reaches the extreme speed, he is even faster than Laihu. Come again. Luoquan's tone was as flat as a pool of stagnant water. Fuzukawa Shiya's eyes flashed. If this person did not protect the ghost, he would definitely be a genius like Tokaido. How old is this, but he can use the thunder breathing so skillfully. Without looking at the face, Fuzukawa Shiya thought it was the former Mingzu who was fighting with him. It's a pity. Since you are on the side of the ghost, you must be prepared to die at any time. The arcs of electricity on Luoquan's body covered the yard. Every knife was the ultimate use of the thunder-breathing method. Every flash of lightning would be exchanged for a dull sound of collision. However, no matter what kind of breathing type or angle Luoquan used, Fuzukawa Shiya seemed to be surrounded by an invisible veil, and he could not get close at all. All the attacks were blocked by Fuzukawa Shiya one by one. Fuzukawa Shiya seemed to think this was boring. While resisting Luoquan's attack, he approached Luoquan. There was limited open space in the yard, and the area that Luoquan could occupy was forced to shrink. No wonder he was able to kill the 12 demon moons. This speed and continuous burst are not bad. The sound pillar muttered as he looked at Luoquan's figure that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Among the 9 pillars, he and the wind pillar have the final say in terms of speed and burst. The speed that Luoquan is showing now is nothing short of terrifying. The wind pillar seems to be dealing with it easily, but the light in his eyes is not relaxed for a moment. Obviously, even Fuzukawa Shiya has to take it seriously in the face of such a blitzkrieg. What a fast speed! This new guy is awesome. What's the name of that bird in the sky? I forgot. It's no use. Busui is getting serious. Rock Pillar by Minjiahu Xingming put his hands together and shook his head. The child's dodge range was about to be forced into a dead end by the Busugawa. When there was no dodge area, facing the Busugawa's attack, the child could not think of any other outcome except a pitiful death. At this time, Luoquan was in a desperate situation, only 3 meters away from Busugawa. At the edge of the yard, there was only this open space for Luoquan to stand. Luoquan stopped attacking and exhaled deeply. This breath mixed with the air, flashing sporadic electric sparks. Luoquan's current state is very poor. High-intensity attacks require great physical support. His current physical strength is almost reaching its limit. However, Luoquan's face is still calm, as if the gap on the sun blade, the sweat on the temples, and the weak calves are not a big deal. Busugawa Shiya is very strong, so strong that even if Luoquan uses the first 5 forms of thunder breathing without reservation, he cannot hurt Busugawa Shiya. However, since Luoquan dared to say that he would take on the task of protecting Nezuko, he must be sure of it. Lowering his eyes, the ground in the yard was now filled with electric arcs. Almost there. Luo Chuan said softly. It's almost over, I've had enough fun too. Fuzukawa Shiya stared at Luoquan and chuckled. This Luoquan did give him a big surprise, but it was just a surprise. Now everything should end. Really? I think it's just the beginning now. After saying that, all the arcs crawling in the yard seemed to have received the order of the King of Thunder and Lightning, and rushed towards Luoquan frantically. The golden thunder surrounded Luoquan and made a shrill bird cry. Lightning speed and thunder-like attack are called thunder breathing. Luoquan stood in the corner of the yard, and the golden thunder on his body was not inferior even in the dazzling sunlight. Raising the broken long sword in his hand, Luoquan murmured thunder breathing type 6, lightning boom and thunder boom. As soon as the words fell, the thunder accumulated around Luoquan burst out instantly. All the pillars present were instantly covered by light in front of their eyes. Chapter 33. The lightning in the whole yard gathered together, as if the wrath of the sky had descended upon the earth. The lightning spear rushed straight towards Fushigawara Shiya like an angry dragon with irresistible power and speed. As one of the top pillars, Fushigawara Shiya's reaction and skills were naturally first-rate. The moment he saw Luoquan condense his attack, he already felt something was wrong, and it seemed that he had gone too far. At such a close distance, even if he was fast, he could not avoid contact with the Thunder Dragon. Wind Breathing Type 3, Clear Storm Wind Tree. In a hurry, Fuzukawa almost subconsciously used the breathing of wind. 3 blue wind blades rose from top to bottom, blocking Fuzukawa and forming a crude barrier. The lightning power released by Luoquan at this moment has exceeded common sense. Even if Fuzukawa has clear storm wind tree in front of him to resist, he can only continue to attenuate the impact speed and power of the lightning spear, but cannot completely block it. In the end, several lightning strikes hit the 3 wind blades, and the wind blades shattered and hit Fuzukawa Shiya directly. Fuzukawa's clothes were instantly scorched by lightning, and there were faint traces of burns on his right forearm holding the knife. Even the blade of the blue sun wheel sword was pitch black. Although this attack caused Fuzukawa serious injuries, such a battle situation was enough to shock the other pillars in the yard. Fuzukawa was injured. He used the San no kata and still got injured, this guy. The snake pillar leaned on the tree branch, his pupils dilated unconsciously. If Fuzukawa hadn't been seriously attacked and injured by this kid, it would have been fine. But Fuzukawa Shinobu was not only serious just now, but he even used the Sanjuku form, but he was still injured? Don't say that it was just a minor injury. As long as he was injured, it means that the kid in front of them is qualified for them to take it seriously. The wound on the arm is a minor injury, if it was the neck, it would be a fatal injury. When Shinobu Koko saw Mr. Fuzukawa using the breathing form just now, she felt that things were going to get out of hand, and stretched out her hand to dissuade him. After all, the Lord hasn't come out yet, and the matter of Nezuko has not been concluded. But the scene in front of him not only made his outstretched hand freeze in mid-air, but even the words in his mouth had to be opened and swallowed back. Luoquan's attack actually injured Mr. Fuzukawa. Looking at the bright red blood oozing from Fuzukawa's arm, Shinobu Koko was stunned. This wound that couldn't be any smaller may not be comparable to the other exaggerated wounds on Fuzukawa's body. But those wounds were caused by countless fights and training with the 12 demon moons. There is an essential difference between the two. I really injured Mr. Fuzukawa, that's amazing. The light just now was so bright. Where are the clouds just now? Have they flown away? Such a great donor is going to die soon, what a pity, Namo Amitabha. If he didn't protect ghosts, he would definitely be a good friend. Fushigawara Shiya looked at his forearm with a dull look in his eyes. He was injured. He was injured even when he was using the breathing type. Although he had used the third type a little hastily and had not used the third type's full power, this was not an excuse. He was injured. He was injured by someone who was much weaker than him. Did Koko Shinobu call him Luoquan? He remembered this name. Fuzumiya raised his head, sucked the blood off his arm, and looked at Luoquan. This time, Busu's eyes were not mocking or disdainful, but serious. Luoquan looked at the injuries he had caused on Busu, his face calm. But his heart sank. That's it. He used his superb land form with all his strength, and that's it. He had thought that this would be a good opportunity to cause Busu a lot of injuries, so that Busu would have some concerns. But that's it. The wound doesn't even need to be rested, it will scab over in a day or two. Not to mention that it will affect Busu's combat effectiveness. Is this the strength of a top pillar? He really overestimated himself. After killing 212 demon moons in a row, and with the collapse of the combat power level of the demon slayer himself, he seemed to have overestimated his strength. There is a reason why a pillar is a pillar. Luoquan exhaled and glanced at the room imperceptibly. The time he fought with Fuzukawa was not long, but it was definitely not short. Logically, Yubiashiki Yoya should have come out by now, but he was nowhere to be seen. Did he want to see his strength again? Luoquan subconsciously rejected this idea. His current strength was already his strongest strength besides blood demon arts. Wasn't that enough? Could it be that Yubiashiki Yoya wanted to see not how strong his thunder breath was, but his blood demon arts? That should be right. Yubiashiki Yoya probably wanted to see how he used blood demon arts. He was probably still waiting to see if Luoquan's use of blood demon arts would have an impact on himself. After sorting out the reasons, Luoquan was a little dissatisfied with Yubiashiki Yoya's attitude, but he understood it. If he, as the Lord, suddenly appeared someone who could use blood demon arts, he would also have to examine it carefully. Luoquan naturally lowered the sun blade and prepared to use the blood demon arts, the engraved line rotation, which he obtained from Rui. Among the blood demon arts he obtained, only this one could be used against the wind pillar. The spider silk in the body was awakened, and at the moment it was about to penetrate Luoquan's skin. Ding! Tanjiro Kamatu's favorability towards the host increases. It is detected that the intimacy between Tanjiro Kamatu and the host's friend has been raised to close friends, and a random reward is obtained. Obtained skill, Transparent World, reduced. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill now, Transparent World, Remnant? Seeing the prompt that suddenly popped up on the system panel, Luoquan glanced at Tanjiro who was pressed to the ground. Nervous, worried, uneasy, grateful, Luoquan found for the first time that he could see so many emotions on a person's face. Transparent World, it's just in time. The three-piece set of Demon Slayer's late-stage pillar-level skills are the Pattern, Transparency, and Red Sword. Among these three, the Transparent World is definitely the most extraordinary ability. Because once the complete transparency is opened, it means that the upper strings except Doma and Kokushibo will be crushed in a head-on battle. The power of the Transparent World can be seen in the battle between the late upper string 3, Chiaza and Tanjiro who opened the transparent pattern. After entering the Transparent World, Tanjiro almost crushed Chiaza in all aspects. Tanjiro not only avoided Chiaza's destructive killing final style, the blue-silver ran, head-on afterglow, and later on, Tanjiro chopped off Kitakaza's head head-on. Kitakaza himself admitted that Tanjiro opened up the Transparent World. He reached the selfless state in his dream. He couldn't react to the speed of humans at all. The reason why he was defeated later was that Tanjiro left the Transparent World not long after he chopped off Kitakaza's head. Therefore, it is not difficult to see the power of the Transparent World from this. Although what he got from Tanjiro was only an incomplete Transparent World, Luoquan felt that this level of skill, even if it is incomplete, the power will never be bad. The second battle begins now. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill now, Transparent World, incomplete? Yes. Chapter 34. Clang. Clang. Sniff. Looking at the battle that broke out again in the center of the yard, the other pillars no longer looked sideways. Instead, they turned around and looked at the situation in the yard seriously. As the wind pillar, Fushigawashia was injured by this man named Luoquan, and they dared not underestimate Luoquan anymore. In the fierce battle, the transparent world began to merge with Luoquan. This process was not inconsistent with the Battle of Fushigawashia. It even accelerated Luoquan's mastery and integration of the transparent world to a certain extent. Luoquan's limbs and the depths of his spirit seemed to be nurturing a warm light. This is a precursor to the fusion of the transparent world, and it is also a sign that Luoquan is moving towards a higher level. Luoquan's breathing gradually became steady and long, according to the transparent world information that was integrated in his mind. Luoquan adjusted his breathing little by little to make it perfectly harmonious with his movements. Every breath was like practicing an art that required extremely high subtlety. In the process of fusion, Luoquan's movements became more and more precise, and every attack was more direct. As the battle continued, Luoquan felt waves of pain from deep in his body. This is a necessary stage in fusion. Every blood vessel, every piece of flesh and blood seemed to be experiencing the rolling of wheels. Luoquan gritted his teeth, struggling to cope with the attack of Fuzugawa while enduring the great changes in his body. The pain came like a tide, and also receded like a tide. After the pain, Luoquan's perception began to become extremely sharp. This not only refers to vision, but also to various organs in the body. Luoquan can sense every flow in his body, and even the attack of Fuzugawa Shia began to show flaws in Luoquan's eyes. Luoquan didn't know if it was a flaw, but he had a vague feeling that as long as he attacked there, Fuzugawa Shia's attack could be easily broken. Luoquan thought about it, and his hands had already started to act. Dang! After the collision, Fushigawara Shia was stunned. Something was wrong. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Luoquan's attack just now seemed to have changed? The strength and speed seemed to have increased a lot, and the rhythm of the battle began to shift from his hands. Fushigawara Shia frowned and rushed forward again. Ding! The familiar discomfort came again, and Fuzugawa Shia was surprised. Since the last fight, Luoquan seemed to have become a different person, as if he had been blessed with some state. As the fusion came to an end, Luoquan's movements became more refined, and this process was the most difficult. Because this requires extremely high self-control and a deep understanding of the body. There must be no slackness at this moment. Luoquan's goal is to reach the realm of a transparent world and see that transparent world. At the moment of fusion, a clearer world appeared in front of Luoquan. Both the attack and the evasion seemed natural, without any unnecessary movements. The situation on the field also changed accordingly. Fuzugawa Shia, who had easily dealt with Luoquan's attack, was actually faintly suppressed at this time. No way, Mr. Busukawa has been suppressed. They. Love Pillar covered his mouth, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Not only Busukawa could feel the change in Luoquan, but they could also feel it. Although Busukawa did not use the breathing type again, the strength of his hands had increased. Under normal circumstances, this Luoquan should have been defeated by now. But in just less than a minute of fighting, Luoquan's changes were visible to the naked eye. His sword-wielding technique and skills went from rough at the beginning to exquisite in less than a minute. And this process took them several years or even decades to polish, but Luoquan only took 1 minute. A higher realm. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro murmured in a low voice. In the past few years, he has felt that his strength has reached a bottleneck period, but he has no idea if he wants to break through. He knows that he is hovering on the edge of a breakthrough, but he can't find the direction. And now, the state displayed by Luoquan seems to be a little similar to the realm he wants to break through. But this child has not yet reached the pillar level. How did he get in touch with that realm? Fuzugawa Shia passively entered a defensive state. Before, he didn't want to use the breathing type because of his pride, but now there is no gap for him to use the breathing type. Luoquan's attack is not only accurate, but also terrifyingly high. Once he uses the breathing type, Luoquan will seize the gap in his body and hit him. Fortunately, Luoquan's state lasted less than half a minute, and Fuzugawa Shia felt that the terrifying pressure around him was relieved. The last collision with Fuzugawa, Luoquan withdrew from the transparent world state. The weak arms could not resist the power of Fuzugawa's sun wheel sword. Luoquan flew out directly. Gan! Luoquan staggered to steady himself and spat blood foam on the grass beside him. The transparent world is strong. Once he enters this state, he can even suppress the wind pillar, but the time is too short. It is still unrealistic for Fuzugawa Shia to defeat the wind pillar in such a short time. Seeing Luoquan's state suddenly drop, Fuzugawa narrowed his eyes and rushed out. It was really aggrieved to be suppressed by someone weaker than him in the past few tens of seconds. Now it's his turn, he will naturally not give Luoquan another chance. The Lord has arrived. The speeding Bizikawa paused and looked at the man who walked out of the dark shadows. Finally, it came out. Luo Chuan looked at the blue sun blade less than a meter away from him and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still had the blood demon art as a trump card, it also required physical strength to operate the blood demon art. The transparent world state just now drained too much of his physical strength. Hello everyone, it's a nice day today. I'm very happy to have the semi-annual meeting of the pillars without any changes to the members. When the 9 pillars saw their lord coming out, they immediately lined up and knelt in front of Yubayashiki Yoya. It was so fast that even Luoquan didn't see how the wind pillar disappeared. This wind pillar? Wasn't it his full strength just now? It would be great if my lord is still in good health. I sincerely wish you better health. Thank you, Shimizu. Excuse me, but before we start the meeting, I would like to explain the swordsman named Tanjiro Kamado and Rakugawa. What do you think? I recognize Tanjiro and Nezuko, and I hope everyone can recognize them too. As for Luoquan, he is as special as Nezuko. Yubayashiki Yoya spoke lightly, and even Luoquan had to admit that it sounded very comfortable and made him feel warm all over. Chapter 35. After Yubayashiki Yoya finished speaking, several pillars began to react. They were not targeting Luoquan, but Nezuko. They had seen and killed too many demons. It was difficult for them to accept the existence of Nezuko based on the Lord's words alone. And Luoquan was actually ignored by several pillars at this moment. As special as Nezuko? They didn't understand, no matter how special, it was not as special as a demon. Hearing the objections of several pillars in succession, Yubayashiki Yoya did not speak. After several pillars finished speaking, Yoya asked his daughter to take out the letter from Urokadakase kanji and read it aloud. After listening quietly to the contents of the letter, Tanjiro stared blankly at the profile of Tomioka Jiyu. What does seppuku mean? If you want to die, just go ahead and die. It's not a guarantee at all. Just as Fuzukawa said, if we wait for the demons to kill people and eat them, it will be irreversible. The people who were killed will not come back. Even with the guarantee of 2 pillars, the wind pillar Fuzukawa Shima and the flame pillar still could not accept it. It is true, there is no guarantee that he will attack anyone, but there is no proof that she would attack anyone. Nezuko has not eaten anyone in more than 2 years. This is the fact, and the 3 people gambled their lives for Nezuko. If you want to deny this, the party doing the denying must also come up with something of higher value. Luo Chuan smacked his lips aside. Apart from anything else, Yubayashiki Yoshia's ability to talk nonsense must be superb. And, I have one more thing to tell my swordsman. Tanjiro and Luoquan had encountered Muzan before, and Luoquan had a brief exchange with him. Feeling the sudden focus of attention, Luoquan raised his eyebrows. Didn't he drive away the crows when he was preparing? How did Yubayashiki Yoya know? Could it be that the crows were still nearby at that time? He was really brave. Facing the clueless questions from several pillars, Luoquan looked at Yubayashiki Yoya. Yoya stretched out his finger to his mouth, and the discussion of the pillars disappeared instantly. Muzan is trying to catch Tanjiro. This is the first time he has shown his true colors. I don't want to give up this opportunity. Something must have happened to Nezuko that even Muzan could not have imagined. I still don't understand, my lord. If it's a human, I can let it go, but not a ghost. Until now, we, the Demon Slayer Corps, have been fighting with the belief of killing demons, and so many people have sacrificed their lives for this, so I cannot agree to it. Yubayashiki Yoya was silent. Fuzugawa Sanya cut his wrist and continued, let me prove it to the lord. After saying that, Fuzugawa Sanya looked at Luoquan. Luoquan also knew that this was a test that Nezuko had to go through, so he held the box behind him steadily and jumped into the house. My lord, I am sorry for the indignation. Fuzugawa Shia followed, and the aroma of intoxicating blood filled the room. Luoquan carefully released Nezuko. Seeing Nezuko suddenly turned her head away in the face of the temptation of Fuzugawa's thin blood, Luoquan breathed a sigh of relief, and the Nichiren sword in his hand dropped a little. Although he knew the result, when he was really in the situation, he could not help but feel a little nervous. So this proves that Nezuko won't attack others, right? Tanjiro, you also need to prove to other pillars that Nezuko will not eat people in the future, and work hard to show your strength. Now that Tanjiro's story is over, let's talk about Mr. Luoquan. Mr. Luoquan. Luoquan packed Nezuko and walked out of the house, standing in the yard and looking at Yubayashiki Yoya. He did not kneel on the ground like the other pillars. Although he respected Yubayashiki Yoya, Yoya did not have any gratitude or life-saving grace for him, so there was no need for him to kneel. Yubayashiki Yoya did not care about these small issues of etiquette, and said, I said before that Mr. Luoquan and Miss Nezuko are equally special. That's because although Mr. Luoquan is a human, he can use blood demon magic. Use blood demon arts. As soon as Yubayashiki Yoya finished speaking, the faces of the pillars changed instantly. The reason why the 12 Kizuki and Muzan Kibutsuji are so scary is that they rely on their long lifespans and powerful blood demon arts. But now the Lord tells them that a person can use blood demon arts? How is it possible? How can a person form blood demon arts without Muzan Kibutsuji's blood in his body? The other pillars were stunned, shocked that Luoquan could use blood demon arts. Bizikawa was stunned. Luoquan can use blood demon arts? Then why didn't he use it during the battle just now? Isn't that Luoquan's full strength? Good boy, he was hiding his strength when fighting him. Bizikawa didn't know what he was doing for a while. Should I be angry or laugh? Luo Chuan was also very straightforward. In front of everyone, he summoned the spider silk in his body. Transparent spider silk emerged from Luo Chuan's palm, swaying in the sun. The flickering light made the people present look sideways. They had all fought with ghosts. Naturally, they knew what the blood energy around Luo Chuan was like. Blood ghost magic. The changes in the ghost's body when using blood ghost magic. However, is this blood ghost magic less practical? It seems that the combat effectiveness is not very strong. But it is true. If the blood ghost magic that a person can control is as strong as a ghost, wouldn't it be too outrageous? A person who is not afraid of the sun but possesses blood ghost magic, they know very well how terrible such an existence is. This seems to be nothing. Before Yin Zhu finished speaking, he saw that the originally light and flowing spider silk in Luo Chuan's hand suddenly became taut and straight. Luo Chuan turned over his palm, snorted softly, and the transparent spider silk pierced towards the ground under his feet. At this moment, the spider silk was no longer the almost transparent and negligible existence before. They were like tough steel wires, penetrating the air, bringing up a slight whistling sound. Then with a light hissing sound, the spider silk easily penetrated the ground like a hot knife cutting through butter. When everything settled down, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a somewhat frightening scene. The hard sandy ground was covered with densely packed small holes, each of which was extremely precise, as if it had been drilled by a micro-drill. Each small hole was a trace left by the spider silk piercing the ground, with consistent depth and uniform spacing. Return, it's really a blood demon technique. The sound pilla's eyes widened slightly, and his mouth was a little dry. How much he despised the swaying spider silk before, and now he was shocked by the power of the spider silk. This sand was not damaged much when Luoquan and the dead river fought just now. But now under Luoquan's spider silk, it was like tofu. This kind of powerful spider silk, combined with Luoquan's speed, made the sound pillar feel a little cold. If Luoquan used blood demon technique on the dead river just now, the result of the battle would be. Thinking of this, the sound pillar could not help but look at Fuzugawa Sanya. Not only the sound pillar, but the other pillars also realized this problem. If Luoquan had used this blood demon technique when suppressing Fuzugawa Sanya just now, would Fuzugawa still be able to stand here intact? They thought about it from another perspective and silently denied it in their hearts. If they knew in advance that Luoquan could use blood demon techniques, they would not think that Luoquan's strength could defeat Fuzugawa. But the key is that they didn't know. Who would have thought that a person could use blood demon techniques? Chapter 36. Fushigawashima Shima didn't say anything, he just reached out and touched the wound on his chin. This wound was left when Luoquan's momentum surged just now. The wound was very shallow. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a wound, it was more like a red mark left by a whip. If Luoquan had used this spider silk to attack at that time, would he still be able to survive? Fushigawashima asked himself. But in just a moment, he got the answer. Perhaps relying on the fighting instinct he could have noticed it at the first time, but heavy bleeding was definitely unavoidable. Thinking of this, Fushigawashima looked at Luoquan with a very complicated look. He originally thought that this battle turned out like this because he didn't pay enough attention. But unexpectedly, Luoquan didn't even use his full strength. I can extract blood demon arts from the blood of demons, but there is a certain chance of failure in extraction. This spider silk is what I extracted from the lower fifth. After Luoquan demonstrated the power of spider silk, he took back the spider silk and said to Yubiashiki Yoya. The golden finger of the friend system must not be exposed casually. But I have to make up a reasonable explanation for my use of blood demon arts. Now this is the most appropriate one. It can not only cover up the existence of the golden finger, but also help Tamayo speed up the progress of obtaining blood. Extracting blood demon arts from the blood of demons. Yubiashiki Yoya heard this and thought about it. Although it sounds incredible, it is possible. Fuzugawa Shima's brother Swanya can also become stronger by eating ghosts. Luoquan is probably like Swanya. He just doesn't know if there are any restrictions. Yubiashiki Yoya didn't ask. His relationship with Luoquan is not as close as that of other pillars. Too much questioning will only make Luoquan alert. Can blood demon arts be extracted from blood? Shinobu Koko glanced at Tanjiro. When rescuing Tanjiro, she saw Tanjiro take out a blood extraction device and pierce the dead spider ghost. Is that for Luoquan to extract blood demon arts? Luoquan looked at Yubiashiki Yoya's white eyes and waited for Yoya's response. He didn't realize that Shinobu Koko had imagined Tanjiro's blood extraction. Thank you Mr. Luoquan for your answer. I am glad that you can join the Demon Slayer Corps. Take Tanjiro and Mr. Rakugawa down for treatment. After Yubiashiki Yoya finished speaking, Shinobu Koko raised her hand and said, then Kamatu and Rakugawa will be taken care of by my mansion for now. Yoya nodded, and Rakugawa bowed to Yoya. So far, things are going smoothly. The next step is to wait for Yubiashiki Yoya to finish the pillar meeting and add friends with their target pillars, and the goal of this pillar meeting will be completely achieved. Rakugawa took Nezuko, and the other two Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen took Tanjiro and left the Yubiashiki mansion to the Butterfly House. The Butterfly House is located in Yubiashiki, in the woods not far from Shiki's residence. As soon as he stepped into the Butterfly House, the refreshing fresh air made Luoquan's body relax. The injuries on his body from the battle with Fuzugawa were secondary. The main problem was that he was seriously exhausted. If it weren't for the supplement of full concentration and constant breathing, he would have fainted when he exited the transparent world. After settling, Nezuko, Luoquan, and Tanjiro came to the room where Zenitsu and Inashuk were treated. This time, with Luoquan's appearance, Zenitsu and Inashuk's injuries were not serious. Zenitsu had superficial injuries, and Inashuk had a dislocated arm. "Do I have to drink this medicine? It's really bitter." Zenitsu looked at the steaming black medicine, raised his head and looked at the doctor who was taking care of him with a pleading look. "You've asked this question 11 times. The doctor held his forehead and sighed slightly. The pig-headed boy next to him drank it all in one gulp. "Why is this blonde boy so troublesome?" "Zenitsu. Luoquan. Come here quickly, I don't want to drink this medicine, my injury will heal soon, please talk to him quickly." Seeing Luoquan appear, Shanyi seemed to have found his backbone. He had been with Luoquan for a long time, and he was a little uncomfortable when he woke up without seeing Luoquan. But fortunately, there was someone who took care of him to explain to him. "Let me do it." Luoquan took the medicine from the doctor and sat in front of Zenitsu's bed. "Luoquan, I don't want to drink this medicine, it's very bitter." Shanyi shrank his neck. "How did you kill that ghost on Spider Mountain?" Luo Chuan asked casually. "Oh, I almost forgot about this, Luoquan, I discovered how to use the first form of thunder breathing, which can change the trajectory of the attack. Drink the medicine first." Luoquan handed the medicine to Zenitsu's mouth. Zenitsu looked at the medicine and then at Luoquan. It was the same trick again. Luoquan had asked him to drink the medicine before. If he didn't drink it, Luoquan wouldn't let him talk. It was very childish, but he still fell for it. Pinching his nose, Zenitsu poured the medicine into his mouth with a distorted expression. "At that time, I wanted to use the one type to deal with the ghost." Seeing that Zenitsu had finished drinking the medicine, Luoquan found another bed and leaned on it to listen to Zenitsu's talk. Thunderbolt Flash 6 Continuation is a variation of Thunderbolt Flash. Being able to use this move shows that Zenitsu is almost at the peak of his proficiency in Thunderbolt Flash. Luoquan also has some ideas about the variation of Thunderbolt Flash. After Zenitsu's explanation, the problems that existed originally became much clearer. Host, Luoquan. Race, human. Realm, already. Comprehension, superior. Qualification, superior. Talents, echoing ear, thread of gaps, stealth. Skills, bandage, mastered, thunder breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash, mastered, thunderbolt flash, 6 continuations, type 2, rice soul, mastered, type 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder, mastered, type 4, far thunder, mastered, type 5, heat realm thunder, mastered, type 7, lightning and thunder, mastered, type 1, water breathing, mastered, type 7, beast breathing, spatial perception, mastered, blood demon art, food sound, mastered, blood demon art, red and pure arrow, mastered. Blood demon art, visual dream fragrance, mastered, blood demon art, line rotation, mastered, blood demon art, dissolving cocoon, mastered, transparent world, incomplete. Aura, Ghost King. Seeing the words Thunderbolt Flash 6 strike gradually solidifying on the system panel, Luoquan's mouth curled up. When a person sits on the bed, his skills grow from his heart. There is no distinction between proficiency in Thunderbolt Flash 6 strike, it is a variation of Thunderbolt Flash. The higher the proficiency of Thunderbolt Flash, the more powerful the 6 strike will be. Now it is different from when he was in Doshin. Luoquan's own understanding and qualifications are now the best choice. It is only a matter of time to practice the one form to perfection. By then, the 8th and 10th streaks will be a matter of course. Closing his eyes, Luoquan began to cultivate. The pillar meeting will take about half an hour, and during this time he has to adjust his state quickly. Prepare for adding friends later. This is a pillar level friend. Don't think that Luoquan seems to be on par with the Undying River. But Luoquan knows very well that the Undying River may not even use 30% of his strength. Except for the 30 seconds of suppression by the transparent world, the rest of the battle of the Undying River is almost a sea of water. He didn't take Luoquan seriously at first, and he couldn't bring himself to use other breathing methods later. If the dead river had gone all out from the beginning, Luoquan estimated that he would not even have the chance to merge with the transparent world. Chapter 37. At the Yubayashiki residence, the Hashiram meeting was underway. The meeting was already halfway through, mainly focusing on the issue of recruiting more swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps. What happened at Spider Mountain has already shown how low the quality of the current team's swordsmen is. They are almost useless, said Fuzukawa, kneeling down. That kid who cut you is also useless. Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin rubbed his chin and teased. Bizikawa glanced at the Sound Pillar and surprisingly did not refute. If the team recruits members like Luoquan, then I agree with recruiting swordsmen. The Flame Pillar said energetically. What happened today that left the deepest impression on him? The demon who could hold back the blood of Fuzukawa Miyabi is one of them, but the most impressive one is definitely Luoquan. Not only did he injure Fuzukawa, but he could also use blood demon arts. No matter which one, the Flame Pillar still remembers it vividly. The other pillars looked at each other sideways when they heard the Flame Pillar's words. Is the Flame Pillar serious about what he said? Recruiting swordsmen like Luoquan? How is it possible? Just reaching the current level through 2 months of selection is not something that ordinary people can do. What's more, Luoquan can also use blood demon arts. Such a training speed and talent are not much worse than that of the Mist Pillar Tokaido Muichiro, right? Yubayashiki Yoya shook his head. Mr. Luoquan is special, so recruit ordinary Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen first. Let alone Luoquan, Yubayashiki Yoya knew in his heart that it would not be easy to find even the 3 like Tanjiro. The disappointment in the Flame Pillar's eyes flashed away, and then his eyes became energetic again. Muzan Kibutsuji's sudden appearance, coupled with the noise made by the lower Moon 5, gave me a feeling that Muzan Kibutsuji might start to take action. I want my kids to be ready to fight. Once we find an opportunity, we must do our best to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. After the meeting of the pillars, it was already dark. Luoquan stood guard at the door of the Yubayashiki mansion, his eyes focused on the open door. The first one to come out was the Mist Pillar. Luoquan glanced at the Mist Pillar and shook his head. Mist Pillar, not so good, his brain is still not open at this time, and there is almost no one else in his eyes except the Lord. What a pity this super talent. Luoquan originally thought that Muichiro's talent and comprehension were both super. After all, he became a pillar in 2 months, this is a real achievement. But the system panel will not be false, Muichiro's only talent is super, and his comprehension is top. As Luoquan thought, Muichiro walked past him, and his eyes did not see his existence at all, as if Luoquan's existence was like air. Then came out of the door were the Snake Pillar and the Love Pillar. The two walked side by side. Luoquan smacked his lips, although it was a bit suspicious to make friends with Kenroji Mitsurai in front of Obanai. But in order to improve his strength, Luoquan still bit the bullet. Given Ganlu Temple's character, as long as Luoquan didn't do anything unscrupulous, Ganlu Temple would not reject his request. Can we be friends? Miss Ganlu Temple. When Luoquan spoke, he could already clearly feel the sharp gazes of Ziobanai and Kabiramaru on the side. The gazes of the man and the snake were like sharp blades just out of their sheaths, which made Luoquan's face hurt a little. Ah? Me? Of course you can. Gan Lucy's blushing face was so cute that even Luoquan couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Ding! Successfully added Koibihashira Kenroji Mitsurai as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between the love pillar Kenroji Mitsurai and the host's friend is just acquaintance, and a reward will be obtained randomly. Qualifications obtained, excellent. Do you choose to integrate perception now, superior? No. Hearing the voice of the system, Luoquan's eyes flashed, and he was a little disappointed. Breathing methods are something that everyone has their own attributes. It is impossible to rely on human power to practice breathing methods of different attributes to perfection. Even if the aptitude and understanding are superb, it may not be possible. Therefore, it is definitely the most worthwhile reward to obtain the breathing of love from Ganlo Temple. However, this thing is related to his luck, and he can't be too demanding. Suppressing the emotions in his heart silently, Luoquan shook Ganlo Temple's hand and nodded with a smile. Xiao Baniai on the side looked at Luoquan and Ganlo Temple's clasped hands, and his pupils instantly turned into vertical pupils. Duan also stretched his head and spit out a snake tongue at Luoquan. Feeling the cold air on his side, Luoquan let go of his hand and turned to Xiao Baniai. Ahem, let's make friends. Xiao Baniai was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and continued to walk forward. After walking 2 steps, he found that Kanroji had not caught up, so he turned his head and waited for Kanroji. Luoquan shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Baniai was not in his plan. He chose Kanroji, so it would be impossible to make friends with Xiao Baniai in the short term. After bidding farewell to Kanroji in a hurry, Luoquan turned his eyes to the other pillars present. Insect pillar Koko Shinobu and water pillar Tomioka Jiyu had already walked away. Insect pillar Koko Shinobu had plenty of time to make friends in the butterfly house later, and water pillar could not be conquered for a while, so the 2 of them left. The rest were rock pillar, sound pillar, flame pillar, and wind pillar. Wind pillar Fushigawa Shimizu, Luoquan would be gone after fighting with him today. He no longer had the idea of making friends. He would meet Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro again on the Infinite Train, so there would be many opportunities to make friends, so there was no rush. Sound Pillar was the same as Flame Pillar. Rock Pillar would probably meet again at the final battle in Infinite Castle, so the sooner they could make friends, the better. After sorting out his thoughts, Luoquan walked up to Rock Pillar Haijiume, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. Luoquan respected Yubayashiki Yoya because of his selfless noble character, and respected Haijiume because of his strength. Haijiume is recognized as the strongest pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps, bar none. During the final battle in Infinite Castle, with the red sword, stripes, and transparent world fully activated, even upper rank 1 Kokushibo was briefly suppressed by him. Dear Mr. Rock Pillar, can we be friends? Poor kid, of course you can. Baiminjiu Xingming felt the bandage on Luoquan's wrist, and tears could not stop flowing down. Seeing the reaction of the rock pillar, Luoquan was happy. It was worth the wound he had bandaged carefully. Luoquan's wrist was injured, but it was far from the point of using gauze to bandage. However, in order to make friends with Baiminjiu smoothly, Luoquan still did it. Although it was a bit shameless, it was not shameful to improve his strength. Ding! Successfully added Rock Pillar Kyume Hirumai as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between Rock Pillar Sadness Island Xingming and the host's friend is just a beginner, and then a reward is obtained. Skills acquired: Rock Breathing Type 3, Rock Skin, Masterful. Do you want to choose the fusion skill now? Rock Breathing Type 3, Rock Skin, Masterful. No. Got it. Luoquan's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, it was the Rock Breathing Type 3. In the final battle, Baiminjiu Xingming used this move to block Musen's Blood Demon Art, Black Blood Blazing Thorn. It can even block Musen's Blood Demon Art, so you can imagine how powerful the Type 3 is. And Luoquan just happened to lack a defensive breathing type, and the rock skin made up for it. Restraining the restlessness of the fusion in his heart, Luoquan warmly exchanged a few polite words with Baiminjiu, and finally watched him leave. Chapter 38. After sending the rock pillar away, Luoquan's eyes fell on the flame pillar and the sound pillar. As for the wind pillar who stood aside, Luoquan simply ignored him. Although he didn't know why the dead river didn't leave, they had just finished a fight, and their relationship was not bad, but it was definitely not good either. Luoquan, can I be your friend? Just when Luoquan was struggling to decide whether to make friends with the flame pillar or the sound pillar first, a large hand covered with calluses suddenly appeared in front of him. The hearty and loud voice made Luoquan stare at the big brother in front of him in amazement. What was this? What's the situation? Ding! Detected the friend request of Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro, do you agree? Looking at the yes and no options that only he could see, Luoquan felt a little speechless about the system for the first time. Is there any need to ask this? Yes. Ding! Successfully added Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between the Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro and the host's friend is just a first acquaintance, and then a reward is obtained. Obtained skills, Secret of Breathing of Flame 9th Form Purgatory. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill Breath of Fire, Type 9, Purgatory now? No. Luoquan held the hand of his elder brother, the Flame Pillar, and his pupils trembled slightly. Once, just once, he directly drew the eldest brother's strongest breathing type. This harvest made Luoquan feel that everything was worth it. For what? In his joy, Luo Chuan couldn't help but ask his elder brother. Just based on the strength and uniqueness he showed today, Luo Chuan didn't think he was qualified to ask his elder brother to speak up. There is no reason. You are a trustworthy friend. I am happy to be friends with you. Rengoku Kyojuro released his hand and patted Luoquan on the shoulder. Why make friends with Luoquan? Maybe it is because when Luoquan was fighting with the Undying River, he always put the safety of the box behind him first, even if he was injured? Maybe it is because Luoquan protected people who were weaker than him? Even if it was a ghost? Maybe it was because every time Luoquan looked at Tanjiro, the look that made Tanjiro feel at ease? Rengoku Kyojuro didn't know what touched him about Luoquan. But his mother told him that the strong have the responsibility to protect the weak, and Luoquan undoubtedly did this. See you later, my lord has assigned me a task. Rengoku Kyojuro said, and walked towards the night with his eyes wide open. Feeling the residual warmth on his shoulder, Luoquan couldn't help but sigh, he is worthy of being the eldest brother, this damn charisma. Just based on what the eldest brother did today, the infinite train, the eldest brother will definitely not die, he said. Calming down the excitement in his heart, Luoquan looked at the last target, the sound pillar Uzui Tenjin. In fact, with the reward from the eldest brother, Luoquan's idea of making friends with the sound pillar is not so strong. No matter how strong the reward for making friends with the sound pillar is, can it be stronger than that of the eldest brother? Without expectations of making friends with the sound pillar, Luoquan's movements were much calmer. Sound pillar Uzui Tenjin stood in place and looked at Luoquan. There seemed to be some desire in his eyes, as if he was waiting for Luoquan to make friends with him. Seeing the look in the sound pillar's eyes, Luoquan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there any hope? With a try-it mentality, Luoquan walked in front of Uzui Tenjin. Can we be friends? Sound pillar. Uzui Tenjin did not respond at first, but turned sideways and slid his hands across his temples, half hugging the back of his head. Seeing Uzui Tenjin's opening move, Luoquan's eyelids jumped, and there was a faint bad omen. It seems that my gorgeous temperament has finally attracted you. I never doubt my charm. Where are you going? Aren't you going to make friends? Uzui Tenjin was slightly stunned when he saw Luoquan turning around and leaving without any hesitation. He hadn't finished speaking yet? Not making friends? Not everyone is qualified to make friends with someone as handsome as him. If Luoquan is willing to beg him, he can also make this friend reluctantly. Luoquan turned around and rolled his eyes. How could he be so upset that he went to make friends with the narcissist sound pillar? Isn't this purely asking for trouble? Luoquan was originally very happy to join the flame pillar. Not only did he get the strongest breathing type from his eldest brother, but he also got his eldest brother's recognition. As a result, he was not happy for long, and the sound pillar's combination of skills directly ruined his good mood. Perhaps after patiently listening to the narcissistic introduction of the sound pillar Uzui Tenjin, he might have a chance to make friends with the sound pillar. But, sorry, he doesn't have the patience. He let out a sigh of relief. The mission of making friends at the pillar meeting was successfully completed. Now it was time to go back and fuse his skills. Luoquan ignored the dissatisfied voice of Uzui Tenjin behind him and walked towards the butterfly house. After taking 2 steps, Luoquan suddenly stopped. It wasn't that there was something wrong with his body, but someone was blocking his way. Luoquan narrowed his eyes. Fuzugawa Shia? Glancing at the figure in front of him, Luoquan moved to the side and continued to move forward. His current physical strength was not enough to use the transparent world, so he would avoid conflicts if possible. But the Fuzugawa in front of him had no intention of letting Luoquan leave. What? Want to fight? Looking at the Fuzugawa Shia who dodged to stop him, Luoquan asked calmly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. If Fuzugawa wanted to fight, he would be there for him at any time. Although the probability of beating Fuzugawa was almost 0, Luoquan's momentum was not inferior at all. Why don't you ask me? Fuzugawa Shia suddenly said something. Luo Chuan was stunned. Ask him? What to ask? Didn't he come here to cause trouble? After thinking for a while, could it be that Fuzugawa was asking him why he didn't ask him if he wanted to make friends? Is that what he meant? But, didn't they just have a fight? Both of them still have wounds on their bodies. Has Fuzugawa changed his personality after not seeing him for an afternoon? Or is this what they call no fight, no acquaintance? Recalling the description of Fuzugawa in the original book, he looks ferocious on the outside but gentle on the inside. Did I blame him wrongly? Did he come here just to make friends with him? Thinking of this, Luo Chuan suddenly felt a little guilty and said, Are you willing to be friends with me? I don't want to. Buletin Sichuan simply shook his head. Luo Chuan's guilty expression froze. No, are you fucking sick? If you don't want to hand it over, why are you asking? Luoquan felt a red ball on his nose, a clown, he was the real clown. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the urge to draw his sword. If he couldn't beat Fuzugawa, Luoquan would have to give Fuzugawa 2 swords. Is that the way to play it? Wait, when he is strong enough, beat Fuzugawa first, beat him to death. After glaring at Fuzugawa fiercely, Luoquan turned around and left. He wasted time on the snake pillar and the sound pillar. A narcissist, a psychopath. Seeing Luoquan's indignant look, Fuzugawa grinned, as if he had discovered something interesting. Ask me again, I promise you. Buletin Si Chuan said slowly to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan paused, then quickened his pace again. Still coming? Are you really making fun of him? Your gentle heart is all a lie. Chapter 39. Seeing Luoquan walking further and further away, Buletin Sichuan paused and said. I am willing to be your friend. The defiant voice that only belonged to the Busui River came from far behind him, and Luo Chuan was startled. Was it true? Was it an illusion in his ears? Ding! A friend request from Wind Pillar Fushigi has been detected. Do you agree? Yes. Ding! Successfully added Wind Pillar Fuzugawa Minoru as a friend. It is detected that the intimacy between the Wind Pillar Fuzugawa Shia and the host's friend is just a acquaintance, and a random reward is obtained. Skills acquired, Wind Breathing Type 6, Black Wind Smoke and Mist, Masterful. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill now, Wind Breathing Type 6, Black Wind Smoke and Mist, Masterful? No. Luoquan turned around and looked at the Busu in surprise. He thought Busu wanted to play a trick on him again, but to his surprise, Busu really wanted to make friends with him. Why? Is human nature still alive? Facing Luoquan's suspicious eyes, Busu seemed a little ashamed of what he had just said, and his eyes slightly dodged. But dodging was only a matter of a moment. Busu then snorted, bent his legs slightly, and jumped into the wisteria forest. Looking at the disappearing Busu, Luoquan pinched his chin. Although he was a little annoyed by Busu's trick, fortunately the result was good. Wind breathing, rock breathing, and flame breathing are all 5 basic breathing types. The power can be clearly felt when he fought Busu today. The violent speed and indiscriminate range attack are no worse than thunder breathing, and even have their unique advantages in some aspects. Back at the butterfly house, Tanjiro and others were already resting in the ward. Luoquan found the room that Aoi arranged for him. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Luoquan began to count today's gains. The transparent world has been integrated, and the only thing left to do is to continuously improve the transparent world. Through the state when he entered the transparent world today, Luoquan had a vague feeling that when he completely learned the transparent world, there would be a qualitative change. The current transparent world is too seriously incomplete. Then there is the superior qualifications obtained from the love pillar. Luoquan subconsciously wanted to glance over this reward to be integrated, but as soon as his eyes swept over it, he suddenly determined. The reward for superior qualifications is glowing? Luoquan looked at the other rewards to be integrated. Only the edge of the superior qualifications was fluorescent. Luoquan concentrated his mind on qualification, superior. People with the same qualifications can be promoted through integration. The current qualification is superior, and superior qualifications are required to merge and upgrade to super qualification, 2/5. After silently reading the system's prompts, Luoquan's eyes lit up faintly. The same qualifications can be merged and upgraded? 5 superior qualifications can be promoted to super qualifications? Then the friend ZENITSU is not in vain. Luoquan now only needs to obtain 3 more superior qualifications to be promoted to super qualifications. There are a lot of superior qualifications around. Although random acquisition may not be accurate, at least there is no need to worry about the superior qualifications and comprehension being useless. Super qualifications, Luoquan feels a little unreal just thinking about it. Wei-Lang relied on his super qualifications to reach the pillar level in 2 months, and his strength is considered to be above average among the pillars. If he obtains super qualifications, his strength will only improve faster and stronger than Wei-Lang. Shaking his head, Luoquan suppressed the restlessness in his heart. There are still 3 breathing types to be merged tonight. After fusing these 3 types, Luoquan will be more confident in saving his eldest brother on the next infinite train. Do you want to fuse rock breathing type 3, rock skin, masterful, now? Yes. Luoquan exhaled a breath of turbid air, integrating the new breathing attribute. The integration process will take a long time and will also have a significant impact on the body. Closing his eyes, Luoquan focused on feeling the new power surging in his body. His consciousness gradually sank into an illusory world full of rock textures, and Luoquan couldn't tell what his current state was. It seemed like he was an inconspicuous rock? Or a part of a rock. As the integration deepened, Luoquan's breathing rhythm began to change subtly. The change in breathing led to changes in the body. Luoquan's skin was covered with a layer of light stone, and the light grey stone made the sitting Luoquan look like a sculpture. Luoquan's arms, legs, and even spine became stronger and stronger under this new power. At this time, Luoquan suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from deep in his bone marrow, as if countless small needles were stimulating every cell in his body. Luoquan clenched his teeth, and sweat slid down his forehead. Rock breathing and water breathing are completely 2 extremes. The latter fused Luoquan only felt gentle and peaceful, but the breath of rock was the opposite. Luoquan felt like a mold that was constantly being hammered. The pain began to ease after about 2 minutes, followed by another tingling feeling. Luoquan could clearly feel that his bones, muscles, and blood seemed to be injected with stones and squeezed. It was as if countless tiny rocks were growing in his body, reshaping every inch of his body. After the fusion was completed, Luoquan took a deep breath and raised his arm to observe. It seems to have become a little thicker. In the past, Luoquan's arms were not considered thick and strong, but now they are obviously thicker by a whole circle. No wonder Kokushibo said that Gyumei's body has been hammered to the extreme. Luoquan's body has undergone such a big change just by fusing a form, not to mention Gyumei who majored in breath of rock. In addition to being a little stronger in body shape, Luoquan felt that his skin was also a lot tougher. Scratching his arm with the Nichiren sword felt like cutting cowhide. With the usual sharpness of the sun blade, Luo Chuan's skin should have started to bleed. But now he is fine? After observing the changes of the fusion of rock breathing, Luo Chuan's eyes fell on the secret of fire breathing, 9 types, purgatory. The changes brought by just rock breathing were so great. Fire breathing, which is also one of the 5 basic breathing types, must not be much worse. This is also a secret level breathing type. Do you choose to fuse the secret of breathing of fire, type 9, purgatory now? Yes. At the moment when Luoquan silently agreed in his heart, the power of the breathing method in his body began to riot. It was as if an invisible heat wave was rushing through his blood, looking for an outlet. He felt a strong burning sensation spreading from his body to his whole body, a feeling far beyond any previous fusion experience. This power seemed to be seeking to merge with the original thunder-breathing power in Luoquan's body, but the nature of the two powers was very different, making the fusion process extremely difficult. Luoquan could feel that the power of the breath of fire formed a vortex in his body, constantly tearing his muscles and bones, trying to reshape his entire existence. Luoquan's skin began to show a strange redness, as if it was gently brushed by the flame, but this did not bring the pain of burns, but a kind of warmth and tenacity that penetrated into the bone marrow. Every breath he took seemed to absorb the heat around him, and every exhalation was accompanied by a hint of scorching heat. As the fusion process deepened, Luoquan began to feel the test of his limit. This was not a physical limit, but the limit of his understanding of the breath of fire. Chapter 40. Purgatory is not only a skill, but also a manifestation of a deep understanding of fighting will and the properties of fire. To fully integrate the secret of the breath of fire, Luoquan must let go of his dependence on other breaths and devote himself to the scorching flames. After a long period of struggle and pain, Luoquan seemed to have touched the essence of the breath of fire. It was a power of destruction and regeneration, and it was the ultimate manifestation of destroying the old to trigger the new life. At this moment, Luoquan finally realized that he wanted to make his existence one with the flame. After the fusion was over, Luoquan opened his eyes, and the flickering flames flashed in Luoquan's eyes. Hey, so cool! Luoquan exhaled deeply. Although the fusion process was more painful than the breath of rock, the feeling after the fusion was extremely comfortable. Now Luoquan could feel the surging hot energy in his body at all times. This energy made him feel extremely painful during the fusion, but now it was extremely docile. Luoquan stood up, picked up his sun wheel sword from the side, took a deep breath, and tried to guide the newly fused power of the breath of flame in his body. Driven by Luoquan's thoughts, the blade of the sun wheel sword, which originally contained the power of thunder and lightning, began to undergo subtle changes. The golden color of the blade gradually faded, replaced by a scarlet light. This light continued to grow stronger, and eventually enveloped the entire blade, like a burning flame, reflecting Luoquan's face. At this moment, Luoquan deeply felt the difference between the breath of flame and the breath of thunder in his body. The breath of thunder gave him speed and explosive power, while the breath of flame breathing gives him lasting combat power and the ability to destroy everything. However, the two are not incompatible, and there seems to be a wonderful connection between the two breaths. Luoquan discovered this problem when he first merged the breath of fire. When the energy of the breath of fire rose in his body, it immediately moved towards the breath of thunder. Can the two be merged? Thunder and fire breathing method? Luoquan thought about it for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible to implement it, and he planned to find time to try it later. Maybe there has never been a swordsman who can merge the two types of breathing together before, but it doesn't mean that this idea is not possible. Retracting his scattered mind, Luoquan began to sense his own changes. Gently waving the sun wheel sword in his hand, the red light passed through the air with the blade, leaving a trail of flames. Luoquan can clearly feel the power of the breath of fire after combining with the sun wheel sword. Not only does it make the swordplay more powerful, but it also generates extra heat every time the sword is swung, enough to burn the enemy's skin and even directly ignite the surrounding air. Yes, if he had mastered the secret of the breath of fire when fighting with Busu today, Busu would never dare to take his attack so casually. After experiencing the fusion of the two major breaths of fire and rock, Luoquan felt that his body had reached a whole new level. Even his realm was about to break through the bottleneck. Now Luoquan feels that the bottleneck of his realm is as thin as a bubble membrane, which will break at the touch of a button. Even if he does not fuse the breath of wind, his realm will probably break through tonight. Each fusion of different breathing types will lead to a certain degree of growth in the realm. The degree of growth varies according to the strength of the friends. For example, if Tanjiro and Zenitsu were to fuse again now, the improvement in Luoquan's realm would not be very large. But the breathing types obtained from the pillars are different. Not only has he mastered a breathing method, but the improvement in realm is also huge. Next. Do you want to choose to fuse the skill now? Wind breathing type 6, black wind smoke and mist, masterful. Yes. With the experience of the fusion of the two previous breaths, Luoquan was ready to grit his teeth and persevere. But when the fusion began, Luoquan found that he was wrong. The light and rapid power of the wind breath surged in his body, but there was no pain. This power was like a willow blown by the wind, gently dancing in Luoquan's body. As the fusion deepened, Luoquan felt that his body became more flexible, and his limbs seemed to have become much lighter. The heaviness originally given by the rock breath was gently smoothed by it. Every breath seemed to be able to guide the surrounding air and produce subtle changes. Sensing the vortex formed by the wind breath in the body, Luoquan's mind poured into it. At this moment, he seemed to be part of the wind. Just as Luoquan was immersed in the novel experience of the fusion of wind breath, a familiar feeling suddenly came to his mind. This feeling came suddenly, but it was extremely clear. It was as if his use of breathing methods and different powers in his body had reached a new height in an instant. Luoquan felt that his inner world seemed to be gently pushed by an invisible hand, and took a big step forward. Did the realm break through first? Luo Chuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what happened. From past experience, each realm breakthrough is an extremely important and unrepeatable experience. It represents the swordsman's understanding of the deep pursuit of self and martial arts. The usual realm breakthrough is accompanied by a trace of pain and struggle. But this time it was different. The agility of the breath of wind seemed to provide him with a new perspective, allowing him to have a sense of release and freedom in the process of breakthrough. Not long after the realm breakthrough, the fusion of the breath of wind was also completed. At the moment of completion, Luo Chuan was just about to get up and feel the changes in himself after the fusion of the breath of wind. The mind suddenly became chaotic, and then Luo Chuan found that several faint lights were slowly rising from the chaos. As the rays of light gradually strengthened, Luo Chuan felt that his realm was also rapidly improving. Although he had just broken through the Wu level, Luo Chuan now felt that he was not far from the threshold of the next level D. What was going on? The power brought by the fusion of wind breath was so great? No. It stands to reason that the three breaths fused today should have brought the greatest improvement in strength from the fire breath. After all, it is the secret of the fire breath. Moreover, just now he clearly sensed that after the wind breath helped him break through the realm was improved by about 1/7 and then the wind breath disappeared. Therefore, it is unlikely that the change was brought about by the fusion of wind breath. Why is that? Luo Chuan's consciousness sank into his mind, and he carefully observed the 5 rays of light hovering in his mind. 5 rays of light? Luo Chuan was suddenly stunned. Could this be the 5 basic breathing methods in his body? Thinking of this, Luo Chuan's eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 41. Gold is thunder, blue is water, and cyan is wind. Are they really the 5 basic breathing methods? Could it be that by gathering the 5 breathing methods, the breathing methods can be integrated into the breathing of the sun? Thinking of this, Luoquan's eyes lit up slightly. The breathing of the sun is the starting breathing method. It was with this breathing method that Sugakoko Yojiichi easily defeated Muzan Kibutsuji at that time, and became Muzan's nightmare for a lifetime. If he could learn the breathing of the sun, even if he accidentally met the upper rank of the 12 demon moons later, he would be able to fight a few moves. Maybe this doesn't sound like a big deal. But you have to know that the upper rank is comparable to the wind pillar. They will not hold back like the undead river. Once they start, they will have the mentality of killing each other. There is no need to say how big the gap is between the upper rank who goes all out and the undead river who holds back. However, Luoquan's fiery vision did not last long, and he quickly calmed down. The inheritance of the breathing of the sun has long been cut off, and the 5 basic breathing methods are derived from the cut-off breathing of the Sunday. How difficult it is to reverse the complete breathing of the sun through the 5 breathing methods. Rather than expecting the 5 major breathings in your mind to merge into the breath of the sun, it is better to expect to obtain it from Tanjiro. The fire god Kagura on Tanjiro is the breath of the sun, but Tanjiro has not yet comprehended it, so he has to wait a little longer. Sure enough, it was just as Luoquan thought. The brilliant light formed by the 5 basic breathing methods converged with each other, but there was no trend of fusion. The 5 forces of thunder, water, rock, wind, and fire formed a complex network of power in Luoquan's mind. This network is like a miniature of the pentagram. Every time Luoquan breathes, the pentagram will glow slightly. With one breath, Luoquan was a little confused. Is this powerful power and this feeling of fullness still his own body? Breathing methods don't need to be switched back and forth now? In the past, no matter what attribute of breathing method Luoquan obtained, he had to adjust his breathing if he wanted to use it. Although the adjustment process is very short, even less than a few seconds, this process cannot be omitted. But now, Luoquan doesn't need to switch by himself, and one breath are the 5 basic breathings running at the same time. Stronger than ever before. Luoquan felt that he was terribly strong now. If he entered the transparent world again, the old man of the former Mingzhu might not be his opponent. How long has it been? 2 months. If the old man knew that he could fight back and forth, how wonderful would his expression be? Luoquan suppressed the corners of his mouth that were raised and continued to observe the changes in his mind. The light of the 5 major breathing methods gradually became softer, and the growth rate of Luoquan's realm also slowed down. Finally, as the light stabilized, Luoquan's realm gradually stabilized. He didn't break through to the D level, but it was just a matter of sprinkling water, at most 2 days. Luoquan felt that he could break through again. Compared with the changes in his realm, Luoquan was more concerned about the changes in his current strength. If Luoquan was a cub that needed to develop before collecting the 5 major breathing methods, then now he is a tiger that has just begun to show its prowess. The 5 major breathing methods each have their own functions. Thunder breathing increases his speed and explosive power, water breathing improves his endurance and vitality, rock breathing gives him powerful defense and stamina, flame breathing increases his attack power, and wind breathing makes Luoquan's attack sharper and more invisible. Luoquan himself doesn't know what he can achieve with his full strength burst now. He can definitely defeat Nightmare who has been strengthened by Muzan, but he is far from being able to defeat upper rank 3 Chi Akaza. However, with his elder brother on the side, he can definitely influence the changes in the battle situation and even play a key role. Even if he can't kill Chi Akaza, there will be no problem in protecting his elder brother. Now among the pillars, only the insect pillar Koko Shinobu has not added a friend. Luoquan thought about it and decided to submit the friend request after Koko Shinobu and Tanjiro had a night talk, so that the chance of success would be the highest. Stabilization. Just after breaking through the somewhat superficial state, a feeling of fatigue came over me. Today I have gained a lot, but I have also experienced a lot. Lying on the bed, Luoquan slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, in the infinite city, Xiang Kai is dead, and the lower moon 5 is also dead. Muzan, wearing a kimono, had a gleam in his eyes. Forget about Xiang Kai, his strength is not worthy of the 12 demon moons, so if he dies, then so be it. But if He Lei's strength is also dead, then isn't the lower moon of the 12 demon moons too useless? Does he really need these trash to help him find the red spider lily? And that person named Luoquan, he actually dared to play tricks on him. What kind of herbal medicine merchant who helped him find the materials for the red spider lily? His real identity turned out to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. What a courage! Isn't he afraid that he will find out and kill him? Muzan thought of the day when he still placed his hopes on Luoquan, and his body felt a little sick. Since even the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps can't deal with it, then there is no need for this lower moon to exist. His blood should be given to demons that are useful to him, not to a bunch of trash. Gather the lower strings. A slightly chilling voice sounded in the infinite city. In response to Muzan, a clear pipa sounded. Zhang. 5 figures appeared in various places in the infinite city. As Mingnu moved the dial again, 5 figures appeared out of thin air and stood on a platform. Except for Nightmare, the other 4 people had more or less panic on their faces. Kneel down. Muzan said with a gloomy face. Being teased by Luoquan had already made him feel extremely bad. Now looking at the stupidity of this group of lower-ranked people, his patience was almost exhausted. I'm very sorry because of your posture and breath. The 4th of the lower moon wants to make amends. Have I allowed you to speak? Do not speak because of your boring will, just answer what I ask you. I'm so tired. He is the lower rank 5. I just want to ask you one thing. Why is your lower string so weak? Becoming the 12 ghost moons does not mean the end, but the beginning. Eat more people, become stronger, start to help me. In the past 100 years, the upper moon of the 12 demon moons has never changed, and the ones who kill the demon hunters are always the upper moon demons. But what about the lower strings? How many times have they been replaced? As he spoke, Muzan's pressure on the demons became more intense, his red vertical pupils filled with murderous intent. Even if you tell us these things? What's wrong? What do you want to say? Hearing the inner voice of the lower moon Kamanu, Muzan narrowed his eyes and asked. After speaking, Muzan stretched out his hand, and a huge arm of flesh and blood mixed with eyeballs lifted up the lower body of the lower moon. I'm sorry. Master Muzan, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Bang! With Muzan's gentle grip, the voice begging for mercy stopped abruptly. Lower Moon Land, no, the former Lower Moon Land turned into a bloody rain and exploded in the air. The bloody scene made Lower Moon 4 beg for mercy, but he was still swallowed by the giant arm. Lower Moon 3 Sick Leaf tried to escape, but Muzan moved his wrist with a dark look in his eyes. Immediately, Sick Leaf's head appeared in his hand. After the 12 demon moons, only the upper moon will be enough, and the lower moon demons will disband. Is there anything else you want to say? Muzan threw the Sick Leaf's head in front of Lower Moon 2, Rururu and Lower Moon 1, Nightmare, as if throwing away garbage. Lower Moon 2 wanted to show his worth, but what he said made Muzan's mood worse again. A Lower Moon waste actually dared to order him around, he deserved to die. As Lower Moon 2's body exploded, Nightmare was the only one left alive on the platform. What about you? Muzan looked at Nightmare. I am already very happy to be killed by your own hands and to hear the cries of other ghosts before they die. Thank you for keeping me until the end. Nightmare said morbidly, opening his hands. Muzan stared at Nightmare, and after a moment I have taken a fancy to you. I'll give you more blood to help me. Kill the ghost hunter with the Hanafuda-like decorations on his ears, and I will give you more blood. Kill the demon hunter wearing white cloud-patterned clothes, and I will give you as much blood as the upper demon. From the picture sent before he died of exhaustion, the strength of Luoquan is far superior to the little demon with Hanafuda. So Muzan promised to give Nightmare a little more blood. Zhang. Chapter 42. 5 days later, in the butterfly house training room, the sun poured in through the skylight, tinging the entire training room with a warm golden color. In this scene that should have been picturesque, there was a hint of tension. Ding! Ding! On the central training ground, Luoquan and Coco Shinobu moved quickly, their blades flashing like lightning and swift like a storm. The sun blade in Luoquan's hand emitted golden arcs of electricity, and every swing was accompanied by a dull roar. The speed was so fast that the trajectory of the blade was almost invisible. Coco Shinobu gently swung the pink sun blade in her hand, and the blade was slender, as elegant and agile as her figure. Facing Luoquan's rapid attack, Coco Shinobu seemed to have wings on her back and leaped up lightly. Although Coco Shinobu's speed was not as exaggerated as Luoquan's, her superb body skills made Coco Shinobu's every move unpredictable. The sun blades of the two crossed in the air, stirring up bursts of air. Luoquan missed the first strike, and immediately changed his style, with arcs gushing out from the tip of the blade. Coco Shinobu took a step back slightly, and the sun blade in her hand stabbed towards Luoquan's chin. Luoquan's eyes flashed, revealing an intriguing smile. Not good. Seeing Luoquan's expression, Coco Shinobu immediately became alert. During the rest days, Kaneo was responsible for training Tanjiro and the other two, while she was responsible for training Luoquan. But on the first day when Coco Shinobu trained Luoquan, she was confused. She didn't know whether she was too weak or Fuzugawa was too strong. Obviously, when she saw Luoquan fighting Fuzugawa, she didn't feel anything. She just thought that Luoquan was very strong and talented, and could hold on for so long under Fuzugawa. But when it was her turn to train Luoquan, she found that Luoquan seemed to have completely changed. Speed, strength, and breathing method have all improved more than a little. If it weren't for her pillar-level strength, she might have embarrassed herself in front of Luoquan on the first day of training. With the experience of fighting Luoquan in the past 2 days, Coco Shinobu saw Luoquan's eyes and knew that the knife could not stab, and immediately twisted the blade to look at Luoquan's shoulder. Luoquan blocked Coco Shinobu's attack with a horizontal sword, and then the sun wheel sword instantly changed from gold to deep blue. The fluency of water breathing was then displayed, and the sword technique instantly became coherent and continuous. Shinobu Coco no longer hesitated this time and immediately retracted her Nichiren blade. It was this move again, the first form of water breathing. How did this Luoquan learn to breathe water? Shinobu Coco pulled back her Nichiren blade and frowned slightly. Luoquan's strength may not be as strong as hers, but she is more difficult to deal with than all the demons she has encountered so far. The speed of not being able to catch the figure, the breathing form that changes at any time, each one of them gave her a headache. Luoquan saw Shinobu Coco withdraw her sword decisively, and her eyes were a little disappointed. If Shinobu Coco reacted a little slower, she could have snatched her Nichiren blade. Without the Nichiren blade, the strength of the Demon Slayer core swordsman will be greatly reduced. At that time, I only need to grind slowly to defeat the butterfly pillar. However, Luoquan was not too disappointed. If it was so easy to defeat the insect pillar, then the insect pillar's strength would be too exaggerated. The shadows of the two stretched on the floor, and the next moment the light and shadow intersected, and the two figures intersected again. Every time they intersected, there would be a low echo. Such a scene made Tanjiro and his group watching the game in the audience swallow their saliva. Is Mr. Luoquan so strong? He can even fight against a pillar-level shinobi. Tanjiro is no longer the same as he used to be. He knows the level of Shinobi Coco who is fighting Luoquan now. Pillar level. The strongest people in the Demon Slayer Corps. Luoquan has become stronger again. Is he so powerful? ZENITSU opened his mouth and looked at the two figures in the field in a trance. The figure of Miss Coco Shinobu was still okay, and she could still catch it occasionally. But as soon as Luoquan started fighting, he could only see a trace of lightning flashing in the air. Luo Yu, that bastard! Duel! I want to duel with him! A wisp of white air came out of Inashuk's pig headgear. He was quite depressed in the first 2 days of treatment. He felt frustrated that he failed to kill the spider ghost father. But the depressed state and frustration disappeared completely when Luoquan came to visit him on the 3rd day. Luoquan first blew up a gourd the same size as him in front of him. Then he walked up to him, touched his headgear, lowered his head and smiled. If you are a greenhorn, just practice more. Inashuk exploded at that time. Although he was illiterate and sometimes could not understand what Tanjiro and others said, he still understood the meaning of these 4 words. Since that day, Inashuk has become the most serious of the 3 in training. Every day during training, he clamored to twist Luoquan's head off. The battle on the field lasted for a while, and finally ended after Coco Shinobu used the insect-breathing bee fang dance true ejection. Yes, you have a very good control over the conversion of the 2 breathing methods. If you learn another breathing method, it will be a lot more troublesome for me to deal with it. Coco Shinobu put away her sword and said with a smile. She really meant what she said. Although Luoquan's current strength is not as good as that of the pillar level, it can definitely give the pillar level a headache. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Chuan only displayed the water breathing now, and was not in a hurry to show other breathing methods. Although showing all breathing methods together can prove his terrifying talent, it will also attract Musen's attention. His current strength is not bad, but it is far from being able to compete with Musen. Miss Shinobu seems to be in a good mood today. Is it because her heart knot has been untied? Coco Shinobu was stunned and looked at Luoquan in surprise. Was she so obvious? After talking with Tanjiro last night, the long-suppressed mood was indeed relieved a lot. Tanjiro also noticed it. But Tanjiro Lang has a very sensitive nose, but what about Luoquan? Is it also a nose? It is indeed better. Kachi Shinobu smiled, this time the smile was no longer forced, but more pure. Then Miss Shinobu, can you be my friend? Luo Chuan took advantage of the situation and quickly stated his true purpose. Coco Shinobu was stunned again, then smiled and responded, of course. Chapter 43. Ding! Successfully added insect pillar Coco Shinobu as a friend. It is detected that the insect pillar Coco Shinobu and the host's friend have a friendship level, and 2 rewards will be obtained immediately. Qualifications: Superior. Gained perception: Superior. Do you want to choose to fuse the qualification now, Top? Now it was Luoquan's turn to be stunned. Is there something wrong with the system? How come his relationship with Miss Coco Shinobu jumped directly to the 2nd level friend? He didn't seem to communicate with Coco Shinobu much. He had been sparring with Miss Coco Shinobu in the past 2 days, and he was used to Miss Coco Shinobu's polite words. Could it be because of protecting Nezuko? Coco Shinobu changed her attitude towards Tanjiro because of this, and so did he? Luoquan thought about it and felt that this idea was the most reliable. We will train at the same time tomorrow. Shinobu Coco saw Luoquan in a daze, smiled and patted Luoquan on the shoulder before leaving. As she passed by Luoquan, the smile in her eyes gradually turned into nostalgia. When Luoquan faced the 9 pillars, he still drew his sword to protect the ghost named Nezuko. She seemed to see the figure of her sister, Kane Coco. Her sister sympathized with ghosts and hoped that humans and ghosts could live in peace, but in the end she was killed by Doma. She couldn't let go of her hatred for ghosts, but she didn't want her sister's will to be in vain. So she had been suppressing her emotions in her heart and showing them with a smile. But when she saw Tanjiro and Luoquan, the anger in her heart seemed to have found an outlet. People and ghosts live in peace, maybe my sister's wish can really come true in Tanjiro and Luoquan. Luo Chuan came back to his senses, and a kind of familiar smell lingered at the tip of his nose. Is this the smell of expectation? Koko Shinobu has expectations for him? Surely it is because of her sister. It's my turn. Duel. I want to duel with you, Rakutaro. As soon as Shinobu Koko left, Inashuk climbed up the training ground and stood in front of Rakukawa and shouted. Rakukawa's face darkened, and all the emotions in his heart disappeared. Although this pighead had called him by the wrong name before, at least it was normal. What is Rakutaro now? After Inashuk finished speaking, he rushed towards Rakukawa, muttering Zhu Tu Menjin. Zhu Tu Menjin. But just as Inashuk rushed in front of Rakukawa, boom, with a bang, he flew backwards at a speed far exceeding the speed at which he came, and hit the wall of the training room. ZENITSU looked at Inashuk sliding down the wall with an expression of admiration on his face. This pighead is really stubborn. How many times has he been knocked out? 80 or 100? Anyway, he can't remember. Tanjiro's mouth twitched. He swore that he had persuaded Inashuk many times, but it was useless. Mr. Luoquan's attitude towards Inashuk is like a bull seeing a red curtain. He can't stop it. He can't stop it at all. Luoquan clapped his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around to walk towards Inashuk. Inashuk was sitting against the wall with his head drooping. Luoquan walked forward, squatted down, and whispered in Inashuk's ear, "That's it." Hearing this, Inashuk's upper body instantly straightened and looked at Luoquan in disbelief. Duel, I want to duel with you to the end, Luo, ya bastard. Bastard. Inashuk touched the long sword at hand and tried to stand up, but was quickly suppressed by Tanjiro. Inashuk, your hand is dislocated, don't move. Dislocated? I didn't dislocate my joint, I said no and it means no. Luoquan stood up, looked at Inashuk who was hugged by Tanjiro, and then looked at the prompt on the system panel. It doesn't work anymore? The last time he told Inashuk that he was a novice, he would practice more, and the intimacy between the two of them was directly raised to friends, and he obtained Inashuk's superior qualifications. He thought that mocking Inashuk could increase intimacy, but now it seems that he thought too much. This system is the same, there is no progress prompt or anything. System. Half a month later, Luo Chuan was sitting in the courtyard practicing breathing techniques. Since the initial contact with the 5 major breathing techniques, Luo Chuan's realm improvement speed has accelerated a lot. 2 days after the Zuhi meeting, Luo Chuan broke through to the D level. Now Luo Chuan estimated that he would be able to break through to the C level in another half a month. Rakugawa! Rakugawa! There's a new mission! ZENITSU shouted excitedly as he ran to the yard, followed by Tanjiro and Inashuk. Tanjiro stood behind ZENITSU with a box on his back and nodded to Rakugawa. Inashuk was ready to lunge at Rakugawa at any time. Mission. Luoquan opened his eyes. Is the infinite train coming? Luoquan was a little tired after not integrating new abilities for half a month. Compared with traditional practice, adding friends is the right way to improve strength. Nightmare, one of the lower moons of the infinite train, and Akaza, one of the upper moons, are both good friends. At present, if Luoquan wants to make another substantial improvement in strength, he can only rely on super qualifications. Luoquan now has 4 superior qualifications, and he still needs 1. Akaza's qualifications and comprehension are probably superior. It is worthwhile to make friends with him no matter who it is. As for Nightmare, it depends on the specific panel situation. It would be best if he has superior qualifications. If not, Blood Demon Art is also fine. At worst, the infinite train can also improve the favorability of the eldest brother, and maybe it can also bring out a super qualification. Luoquan, you don't seem very surprised. I heard that we are carrying out the mission with the flame pillar this time. ZENITSU looked at Luoquan strangely and continued. The flame pillar, My grandfather said that every pillar is a very powerful swordsman. I wonder if it's true. Tanjiro said you have seen the flame pillar. Luoquan, do you think the flame pillar is powerful? Great, very great. Luoquan answered without hesitation. The elder brother almost dragged Akaza to death, how could he not be great? Hearing the strong recognition in Luoquan's voice, Zenitsu nodded in surprise. Luoquan seemed to have never recognized his grandfather like this before, and he always called him old man. Who is this flame pillar? How could Luoquan recognize him so much? Are you all packed? Pigs are rushing forward. Already packed. Okay, I'll change my clothes and go. Luoquan said to Tanjiro while holding down Inashuk's pig head. He threw Inashuk aside and went back to his room to change clothes. Luoquan usually wore training clothes, which were not suitable for going out. He found his daily white cloud pattern coat. While changing clothes, Luoquan began to recall the key content of the infinite train. First, Nightmare used ticket checking to trap the flame pillar and others in illusion, and then bound the 4 flame pillars through the children, hoping to kill them in the dream. However, the plan was disrupted by Nezuko, who suddenly woke up, and Nightmare was killed by Tanjiro with the god of fire Kagura. After Nightmare's death, Upper 3 Akaza appeared, and the eldest brother protected everyone at the cost of his life. After going through the general process, Luoquan gradually came up with a plan in his mind. To make friends with Nightmare, he must contact Nightmare before everyone can solve the illusion. As for making friends with Akaza, as long as Luoquan shows enough strength, even if Luoquan doesn't take the initiative to say it, Akaza will bring it up himself. After fastening the last button and picking up the Nichiren sword at hand, Luoquan pushed open the door. Let's go! Let's go find the flame pillar. Chapter 44. The 4 of them came to the station in the direction indicated by the crow. As soon as the infinite train resumed operation, many people boarded it. Looking at the crowd queuing in front of him, Luoquan raised his eyebrows. It must be said that Nightmare is really stupid. He can't make use of so many hostages. If Nightmare was not greedy, he would eat some of the people on the train first. In addition to the blood given by Muzan, it would not be so difficult to deal with Tanjiro. He had to watch the terrified expressions of others when they had nightmares, and ended up getting himself involved. He didn't use his full strength until he died. But it's better this way. Luoquan can spend less energy on Nightmare and deal with Akaza in the best condition. The battle between him and Akaza is the top priority of the infinite train. After a while, Luoquan picked up the receipt handed out from the window. Luoquan was a little curious after holding it in his hand and looking at it. Pulling into the dream by cutting this receipt? This Nightmare's methods are really hard to guard against. If Luoquan didn't know the plot, he would probably have suffered from this nightmare. Mr. Luoquan, what are you looking at? Inashuk, you idiot, stop hitting it, this is a train, it's embarrassing. It's nothing. I heard that this mission is more serious. Let's think about how to solve it later. Luoquan shook his head and did not tell Tanjiro about the ticket clipping. First, because of Nezuko, even if he didn't take action, the 4 of them could break free from the dream. Second, he wanted to take advantage of this gap to see if Nightmare was suitable for making friends. The thought of making friends with Nightmare gave Luoquan a headache. If other ghosts didn't want to make friends, Luoquan would just beat them to death, but for Nightmare, this trick probably wouldn't work, it was too morbid. However, Luoquan would not be too demanding on whether he could add Nightmare as a friend. At most, Nightmare's aptitude, comprehension, and blood demon arts were somewhat attractive to him. If Nightmare was too ungrateful, he would never indulge him. Now he has enough confidence and strength to lose a friend of the lower rank. After tossing around at the station for a while, the 4 of them successfully boarded the train and headed to the carriage where the eldest brother, the flame pillar, was. Tasty. Delicious. As soon as Luoquan walked to the entrance of the carriage, he heard the powerful voice of his eldest brother, the Flame Pillar. Pushing open the door, Luoquan walked straight to his eldest brother and sat down. The eldest brother was stunned for a moment when he saw Luoquan, and then handed him a lunch box in his hand, his eyes shining. It seemed that he was using his eyes to prove how delicious this lunch box was. Tanjiro greeted his eldest brother a little stiffly, and then introduced the curious ZENITSU and the arrogant Inashuk to his eldest brother. Luoquan took the lunch box handed over by his eldest brother, and he had to say that it tasted really good, much better than the rice balls he usually ate. "Why are you here? Do you have a mission?" The eldest brother looked at Luoquan and asked. Luoquan stopped chewing and stared at the eldest brother for a while, then turned to Tanjiro who was sitting next to the eldest brother and said, "He is talking to you." Tanjiro was stunned. When talking to him, didn't Mr. Rengoku look at Mr. Luoquan before speaking? He was confused, but seeing Luoquan's affirmative eyes, Tanjiro explained. "The order came from Crow, saying that the number of victims of the infinite train has increased, and that we should meet up with Mr. Purgatory. Don't put your body out of the car window, pighead. Let's carry out the mission together?" "I understand." Luo Chuan leisurely picked up the second lunch box and opened it. It's not time for him to go out yet, so he should eat more to replenish his energy. In addition, I have another question for Mr. Rengoku, about my father. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Luoquan paused with his chopsticks in his hand. Fire God Kagura? In the original work, Tanjiro realized Fire God Kagura after killing Lei, but now Lei was killed by himself. How did Tanjiro realize it? Was it when he killed Spider Ghost's father? Luoquan chewed the soft-boiled egg in his mouth while looking at Tanjiro's attribute panel. In addition to the realm change to Sin level, the words Fire God Kagura Yuanyu did appear in the skill column. Your father? What happened to him? He is a sickly man, but he can dance Kagura in the snow. That's great. So I would like to ask Mr. Rengoku, have you heard of the god of fire Kagura? That was the Kagura I used subconsciously when I killed the spider ghost's father. It was the Kagura I saw when I was a child. If Mr. Rengoku knows something, please tell me. Luoquan looked at his elder brother. What was he looking at? Was he looking at him? Okay, but I don't know. The eldest brother said righteously. Luo Chuan's face twitched. He really couldn't adapt to the eldest brother's way of speaking for a while. Come be my stepson. I will take good care of you. Ah! Tanjiro was stunned. He felt that he couldn't keep up with Mr. Purgatory's pace. Luoquan thought, Tanjiro's fire god Kagura can indeed be the stepson of the flame pillar, but it was interrupted by the ghost incident at that time, and it ended up in vain. So, is the plot about to begin now? Luoquan swallowed the last bite of the lunch box, wiped his mouth, and sat up straight. I'm talking to you, Luoquan. Luoquan was stunned. He looked at his elder brother. Talk to him? What to say? Make him his stepson? Be my stepson, I can make you stronger. The eldest brother looked at him with fiery eyes, well, probably looking at him. Luoquan was about to speak when the door to the carriage opened. A haggard-looking conductor walked into the carriage and began checking tickets. Luoquan twitched his nose. The ghostly aura on the conductor was very faint, and mixed in this infinite train that was always filled with a faint ghostly aura, it was impossible to detect it at all. The conductor cut the tickets one by one, with empty and dull eyes. Soon, the conductor walked in front of them. Tanjiro seemed to notice that something was wrong with the conductor, but still handed the ticket in his hand to the conductor. With a light click sound, a regular gap appeared on the ticket. After cutting the tickets of the eldest brother and the other four, the attendant came to Luoquan. Luoquan handed over the ticket in his hand, and the attendant took it, just extending the small pliers in his hand. Colorful colors appeared in front of the attendant's eyes, making his empty eyes a little focused. But before the attendant could see clearly what was happening in front of him, the colors in front of him quickly faded, like a scene seen in a trance. When the attendant came to his senses, he was already standing at the end of the carriage. Did he cut that person's ticket just now? He should have, right? No matter, he just wanted to sleep now, just wanted to have a sweet dream. Here it comes. Luo Chuan grabbed the sun blade. He smelled the smell again half a month later. It was still as stinky. The lights above the carriage flickered, and with another flash, a huge ghost with horns and eyes on its head appeared right in front of the train. Chapter 45. The ghost slowly stood up with the help of a chair and rushed towards Luoquan and others. Breathing of flame, Type 1, Unknown Fire. The red flame drew a long line, instantly running through the aisle of the carriage. The huge ghost couldn't even withstand a single blow from the big brother, and turned into ashes and disappeared in the carriage. Very strong. Tanjiro and the other two were immersed in the power of their eldest brother. Luoquan raised his head to determine the location of the nightmare. With the appearance of this ghost, the smell of the ghost in the carriage became stronger like a punctured balloon. There is another one. The eldest brother noticed the movement in the previous car and rushed forward with a knife. Tanjiro and the other two also drew their knives and followed. Only the steward with a dark look in his eyes and Luoquan were left. Luoquan glanced at the steward and walked towards the connection between the two cars. Now it was his turn to take action. In a while, the eldest brother and the others would fall into a dream. During this time, he would see if he could add a friend of nightmare. When he reached the door of the car, Luoquan pulled up half of the window, and the whistling wind slapped Luoquan's face. Luoquan leaned out half of his body, grabbed the handrail, and swung his body upward. The whole person landed steadily on the car. Standing still, Luoquan saw a figure standing with his hands down in the dim night. Did I miss one? Sure enough, people are still unreliable. Let him have a beautiful nightmare later. Nightmare finished talking to himself and turned to look at Luoquan. Good morning. You would have a beautiful dream, but you don't seem to want it. Why? Everyone should aspire to have a beautiful dream. Nightmare. Race, ghost. Realm, C. Comprehension, medium. Qualification, medium. Talent, none. Skills, Blood Vampire Magic Whisper of Forced Sleep, Mastered, Blood Vampire Magic Forced Sleep I, Mastered, Dream, Mastered, Dream Rope, Mastered, Blood Vampire Magic Telemediated Dream, Mastered. Grade C? Seeing the panel given by the system, Luoquan frowned. Has the combat power of Demon Slayer collapsed like this? A Grade C was killed by 2 Grade S swordsmen, Tanjiro and Zutu. Luoquan himself broke through from Grade GUI and knew the gap well. Fighting across 3 realms is his maximum limit without using blood demon arts, not to mention that Tanjiro and the others are 4 realms apart from Nightmare. No, has the plot changed? Muzan knows of his existence? Because of his appearance, more blood was given to Nightmare? Luoquan frowned. In this case, he had to fight quickly. Nightmare's strength has changed from the original. Who knows if the plot will change later? What if Nightmare becomes smarter and swallows everyone on the train in one breath, greatly increasing his strength? It will be difficult for him to deal with Nightmare. I also want a beautiful dream, but before I have a beautiful dream, can you be my friend? Before preparing to solve the nightmare, Luo Chuan did not forget his secondary purpose. In fact, after seeing the information on the panel of the nightmare, Luo Chuan's idea of making friends has faded a lot. Luo Chuan does not need medium qualifications and comprehension, but the skill dream is okay, but not necessary. The reason for asking is just to give it a try. It's good if you agree, but Luo Chuan won't lose anything if you don't agree. Of course you can. Nightmare glanced at Luoquan frivolously and responded in a delicate voice. The demon hunter wearing white cloud patterns, is this the person Lord Muzan is talking about? As long as he is killed, he can get as much blood as the upper demon. Thinking of this, Nightmare couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He swallowed all the people on this train and then received the reward promised by Lord Musen. Nightmare couldn't imagine how powerful he would be by then. The upper demon, which had never changed, would change because of his appearance. The longed-for future was right in front of him and within reach. Nightmare's attitude towards Luoquan was naturally very friendly. Just making friends, just make friends casually, just treat it as the last words of a dying person. Ding! Successfully added Nightmare, one of the lower moons, as a friend. It is detected that Nightmare, one of the lower moons, has a close relationship with the host's friend. A random reward will be obtained. Skill acquired, Dream, Mastery. Do you want to fuse the skill now, Dream, Mastery? No. Luo Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. He thought making friends was the most troublesome nightmare, but the process was so smooth. The reward he got was the dream he wanted. In this case, he also wants to thank this kind nightmare. Thank you, then let's start to have a sweet dream. Luoquan's smile was extremely bright. Nightmare's strength lies in his ability to pull people into dreams unexpectedly through the mouth on his hand, but this trick has been cracked by Tanjiro. As long as he commits suicide quickly enough, Nightmare's blood demon technique will not work. Seeing that Luoquan was so cooperative, Nightmare felt something was wrong. Although he was very eager for Lord Musen's blood, he was not stupid. How could blood equal to that of an upper-rank demon be so easy to obtain? But Nightmare would not give up killing Luoquan because of something wrong in his heart. Then, Nightmare raised his hand and aimed the mouth on the back of his hand at Luoquan. Sleep. Puff. Before the mouth on his hand could finish its words, Nightmare felt a pain in his wrist, and then he saw his wrist flying into the air. It's too slow. The whisper in the ear made Nightmare's frivolous expression freeze. It was so fast that I couldn't see clearly. Even the blood demon technique was interrupted. How could he be so fast? Is he a pillar-level demon hunter? No, my body is still merging. I can't delay with him here. Sleep. Shining. Why don't you learn your lesson? Luo Chuan chopped off Nightmare's head this time. It was too slow. Really slowed down. Is it because Nightmare put all his strength into the fusion with the infinite train? Nightmare's head rolled to the side and shook. That sir, when he asked me to kill you, his tone was very angry, I understand it now. As he spoke, Nightmare's head was wrapped by the black and red flesh that flowed out of the train, spreading into long strips of flesh, like a fleshy worm. Your existence is really annoying. The Nightmare, who was left with only a head in the air, had veins running down his face, and was obviously irritated by Luo Chuan's behavior. What a coincidence, I see you are also very unhappy. Luo Chuan's body flashed again. This time, Nightmare learned to be smart. While he was talking, eyeballs of different sizes with the word dream appeared on the meat strip. No matter how fast Luo Chuan was, no matter which direction he attacked from, he could not escape his blood ghost technique. As long as he could pull Luo Chuan into the dream, everything would be simple. Phew! Looking at the lightning that cut the connection between him and the train again, Nightmare's eyes shrank. The blood magic failed? Impossible, as long as he looked into his eyes, the blood magic would automatically take effect and there was no possibility of failure. His eyes were all over his body, and theoretically there was no blind spot. But why was this person not affected at all? Nightmare looked at Luoquan in doubt while recovering. Chapter 46. Boring, your neck isn't here, is it? Luoquan curled his lips as he looked at Nightmare, whose body had recovered again. This was the only trouble with the ghost. You had to cut his neck to kill him. Cutting other parts would only be a minor injury to a ghost of Nightmare's level. Finding Nightmare's neck was the key. Nightmare was now integrated with the infinite train, and his neck had become part of the train. In the original work, Tanjiro found the position of Nightmare's neck through Inashuk's breathing-type spatial perception. Coincidentally, Luoquan also had spatial perception. After putting the Nichiren sword back, Luoquan put his hands together, closed his eyes, and invisible spatial fluctuations spread out from Luoquan's body. The fluctuations covered the entire infinite train, and soon found the position of Nightmare's neck. At the connection point of the carriages that transported the train's fuel. After finding Nightmare's neck, Luoquan's feet immediately moved. Now Nightmare and the train have not yet completely merged, and the position of his neck cannot be changed. But if Nightmare is completely integrated, then even if Luoquan has spatial perception, Nightmare can change the position of his neck in time. Seeing Luoquan's actions, Nightmare was visibly flustered. Not only was the opponent able to dodge his blood demon art, but he also knew about his fusion with the train. How was this going on? His fusion with the train was something he had planned for a long time, and no one else knew about it except Muzan-sama, who could read his heart. How did this kid know? Bang bang bang. Although he didn't know whether Luoquan really knew where his neck was, Nightmare didn't dare to take the risk. Dozens of purple-red trunks pierced through the top of the carriage, trying to stop Luoquan. The eyes on the trunks covered all the places where Luoquan passed. Obviously, Nightmare still didn't believe that there was something wrong with his blood ghost art. Zang! Once again, the torso was cut off, but this time Nightmare understood the reason. However, because he understood why his blood magic didn't work, Nightmare was stunned again. This person in the dream, he also knew how to commit suicide and get out of the dream? Who is he? Nightmare felt as if this man saw through him from head to toe. The moment he fell into the dream, this guy raised his knife and cut off his neck without hesitation. Even if it was a dream, it takes great courage to commit suicide so decisively, right? The key is not just this time. Every time he was stared at by his own eyes, Luoquan could quickly get out of the dream. At the beginning, Nightmare could still sense that his illusion was taking effect, and Luoquan was dazed for a moment. Later, this kid became more and more skilled in cutting himself, and even when he was hit by his blood ghost magic, his body did not stop at all. Seeing that Luoquan was getting closer and closer to his neck, Nightmare was completely panicked. Countless purple meat strips emerged from the train and rushed towards Luoquan. Under the obstruction of the endless meat strips, Luoquan's speed did slow down. But Nightmare's face still did not improve, but became even uglier. Excessive use of abilities will delay the progress of fusion with the car body, but if the ability is not used, this kid can quickly find his neck. Go to sleep. Nightmare's severed hand stood up from the carriage and said to Luoquan. This time, without Luoquan's interruption, the mouth on the back of the hand performed the blood ghost magic very smoothly. Under the double blood ghost magic, Luoquan fell into the dream for a longer time. But before Nightmare was happy, Luoquan broke free again. We are almost there. I won't play with you anymore. Feeling the strong smell of ghosts on the steel parts not far from his feet, Luoquan stood still. Looking at the purple-black meat strips that were converging towards him, a flash of electric arc passed through Luoquan's eyes. Then electric arcs jumped around Luoquan from time to time. After a moment of solidification, Luoquan's figure suddenly burst out at a speed that Nightmare could not look at directly. In the gaps surrounded by countless meat strips, tiny golden lights emanated from them. Luoquan held the hilt tightly, and the blade flashed golden lightning in the night. The purple-black meat strips were like an unavoidable tsunami, rushing towards Luoquan crazily. But Luoquan, like lightning in a thunderstorm, cut off all the meat strips one by one in a seemingly impossible posture. Breathing of thunder, Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash. These words came out almost at the same time as his explosive movement, without giving Nightmare any time to react. Luoquan's body seemed to be pushed by thunder and lightning, turning into an elusive lightning, cutting straight to the target. The blade pierced through the night, bringing up brilliant arcs of light. Each arc of light was like lightning that split the darkness. Luoquan's speed was so fast that everything around him seemed to be still, only his blade was moving, cutting a straight line to Nightmare's neck. At this moment, even time seemed to freeze. The attack of the purple meat strips became meaningless in the face of this absolute speed. They were cut into 2 parts by one, and they didn't even have time to touch the corner of Luoquan's clothes. Luoquan was like a god who controlled thunder and lightning, and Nightmare's obstruction was like a joke in front of him. Then, in this seemingly endless maze of darkness and purple meat strips, Luoquan finally reached his destination. Driven by thunder and lightning, the Sun Wheel Sword, with its dazzling golden arcs, hit Nightmare directly. Neck, the place where the train's fuel car is connected. Just when Luoquan's Sun Wheel Sword was about to hit Nightmare's neck, the situation changed again. Nightmare's body, which had merged with the train, quickly grew large pieces of purple-black flesh at the critical moment. They seemed to have self-awareness and accurately blocked Luoquan's attack path. These new pieces of flesh are extremely hard, and the oily luster seems to have attached a layer of film to the pieces of flesh. Not only are they amazingly defensive, but they are also constantly wriggling, as if they have life. They suddenly swelled when Luoquan's sword touched them, trying to completely engulf the invading blade and prevent Luoquan from attacking further. Luoquan's expression did not change at all in the face of this sudden change. The lightning in his eyes became even stronger, and the Sun Wheel Sword in his hand seemed to sense the will of its master, and the power of thunder and lightning became more surging. The moment the blade touched the piece of flesh, lightning erupted at the point of contact, trying to penetrate this unexpected obstacle. Thunder Breathing Form 3, gathering thunder into mosquitoes. Luo Chuan shouted in a low voice and increased his offensive. Under Luo Chuan's Form 3, cracks began to appear in Nightmare's purple-black meat defense. In this move, Luo Chuan subdivided the power of thunder and lightning to the extreme, forming an attack as small as a mosquito but deadly. These tiny thunder and lightning penetrated and destroyed the internal structure of the meat, making it impossible for it to recover as quickly as before. As Nightmare felt his defense being gradually disintegrated, his panic reached its peak. He couldn't believe that the defense he had carefully constructed was so fragile in front of this human. The luster of the purple-black meat began to dim, and the seemingly indestructible membrane was gradually torn apart by Luo Chuan's thunder and lightning power. Clang! At this moment, the whole world seemed to be still. The purple-black flesh completely collapsed and could no longer provide any defense. Luo Chuan's blade easily cut into Nightmare's neck. Under the guidance of the blade, the power of thunder and lightning completely destroyed Nightmare's vitality. With a shrill scream, Nightmare's body began to disintegrate. Chapter 47. With the death of Nightmare, the entire train began to sway wildly like a beast that had lost control. Each carriage was like a small boat in the waves, which could be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. Luoquan stood firm with a calm look in his eyes. If he wanted to kill Nightmare, it was inevitable that the train would lose control. Fortunately, Nightmare had not yet completely merged. The part of the train that derailed was only part of the front of the train. The purple-black pieces of meat continued to peel off from the front sections of the train and dispersed with the wind. As if it was the last proof of Nightmare's life, they turned into countless tiny particles in the air and finally dissipated in the night sky. Luoquan's eyes swept around. He knew that although Nightmare had been defeated, the crisis brought by the crazy rolling of the train was far from over. He quickly shuttled between various parts of the train, relying on the extraordinary speed of thunder breath to rescue ordinary people in danger. Under Luoquan's full burst, he moved several passengers in danger to a safe place in almost an instant. After a violent shake, the train gradually stopped, and there was a dead silence all around. Only the sound of the wind and the fire in the distance that was not completely extinguished were faintly visible in the night. Luo Chuan's sight slowly moved, looking at the surrounding carriages with black smoke, and took a deep breath. Compared with the battle with Nightmare, the aftermath of the infinite train after Nightmare's death gave him a headache. Although he was not a great saint, he still couldn't bear to watch so many ordinary people die. What happened? How did I get out? One of the 4 children sent by Nightmare suddenly woke up with a puzzled look. He looked around and found that the other companions were the same. He was just looking for the spirit core. How did it suddenly come out? Without destroying the spirit core, would that person still let himself have a sweet dream? Tanjiro and the other 4 also woke up one after another. The flame pillar loosened his grip on the girl's neck and looked alert. Was he just caught in a ghost's illusion? The ghost that could affect him, then the strength of this ghost must be at least a ghost in the upper middle of the lower string. The ghosts on this infinite train are indeed extraordinary. But why did the dream suddenly disappear? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him when he was in a dream? Does this ghost have other plans? Tanjiro's eyes were dazed, and he felt a little unreal looking at the surrounding environment. He already knew that the way to get out of the dream was to commit suicide, but the key point was that he hadn't committed suicide yet, so why did the dream disappear? He just put the knife in front of his neck and made up his mind to cut it, but the scene in front of him changed. What happened? He died. Fortunately, the child who was bound to Tanjiro by the rope of dreams breathed a sigh of relief, and his pale face showed some color. Dead. The other 3 children were stunned, and couldn't believe it for a moment. The man with a feminine appearance and gentle words really left a big shadow on them. Even though they knew that the person who controlled them was dead, they still didn't look very happy. They were tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. What died? Purgatory asked the child. Was it a ghost that died? Who killed it? Aren't all the people here? No, Luo Chuan is not here, so he killed him? Let us and you be tied to the rope of dreams. The child with a somewhat empty look in his eyes responded woodenly. Human? Is there anything wrong with his eyes? Guiding the child to make them fall into the illusion, Rengoku knew without a doubt that the other party was definitely not a so-called human. The child raised his head and looked at the flame pillar, blinked, and said there are words on the eyes, lower string, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, the child found that the air around him suddenly began to burn. The faces of the 4 people in front of him were solemn. One of the lower strings, the strongest existence among the lower strings, second only to the upper strings of the 12 demon moons. No wonder he could pull himself into a dream without knowing it. Rengoku's eyes were solemn. But why did he say he was dead? Where's Luoquan? Shenyi looked around. Where's Luoquan? When did he disappear? What do you want to see me for? Luo Chuan pushed open the door of the carriage and walked in front of the few people. Purgatory stared at Luo Chuan, and for the first time, his energetic eyes showed an emotion that Luo Chuan could understand. Surprised? If he was not mistaken, the eldest brother's eyes should have been full of surprise. Where is the ghost? Kill him. Luo Chuan said calmly, as if killing one of the lower strings was a trivial matter. Killed? Mr. Luoquan, you killed one of the lower moons. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and he looked at Luoquan with a mixture of shock and admiration. They had encountered the spider demon of the lower moon 5 before, and one demon left dozens of ghost swordsmen on the spider mountain. Even Mr. Luoquan at that time was suppressed at the beginning. But now, the strongest demon among the lower moons was killed by Mr. Luoquan? Tanjiro moved his nose. Mr. Luoquan was in good condition at this time, without the smell of blood. In other words, Mr. Luoquan killed one of the lower moons without any injury? Isn't this too strong? Not to mention the lower moon 1, even if he were to deal with the lower moon 5 last time, it would be difficult for him to deal with it now. That's right. Rengoku looked at Luoquan and nodded heavily. What Tanjiro could see, he could naturally see too. Luoquan's current state was ridiculously full. He didn't look like someone who had just been through a battle, but rather a state of preparing to fight a strong enemy. Luoquan shook his head slightly and did not respond to his elder brother. He looked at the direction where the sun was rising and said lightly, "It's not over yet, the tough guys are still behind." The infinite train nightmare can only be regarded as an optional foreplay, and Akaza is the climax. Luoquan will not despise the upper moon Akaza just because he easily solved the nightmare. To be honest, comparing the nightmare with Akaza is actually a disguised insult to Akaza. In the Battle of the Infinite Castle, Akaza fought 1 against 2, fighting against the water pillar Tomioka Jiyu and Tanjiro. If Akaza had not recalled at the end that his body had disintegrated due to the revolving lantern, Demon Slayer might have ended directly. Luoquan's goal this time is very clear, which is to protect his eldest brother, the Flame Pillar, and try to make friends with Akaza. Making friends with Akaza depends on strength. As long as the strength shown is strong enough, it is not difficult to get Akaza to recognize him. As for the idea of assisting his eldest brother to keep Akaza here forever, he has never had it. In the original work, it seems that the eldest brother almost dragged Akaza to the sun and died together. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you can know that it is impossible for Akaza to die together with his eldest brother. The eldest brother grabbed Akaza's hand, not his whole body. Akaza can break his arm and escape at any time. As an upper-rank demon, it only takes a blink of an eye to restore a broken arm. It's not over yet. The eldest brother was stunned, and his big eyes scanned the surroundings with a puzzled look. Wasn't the lower rank one demon killed? Why did he say it's not over yet? Are there other demons? Chapter 48. Boom. The deafening sound interrupted Purgatory's thoughts, and he turned his head to look out the window. The loud noise shook the entire train. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's heart through the cold iron sheet. The scene outside the window was like the end of the world. Dust and gravel seemed to be thrown into the air mercilessly by a huge force, forming a huge circular diffusion wave. In the center of this diffusion wave, the ground seemed to have been smashed into a deep pit. The soil and broken rocks at the edge of the pit were still flying in the air, and the dust that had not fallen formed a shadow in the residual light of the carriage, which made people feel terrified. As the vibration gradually subsided, a thick layer of dust slowly settled like a veil. The whole scene was like a slow-motion picture, making people's senses become extremely sensitive. In the dust, a black shadow that could almost swallow all the light slowly formed. The air around it seemed to be distorted because of its existence, forming a visual illusion, as if even space itself was making way for it. This figure, half crouching in the center of the deep pit created by its powerful force, was like a demon crawling out of the abyss. His stillness was more frightening than his previous movements, because silence under stillness is often a sign of a storm. When the dust completely cleared, it was Akaza's cold and patterned face that was revealed. There was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, and his cold gaze was like the cold wind in a winter night, piercing and sharp. Akaza's body seemed to be unaffected. His clothes fluttered gently in the breeze, and the dust on them was blown away by the wind, leaving no trace on him. This calm attitude formed a sharp contrast with the destroyed environment around him, which further highlighted his extraordinariness. At this moment, Akaza raised his head, and his eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul locked onto Luoquan and the other's position. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, but like a heavy hammer, he cast an almost substantial pressure in the air. That feeling was like a prey targeted by a beast, with no escape and no hiding. The whole scene became extremely heavy at this moment, the air seemed to solidify, and even time slowed down. Akaza's existence is the center of the upcoming battle. Every subtle movement of his carries an irresistible sense of oppression. Luoquan exhaled deeply. He knew that Akaza was very strong, but he didn't expect that just a face-to-face encounter would bring such a great sense of oppression. Can he really protect his eldest brother? Luoquan's heart was shaken. This wavering appeared for a moment and was firmly rejected by Luoquan. Everything depends on human effort. Big brother, the flame pillar, he is safe today. Winding, 3. Tanjiro read out the number in Akaza's eyes in a hoarse voice. Now Tanjiro didn't even need to smell the breath of this ghost to feel how powerful it was. This powerful aura made him feel cold all over. What drum ghost, what spider ghost, they were all not worth mentioning in front of this ghost. The other party just stood there quietly, and it was hard for people to breathe. Go out, don't affect the people in the car. The eldest brother nodded solemnly and jumped out of the car window. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and the other two wanted to follow him. As soon as they moved, a serious voice sounded from the side. Don't move, just take care of the people in the car. The three of them froze. It was the first time they heard Luoquan's serious voice. In the past, Mr. Luoquan always had a smile on his face, but now, the smile disappeared. Inashuk surprisingly did not refute Luoquan, and seemed to realize the seriousness of this matter. Luoquan. Zenitsu looked at Luoquan worriedly. This ghost is really strong. Since he appeared, it feels like there are countless chaotic radio waves buzzing in Zenitsu's ears, which makes Zenitsu's head hurt. Can Luoquan and the flame pillar really deal with it? It's okay, I'll be back soon. Luo Chuan twisted his neck, pressed the windowsill with one hand, and jumped out. Akaza. Race, Ghost. Qualification, Superior. Comprehension, Superior. Talent, None. Skills, Fighting Spirit, Excellent. Blood Demon Art Destruction Killing Needle, Excellent. Chaos Style, Excellent. Sky Style, Excellent. Foot Style Crown Cut, Excellent. Foot Style Flowing Flash Group Light, Excellent. Foot Style Flying Star Thousand Wheels, Excellent. Broken Style 10,000 Leaves Flashing Willow, Excellent. Destruction Style, Excellent. Ghost Core 8-fold Core, Excellent. Final Style Blue Silver Chaotic Residual Light, Excellent. Akaza slowly stood up, his movements were graceful and slow, and every detail revealed an inviolable majesty. He raised his head, his eyes penetrated the broken car window and locked directly on Luoquan and others. There was neither anger nor excitement in his eyes, only unfathomable indifference, as if he was examining his prey. Bang! With a slight sound, dust exploded under Akaza's feet again, and his figure left a shadow in the air, heading straight for Tanjiro and the other two on the train. Looking at the fist that was constantly approaching, the three felt their bodies stiffen. Their consciousness told them to move quickly and dodge the blow, but their bodies seemed to have lost control. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move. The fist slapped the three people in the face with a biting cold wind. At the moment when the three people thought they were about to be hit. Thunder Breathing Type 2, Rice Soul. Breathing of Flame, Type 1, Unknown Fire. Two voices rang in Tanjiro's ears almost at the same time. Immediately, Tanjiro saw surging lightning and flames blooming in front of him. The flames and lightning complemented each other, and the demon's fist quickly melted under the dazzling light. Puff! Akaza retreated after one blow and fell to the ground, looking at Luoquan and Rengoku. The severed hand did not even have time to bleed before it quickly recovered. Not bad, a good sword. Akaza licked the remaining blood on his wrist, his eyes somewhat pleased. After commenting on purgatory, Akaza's eyes fell on Luoquan. You are a little weak, but you have the same aura as that adult, which is not bad. Akaza looked at Luoquan with some surprise. How could someone have the aura of Lord Muzan? But it doesn't matter. The weak should be killed, and it is useless to have the aura of Lord Muzan. Luoquan held the Nichiren sword and stood it naturally. Hearing Akaza's words, he was a little disappointed. The Demon King's posture had such a small effect on Akaza? The opponent's actions did not seem to be affected by his aura? Is it because Akaza is an upper rank and has more Muzan's blood in his body? Or is this the power after being affected by the Demon King's posture? Why would you attack the weak? I can't understand. The flame pillar held the knife in both hands and questioned Akaza with a serious expression on his face. I just think they will hinder our conversation. The person next to you is just a little stronger, so he is barely qualified to stand in front of me. If someone else said this, Luoquan would think that the other person was arrogant, but from Akaza's mouth, there was no sense of arrogance at all. It was as if the other party was stating an established fact. I don't have anything to say to you. Although this is just our first meeting, I already hate you. Luo Chuan listened to the conversation between his elder brother and Akaza quietly. He didn't feel bored at all. Instead, he wanted the two to talk for a while longer. This way, it would be closer to dawn. Chapter 49. Really? I also hate weak humans. I feel like vomiting when I see weak people. It seems that you and I have very different standards for evaluating things. Then I have a good suggestion, do you want to become a ghost? Akaza stretched out his hand to Rengoku, with an extremely sincere look in his eyes. Impossible. Purgatory denied it. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were strong. Are you the pillar? I am the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro. I am Akaza, what about you? Kid. Akaza knew the identity of the flame pillar and looked at Luoquan and raised his chin. Rengoku Kyojuro is not to be mentioned. Just from the fighting spirit condensed on his body, it can be seen that he is extraordinary. The kid next to him has less fighting spirit than Rengoku Kyojuro, but the power of the thunder breath that blocked him from using in front made Akaza dare not underestimate Luoquan casually. Luoquan. Very good, what about you? Do you want to become a demon? Becoming a demon can enter the highest realm that even the flame pillar beside you has never set foot on. Akazaga said temptingly. Luoquan glanced at the sky behind Akaza, then turned his gaze to Akaza and shook his head lightly. Becoming a demon? What's the benefit? He can already use blood demon arts. Becoming a demon who can only live in the shadows forever for a long life? How is it possible? Don't want to? Tisk, it's really hard to be rejected repeatedly. Destroy the killing needle. Akaza stamped his feet fiercely, as if carrying all the cold and dead power. The ground seemed to have become a fragile layer of ice at this moment. With him as the center, cracks quickly spread to the surroundings. A huge snowflake-shaped spell shone under his feet, and the runes carved on it twisted like life, exuding suffocating fear. Since you don't want to be a ghost, I'll kill you. As soon as Akaza finished speaking, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Luoquan and Rengoku Kyojuro at a speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Luoquan and Rengoku Kyojuro reacted almost at the same time. Their figures changed rapidly and exchanged blows with Akaza's attacks. The sun-wheel sword in Luoquan's hand danced with a sharp light, and every swing was accompanied by a thunderous roar. And the sword of Rengoku was like being wrapped in flames. Every swing of the sword had flames flying, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The battle was extremely fierce, and the speed of the three was so fast that the surrounding air was distorted. The snowflake technique on the ground kept flashing. With every attack of Akaza, an extremely sharp energy wave would burst out from the technique, sweeping towards Luoquan and Rengoku Kyojuro. Good, it's so fast, my eyes can't keep up. Tanjiro swallowed, staring at the flashing knife light in the smoke without blinking. It's so fast, really fast. Big eyes are so strong, Loki is also very strong. Inashuk muttered in a daze under the hood. Big eyes are fine. He heard from Tanjiro that he was one of the 9 most powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps. What happened to Luo-san? Is his strength comparable to that of a pillar-level warrior? Damn it! He hasn't even defeated Luo Chuan in a duel. How could this be possible? So far, I have never killed a flame pillar, and no pillar has ever accepted my invitation. Why do you think that is? Rengoku Kyojuro? Akaza allowed Rengoku's sun blade to cut off his hand, and asked Rengoku without changing his expression. Thunder breathing type 2, Rice Soul. Before Rengoku could answer, a light shout sounded beside Akaza. The crackling arc of electricity pointed directly at Akaza's neck. Akaza raised his waist, twisted his hips, and smashed at Rengoku with his right hand carrying a light blue fighting spirit. Taking advantage of Rengoku's resistance, he jumped back. "You are really annoying, you little brat. It is very rude to interrupt others, you know." Akaza narrowed his eyes and looked at Luoquan. There was no doubt that he and Rengoku Kyojuro were the main forces in this battle. But this kid could not be said to be an insignificant cannon fodder in this battle. Whenever he had some suppression on Rengoku, this kid could quickly draw his knife to help Rengoku share the pressure. The means of sharing the pressure was simple, just chop his neck. Even if Akaza was confident in the hardness of his neck, he would not dare to take the risk casually. "If you want to help so much, then I'll get rid of you first." Destruction Killing Air Style. Akaza leaped into the air, clenched his fist and swung it at Luoquan. As Akaza swung his fist, an invisible storm seemed to be stirred up in the air. It was a pure force to the extreme. This move of Destruction Killing Air Style is to condense Akaza's own fighting spirit to the extreme, transmit it through the air, and directly hit the opponent. Even at a distance, the power is still amazing. Luoquan stood in place, his eyes were extremely alert, and his whole body was like a taut bow. He knew the attack form of Akaza's air style, but knowing it is different from actually facing it. At the moment when Akaza's attack was about to come, Luoquan's talents of the gap line and the echo ear were brought to the extreme at this moment. The position of the power wave can be felt. Luoquan slightly sideways with the information transmitted by the gap line, and the sun wheel sword danced in his hand, turning into a lightning, slashing towards the invisible force. When the sun wheel sword, the moment the blade came into contact with the invisible force, there was a crisp collision sound, as if it was a physical collision. The surrounding air produced a slight fluctuation due to the interaction of this force, and the dust was slightly raised, as if witnessing this extraordinary contest. Akaza looked at Luoquan and found that he had blocked his empty style, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his impression, except for a very small number of masters, few people can directly sense and resist his move. Luoquan's performance exceeded his expectations, which made him more interested in Luoquan. Rengoku Kyojuro was slightly stunned when he saw this. He knew that the opponent's attack method had changed when he saw Akaza's action just now. But for a moment, he could not judge specifically what the opponent's attack was. If he wanted to help Luoquan, he could only lean towards Luoquan. But Luoquan's action, he seems to know how Akaza attacks? Attack through the air, very fast. Feeling the surprised look of his elder brother, Luoquan moved his numb palm and said. Feeling the strength of Akaza personally, Luoquan was a little shocked, and at the same time, a fanatical desire for battle appeared in his heart. Since he awakened the friend system, there have been only two situations in battle. Either kill the opponent effortlessly, or fight with Fuzugawa while holding back the blood demon art. It was not fun at all. The battle with Akaza made Luoquan feel a little refreshed. Chapter 50. Akaza retracted his fist and smiled, as if he was very satisfied with what had just happened. Yes, boy, you are stronger than I thought. But this is just the beginning. As soon as the voice fell, Akaza's figure disappeared again, and the next moment he appeared on the other side of Luoquan, and his fighting spirit condensed again. This time, the destructive killing air style was no longer a simple test, but a dense attack like rain. Seeing Akaza's action, Rengoku protected Luoquan behind him. Flame Breathing Type 4, Flame Vortex. Purgatory's voice echoed in the night, as if to ignite the surrounding air. At this moment, Purgatory Kyojuro's sun wheel sword was like a divine weapon tempered by flames. Billowing flames condensed around its blade, and as he swung it, the flames expanded rapidly, forming a huge vortex of flames. In an instant, the collision of the two forces formed a visual and sensory feast in the air. The collision of flames and invisible fighting spirit produced a series of explosive sounds, shining brightly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Purgatory Kyojuro's flame vortex and Akaza's air attack clashed fiercely in the air. The flames were like shields, taking every invisible attack abruptly. Whenever the two forces collided, the flames would burst into a brighter light, and the air attacks were constantly consuming the power of the flame vortex. The two sides seemed to be caught in a tug-of-war. In this fierce collision, the surrounding air was completely distorted, and the dust and sparks raised were like a small storm. Rolling up the flames blew away pieces of soil on the battlefield. For a moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a scorched atmosphere. As the forces of both sides continued to collide and offset each other, the vortex of fire finally dissipated in the air with Akaza's air style in an extremely strong impact. The huge energy release made the dust and smoke on the entire battlefield thicker, and the vision became blurred for a moment. Luoquan looked at the vague outline of Akaza through the smoke, and then looked at the figure of his eldest brother. It's almost time, the eldest brother is about to start close combat. It was also from this time that the eldest brother began to be injured and eventually died. The more he was at this time, the more he couldn't be anxious. He had to help his eldest brother to plunder the battlefield and reduce his injuries. When Akaza and his eldest brother were fighting a decisive battle, he entered the transparent world to protect his eldest brother. Before the three-pillar level breathing methods were integrated. In the transparent state, he could temporarily suppress Musashi. Now after the fusion, Luoquan's strength has been greatly improved. It is not difficult for him to enter the transparent world state and suppress Akaza so that he has no time to take care of his eldest brother. Luoquan, be careful. After saying that, Purgatory's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a circle of tiny flame vortexes. Buzz! Purgatory appeared in front of Akaza, and the scarlet sun blade brought a wave of fire from the bottom up towards Akaza's chin. Good reaction speed. Akaza chuckled and turned his head slightly. The flame on the Purgatory sun blade brushed against the edge of Akaza's cheek. Purgatory missed the target, but his hand did not stop moving. He put away the sword, held it horizontally with both hands, and slashed forward again. Boom! Countless, more intense collisions than Akaza's air strikes came from between the two. The blue fighting spirit and the red fire were colliding crazily. Kyojuro, if you don't agree, your outstanding sword skills will disappear along with you. Won't you be sad? I said, I don't agree. Oh, then I hope your life, which is entering the countdown, can make me happy. Akaza smiled at Rengoku with his white teeth exposed, then turned sideways and kicked him with a whip kick. Akaza's offensive intensified again, and every movement of his was accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, as if he was going to tear the air apart. Although Rengoku Kyojuro resolved Akaza's attacks one by one, he gradually became powerless under Akaza's storm-like attack. Although Purgatory's flames were fierce, they gradually lost their previous ferocity in front of Akaza's cold and sharp fighting spirit. In an intensive confrontation, Akaza found a flaw, and his fist, as if carrying a declaration of death, slammed heavily on Rengoku's sun-wheel sword, knocking Rengoku violently away. Rengoku hit the ground heavily, dust flew, and the whole person looked ugly. He supported himself with the sword. The surrounding air produced a slight fluctuation because of this blow, as if even time had stagnated. Akaza slowly walked towards Purgatory, and his eyes were no longer fierce as when he was fighting, but a deep sorrow and pity. Still unwilling to become a demon, Kyojuro. Akaza's voice was low, this is the gap between us. If you become a demon, you can do the same, fight with me. Purgatory raised his head. Even though his face was covered with dust and blood, it could not conceal the determination in his eyes. I will never become a ghost. His voice was not as loud as before, but it was still firm. Kyojuro you. Akaza was about to say something, but he accidentally noticed that the annoying fly in front of him had disappeared. Where was he? Did he run away alone without helping Kyojuro? As expected, the weak deserved to die. As soon as this thought came to Akaza's mind, he suddenly felt a chill on his back due to a strong sense of crisis. A chilling killing intent wafted through the air. Relying on his almost subconscious fighting instinct, Akaza punched the right back of his neck. Thunder breathing for my thunderbolt flash 10 consecutive attacks. The voice came from behind Akaza, which was the most difficult position for Akaza to defend. Akaza's reaction was extremely fast, but he swung his fist too hastily. Under Luoquan's long accumulated form Akaza's defense was too weak. The sun wheel sword flashed with lightning arcs and went straight down along the knuckles of Akaza's fist until it stopped at the wrist. Looking at Luoquan, whose momentum had changed greatly in front of him, Akaza's eyes were a little stunned. He was injured. This kid actually cut himself? However, Luoquan did not give Akaza time to be stunned. The next 9 slashes came like a storm. Every time the sun wheel sword was swung, it was accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning. In the flashing light, Luoquan's figure almost turned into a series of afterimages, moving quickly around Akaza. Akaza tried to fight back, but Luoquan's speed made it difficult for him to lock on to the target. Every time when he felt that he could fight back, Luoquan's position changed again. Akaza felt unprecedented pressure, a feeling that was like confronting an entire thunderstorm. Every strike of Luoquan was extremely precise, and his blade seemed to be able to sense Akaza's weaknesses, and every cut made Akaza's face more and more ugly. Especially when one of the knives gently slid across Akaza's neck, even if it only left a shallow wound. The pain and the threat of death also made Akaza feel a strange sense of absurdity. This kid can cut off his own neck? In just a few seconds, Luoquan completed his 10 consecutive strikes. When Luoquan stopped, Akaza's arm was already bloody, and it looked horrible. The arm that should have been able to confront the Nichiren sword head-on seemed so fragile in front of Luoquan's lightning power.